The legend of the Crimson Demon Clan begins with Suqing. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 276, If we are not from the same family, we will not enter through the same door. What exactly was going on? Sato Kazuma was completely confused. Normally, the man was the head of the family, the one who wielded authority. Even on the rare occasions when this wasn't the case, it was the woman who wielded authority. However, what the hell is going on, Uncle Hayasaburo? What is? A man so similar to Jotaro would have frightened Sato Kazuma to the point of perplexity if he had had a stern expression or a sharp gaze, but now he bowed his head to Zun Zun like a child who had done something wrong. I remember leaving a lot of food before I left, and I even gave the forbidden land to Uncle Hayasaburo to manage. But why are we still so poor? The Crimson Demon called Hayasaburo, Megumin's father, was speechless. Just now, as a gesture of goodwill, Sato Kazuma had brought out the steamed buns he had brought as a gift from the hot spring town of Alkenrisha. It was supposed to be a good thing, but when Megumin's sister, Xiaomi, revealed that she hadn't eaten anything solid in 3 days, Zun Zun suddenly lost his temper. Was it my fault? Sato Kazuma scratched his head, puzzled. Seeing the aggrieved Hayasaburo, Zun Zun sighed and said, "Forget it. We have strangers here today, so let's show Uncle Hayasaburo some respect." "How could I have any respect? What did you say?" "Nothing." Hayasaburo shook his head in fear. This middle-aged man with very strong features immediately softened upon looking at Zun Zun. As for the other one, Hayasaburo's wife, Megumin's mother, she was all smiles, without a trace of anger. "Aunt Wei, please keep Uncle Hayasaburo in check, it's part of his charm." "My wife." The two hugged each other, Hayasaburo crying bitterly, Wei comforting him. I don't know what moved her, or was she acting out a melodrama? What a wordless couple. Luckily, they weren't my parents, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Zun Zun covered his face in pain. "Don't be angry, sister." Xiaomi, sitting in his arms, Xiaomi had been stuffing a sweet bun into each hand, devouring it like a squirrel. Seeing Zun Zun's anger, she placed the buns near his lips, as if to comfort him. "I'm not hungry, Xiaomi, you eat it." "Really?" He continued to stuff the buns into his mouth. Seeing the cute and polite Xiaomi like this, Zun Zun glared at Piao Sanling angrily, causing him to shudder in embarrassment. Seriously. I wish he would give up his dismal career as a magic toolmaker and work harder on the land, becoming an honest farmer. At least then he would have something to eat, right? By the way, Xiaomi, Zun Zun pointed at himself and said, brother, sister, you are invincible, child." Zun Zun had completely given up. Speaking of which, before, when I fed him, he would obediently call me brother. Why isn't that happening now? Megumin was fast asleep, her magic power completely depleted. Zun Zun and the others were chatting with their parents. Megumin had certainly participated in all these events, such as defeating the Headless Horseman, stopping the Mobile Fortress Destroyer, and purifying the poisonous slimes to save Water City. However, in the letters she sent, all the credit went to Megumin, while Zun Zun and the others just clung to her. She loved to exaggerate. However, they understood the desire to boast in front of their parents, so they compassionately avoided exposing her and instead echoed her exaggerations. Until. Right. My daughter also said in her letter that you have successively defeated numerous leaders of the Demon King's army and collected a large bounty. Hayasaburo and Wei walked over. Their crimson eyes shone with a terrifying light, their overwhelming presence causing people to stumble back. "How much is it, huh?" Well, a rough calculation would put it at a few 100 million eris, right, probably. Zun Zun hadn't calculated it carefully. After all, besides the rewards for defeating Demon King's army officers, there was also miscellaneous income from potions and other things, but he hadn't paid much attention to them since becoming independent. His lack of interest in money was no joke. Hearing this figure, Hayasaburo and Wei gasped. They looked at each other, noticing the excitement in each other's eyes. Then, with radiant smiles, they clapped their hands. Great! Our family won't be short of money anymore, huh? Yes. Zun Zun is so good at making money, that's great, huh? I was previously worried about what he would do if we continued living in poverty. Now it seems there's nothing to worry about. Great, mother, that's right, father, huh? What they were saying was truly incomprehensible. Zun Zun quickly waved his hand, saying, wait a minute, didn't I just make it clear? I'm the one with a large savings, not Megumin. I was mistaken. Megumin also has some, but not this much. Oh, what's wrong? We'll be family soon. Piao Saburo and Weiwei's smiles were rather smug, and the stench of money could clearly be smelled. Are they really planning this? Zun Zun defended himself one last time. He turned around, wanting to ask his companions for help, but Aqua was suddenly putting on a talent show. Aside from the shocked Xiaomi, Darkness and Sato Kazuma were perfunctory and fake, clearly reluctant to get involved. Megumin and I aren't what you think. Oh, Zun Zun, you mean you don't want to take responsibility, you just want to have fun with Megumin, right? Since Piao Saburo and Weiwei's smiles were overly self-righteous, Zun Zun realized he'd walked into a trap and quickly explained. This continued until Trapped Sister arrived, having finished her patrol and cleaned up the mess. It was night time. A group of people were crowded into Megumin's house, a small, cramped, and shabby place that looked like a stable. They were sitting around a small round table eating stew. Despite the confined space, everyone was radiating joy. Megumin hadn't woken up. But that wasn't her fault. He had just returned with Axel after a long journey from Elkenrisha, and he immediately set out on this long journey, using explosive magic to exhaust his mana. Even an ordinary Crimson Demon would be exhausted. But this extraordinary Crimson Demon. What's wrong, Kazuma? Are you looking at me like a monster? I'm looking at you like a monster. Hey, you're a great mage, why is your body so formidable? Didn't you use your ultimate move at the end? Even with the help of the immortal spirits, you must have expended a lot of mana, right? Perhaps it's just my great resilience. Zun Zun didn't dwell on it. After all, whatever had happened to him was ultimately due to his divine body. Besides, explosion magic doesn't drain all of the user's magical power, but Megumin likes to always expend it, which is why she's so embarrassed. Zun Zun is naturally able to control his magic, so naturally, he won't put himself in danger. Yes, I really hope she can restrain herself in the future. Aqua, I spent so much time scolding that piece of meat, give it back to me, who cares? First come, first served, moron. Watch me finish your champagne. It was my mistake, wasn't it? The two of them hurriedly grabbed the food from the table. No, they weren't the only ones. Piao Saburo and Weiwei were also doing the same, devouring the high-quality ingredients Zun Zun had bought. Only Sister Tao Lao and Darkness were taking small, elegant sips. The reserved Yunyun barely touched her chopsticks. She was also a member of the team, so of course she was invited. The clan leader wanted to come, but the invasion of the Demon King's army had caused a lot of trouble that required her attention, so she didn't get a chance to appear. After dinner, Sister Tao Lao pulled Yunyun aside to whisper something to her. He didn't know what they were talking about, but Yunyun kept staring at him with a flushed face, which worried him greatly. Meanwhile, Aqua was completely drunk, and Uncle Piao Saburo, along with Diomi, were also sleepy. Looks like we're done for today, yes. Then everyone can stay at my humble abode tonight. I'd love to, but it seems we don't have enough space. Weiwei rubbed his cheek in distress. 2 or 3 people would have been fine, but this time, there were too many. Sato Kazuma scratched his head and asked, what do we do? Do we go back to Axel's? A mansion, yes. I have a mansion in Axel, Sato Kazuma had wanted to boast, but seeing Weiwei's bright crimson eyes, he fearfully turned to Zun Zun for help. There was no other choice. It's fine to return to Axel, but I still want to talk to Sister Tao Lao. How about this? Megumin can sleep at home, and I'll leave Darkness and Aqua to you, Yunyun. Okay, yeah, no problem. Then, Darkness carried the drunken Aqua on her back and left with Yunyun. What about me? Sato Kazuma pointed at himself. As for Kazuma, it's fine if I sleep here, or even if I'm sent back to Axel, forget it. Kazuma, sleep at my house, huh? What's wrong? You don't want to? No. Hearing Zun Zun say this, Sato Kazuma was a little surprised. Was he going to sleep with the two most beautiful women in the Crimson Demon clan tonight? That meant, just as his mind was starting to waver. Then sleep here. I'm leaving. Zun Zun left him in the room and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Sato Kazuma grabbed his arm and asked loudly, Zun Zun, aren't you going to live with me? We can spend the evenings chatting, forging relationships, and creating bonds, the sweet, sweet chats by the fire. How is that possible? Zun Zun pulled his hand away. Tonight I'm staying at the divination house with Sister Talao, so you can sleep at my house. And don't catch me off guard, I'm afraid Sister Talao will misunderstand. No. Seeing Zun Zun walking away, Sato Kazuma fell to his knees and burst into tears. Chapter 277. She's really good at it. The next morning, Zun Zun and the others enjoyed breakfast at Megumin's house, which had become their hangout. After breakfast, Aqua pestered Megumin. Hey, Megumin, since you're here, why don't you take us on a tour of the village? What sightseeing? This village is at war with the Demon King's army, don't you get it? Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes. Perhaps he thought a leisurely sightseeing wouldn't be a good idea while the village was at war with the Demon King's army, so he said that. But Zun Zun thought there was no need. The scene of the Crimson Demons rampaging through the Demon King's army the day before was still fresh in their minds, so a little relaxation wouldn't be a big deal. Well, since nothing's happening in the village, we can probably go back to Axel's, right? Great. Someone on the team knows teleportation magic, so we won't be chased by orcs on the way back. Hey, Kazuma, are you leaving as soon as you arrive? Because this village doesn't need rescuing. Sato Kazuma thought he'd come to curry favor, to seize both the Demon King's generals and the Crimson Demons. But now it seems, the Demon King's generals? He definitely won't be coming back. That's true, but the Crimson Demons believe in striking first. So? As long as we find the Demon King's generals first and defeat them, we can get a huge reward. I see. He nodded in understanding after hearing Zun Zun's explanation. With that, they were no longer in a hurry, and their main goal was to defeat the Demon King's generals. However, they still had some sightseeing to do today. Darkness wanted to visit the blacksmith, so she went alone, while Zun Zun and the other two acted as guides, leading the remaining two team members around the Crimson Demon village. Despite its sparse population, this small village covers a vast area. Thanks to its unusual number of off-limits areas and its transformation into a tourist attraction, it's quite popular. Right. First stop, we're going to the mixed hot springs. Hey, Kazuma. Sato Kazuma, receiving the map, immediately headed for the mixed hot springs, showing no reservations, earning him disgusted looks from Aqua and the other girls. Of course, they weren't going there. Their first stop was the Nico Shrine, practically identical to the one in Tachimato. The only difference was that the deity worshipped there was a cat-eared girl in a school swimsuit, something not even a modern-day Sato Kazuma could complain about. They arrived at the wishing well. Zun Zun pointed at the tranquil lake and said, "This is where I practiced cultivation. I suffered a lot here, training, like this." Then Sato Kazuma saw him walk on water, as if he were on dry land, without even sinking. Sato Kazuma clapped his hands. He had seen this trick during the hot spring purification mission with Zun Zun, and thought it was so cool that he wanted to ask Zun Zun to teach it to him, but Aqua got angry and forgot. Hey, where's Aqua? As they were about to leave, they noticed that the idiot goddess had disappeared. Ripples rippled over the surface of the spring, and then the idiot who claimed to be the water goddess poked her head out and slowly rose up. Zun Zun wordlessly tossed a coin into the water. Aqua looked at him approvingly and then, condescendingly, pulled a gold coin and a silver coin out of the water, asking which one belonged to Zun Zun. Zun Zun, of course, replied that neither belonged to him. Aqua, recognizing his honesty, gave all 3 coins to Zun Zun. Enough already. Sato Kazuma looked heartbroken. He was speechless at the thought of telling the story of the 3 axes in front of modern people. Megumin didn't know her. When Aqua told him the story of the woodcutter and the river god, the distinguished Crimson Demon said she would turn it into a tourist attraction to enhance the appeal of Crimson Demon Village. Then they arrived at a mysterious and enormous facility. This is an underground facility that seals a weapon capable of destroying the world. Is it true? Sato Kazuma stared at the enormous reinforced concrete structure, stunned. It's fake. Zun Zun patted him on the shoulder and said, although the Crimson Demons do seal a weapon capable of destroying the world, I guarantee you that this isn't it. Don't worry, really? Then I feel relieved. Wait, what did you just say? Sato Kazuma was even more stunned. Upon learning that the Crimson Demon Village once sealed an evil god and an unknown goddess, and that many other unknown evil gods still existed, Sato Kazuma cursed the seals for being useless and even considered running away. However, the reason they had been brought here was not to see the mysterious facility, but for something else. Wow, it's a farm, Aqua and Sato Kazuma exclaimed. That's right, this is the land that Zun Zun had farmed himself. It was this vast expanse of land that supported him, Yunyun, and Megumin's family. Wait, it seems that Megumin's family is the only one who relies on this land for their livelihood? Although Zun Zun scolded Piao Saburo for not taking good care of the land and letting the millet starve, now it seems that the harvest has yet to come in. What's wrong, Kazuma? You look a little weird. Nothing, I just can't stand seeing Sori stuck in the ground. He covered his face in pain. Zun Zun felt the same. Kazuma, you really don't understand anything. Sori only grows fertile when planted in the field. Aqua, shut up. You should know why I can't accept it, right? He took his anger out on the idiot goddess who had sent him there. By the way, why had she accepted it so quickly? Was she responsible for the flaw in the planting system? The more he thought about it, the more likely it became. The next stop was the clothing store. Despite their mental problems, the Crimson Demon's creations are quite popular. Even Piao Saburo's strange magical gadgets have a certain appeal. There they saw the store owner's relic. Although they wanted to complain, they let it pass in the end. Their last stop was the Red Prison, where Zun Zun and his friends went to school. Whether it was to enhance immersion or just to show off, Zun Zun was forced to wear the same uniform as Megumi and Yunyun. Oh, those uniforms are so cute, right? Megumi, flattered by Aqua, raised her head in triumph, while Sato Kazuma clenched his fists in frustration. Why pants, Lord Kazuma? I feel like I'm being offended. What's wrong? Nothing. Looking at Zun Zun with a gentle smile, Sato Kazuma instantly hunched his shoulders. Just then, the door opened, revealing three people in strange poses. I am Yao Gaohu, the most developed of the Crimson Demons, and one who will eventually become a rider. I am Ruan Huhu, the most protective of my younger brother in the Crimson Demons, known for having a brother complex. I am Dudugu, the most, what was he like? The strange name sounded familiar to Zun Zun, and he waved at them. You three, long time no see, who are you? Classmates from the Magic Academy, Zun Zun said indifferently. And then, the three of them, Yao Gaohu, quickly approached Yunyun, while Ruan Huhu and Dudugu stayed beside Megumin, each holding hands. I'll always support you, they said in unison. What on earth were these three up to? Sensing something was wrong, Zun Zun tugged on Yao Gaohu's arm and led him to a corner of the room. Hey, Yugu, what the hell are you doing? How cruel, Zun Zun. I'm helping you, helping me. Did you receive that letter? Yugu crossed his arms, dragging the giant slime along with him. This thing, even after 6 months, is still bigger than before and still growing. How greedy are her breasts? I wrote that letter on purpose. What did you say? I wrote it on purpose. No need to repeat yourself. I understood you perfectly. I ask you, why did you write that letter on purpose? Zun Zun found it very strange. If it weren't for his suggestions, it would be understandable why Yugu's writing was stiff. But with his suggestions, even after they had collaborated on a work, it was still so stiff. No, to be more precise, it was as if he was forcing him and Yunyun together. You couldn't have been, that's right, Yugu looked somewhat proud. I knew things weren't going well for you, Yunyun, and the others. You must be hesitant, right? That's why I wanted to give you a push. No wonder you said you supported me from the moment you came in. In modern parlance, they were just promoting a couple, but Yunyun was the one with Yunyun, and the other two were him and Megumin, so they were saying such weird things. That can't be, come to think of it, you seem to regard me as your partner. Megumin told me that back at the succubus shop. You, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Zun Zun was sweating profusely. Just as he expected to be scorned or even blamed, Yunyun crossed his arms and said, I don't care. What? I already told you, I don't care. But I hope you can wait a bit. I haven't matured yet. I still can't give birth to the strongest child. I don't think like that. Zun Zun said this, but his eyes couldn't help but fix on the giant slime Yunyun was holding. Honestly, it was too eye-catching. Why don't you take soft, silly mushroom, sticky curly, raisin, and even trap sister and the others? Hey, Let everyone give birth to your children. 108. And their duty is none other than to protect the goddess. Only the goddess could withstand the demon king's invasion. Together with their brothers, whose fates have been entrusted to them by their father, these young people throw themselves into the war between the goddess and the demon king for supremacy on earth. What sparks will fly, Saint Seiya? Seeing those scarlet eyes that constantly radiated inspiration and emitted a terrifying light, it was chilling. She was so good at it. One thing to say, she really was that good. Chapter 278 Suqing's Answer, The Peak of the Red Devil. Yugu is truly amazing. Zun Zun initially thought she was just an unrealistic novelist, but he didn't expect her to be so logical. For example, first becoming the strongest member of the Crimson Demon clan, then currying favor with the other girls, and finally getting the rest of the Crimson Demon clan to agree. The third point was the most difficult. However, Yugu was able to convince the Crimson Demon clan simply with the excuse that this will make the Crimson Demon clan even stronger than before, because to the others, it seemed practically a given. The greatest talent of the Crimson Demon clan in 1,000 years would bring the Crimson Demon clan to the top. Why did it seem so possible? The more he thought about it, Zun Zun couldn't help but wonder if he had overestimated himself. Was he, as they say, losing track of his true self and losing his mind? But, the Crimson Demon clan's harem. Zun Zun, are you listening to me? I haven't the slightest idea, Zun Zun, feeling a pat on his shoulder, declared righteously, leaving his classmates staring at him in confusion. Huh? Zun Zun came to a sudden realization. They had already left the school and were heading outside. Aqua asked curiously, Zun Zun, are you alright? You've been distracted since just now. Are you feeling unwell? Do you want me to heal you? Ahem, no, thank you. Zun Zun waved his hand. It was difficult to voice his delusions out loud. Being scolded was a small matter, being disliked was a big deal. So, what were you talking about just now? We were talking about school. Although Megumin was slightly surprised by Zun Zun's reaction, she didn't dwell on the topic. Instead, she talked about how she and Yunyun were the first to graduate from the academy. The academy run by the Crimson Demons had a strict rule: anyone who studied magic, whether it was lower level, intermediate, or upper level, had to graduate. Wasn't Zun Zun the first to graduate? Sato Kazuma looked at him strangely. He didn't say it directly, but his expression seemed to question whether Zun Zun was still a once-in-a-millennium genius. Kazuma, you really don't know how to hide your thoughts? There's no need to hide with your companions, is there? He spread his hands. That's right, Zun Zun repeated. Kazuma, you know that adventurers start with a set of skill points when they obtain an adventurer card, right? I know that. Take Aqua as an example. That idiot, perhaps because she's a goddess, has an insane amount of skill points to start with. She learned all the priest skills at level 1, even with extra points to learn useless banquet skills. She's completely different from Sato Kazuma, who started with only 1 skill point. Wait, could that mean? That's right. Zun Zun starts with 30 skill points, and learning advanced magic requires 30 skill points, Yunyun explained. Sato Kazuma pursed his lips. So Zun Zun can graduate from school right after starting this class, but this way I can't learn anything or get those rare skill point potions, so I'm delaying graduation. Zun Zun raised his head proudly. Now you know, I'm the answer to Suqing, the peak of the Crimson Devil. Wait, I disagree. Megumin was suddenly irritated. Naturally, she disliked competing for the title of the strongest Crimson Devil, and the two argued again. One claimed to have the most powerful magic, the other the greatest stamina, with neither yielding. Except for Sato Kazuma, who considered the Crimson Devils a race of vermin. In the midst of their argument, they arrived at a slightly higher hill and sat down on the grass to rest. What a pretty view, perfect for a picnic. I should have brought wine. Aqua, you're always thinking about drinking. They leisurely enjoyed the breeze and the quiet, peaceful panorama of the Crimson Demon village. Then, as if remembering something, Zun Zun said, speaking of which, there's an observation tower at the top of the hill. That incredibly powerful telescope can see the Demon King's castle and even his daughter changing her clothes. What did you say? Please take me there to see what's going on. Please, Kazuma, you really don't hide your desires. She was utterly disappointed in that scoundrel. Unable to resist Sato Kazuma's pleadings, Zun Zun had no choice but to take him to the observation platform. However, the Demon King's daughter wasn't there to see her change her clothes, and she returned disappointed. Upon returning, Sato Kazuma, perhaps because he hadn't succeeded, Curse the Crimson Demons for being such bad people, even for using the Demon King's castle as a trading post. He really wanted to teach them a lesson. The group, having completed their tour, descended the slope. Upon reaching the foot of the slope, what's that? From their vantage point, they could observe the entire village. Not far from Megumin's house, there was a wooden fence, and some dark figures were moving outside it. Using his clairvoyance, Sato Kazuma said, "Hey, Megumin, there are minions of the Demon King's army out there, and they're near your house, right?" Megumin's house was in a corner of the village, some distance away from the other houses. In that suburban area, a group of suspected members of the Demon King's army were stealthily gathering outside the fence. Since the alarm hadn't sounded, it meant the Crimson Demons hadn't spotted them yet. Let's see, those stubborn bastards are back. I wonder what their motive is. Probably the village compound, but the tomb of the evil god, hasn't it been unveiled? No, could it be? Sato Kazuma remembered what Tsutomu had just said about weapons capable of destroying the world. Perhaps that was what the Demon King's army was after. No matter what, let's not forget our purpose, to defeat the Demon King's generals, right? With their fists clenched, they rushed toward Megumin's house. Upon reaching their destination, they saw, what is this woman? Where did she come from? Lady Sylvia. This woman isn't seeking help or using powerful attacks. I wonder what her motive is? It could be a trap. Please retreat. The Demon King's army, having broken through the fence, faced Darkness, who was wielding her great sword. Darkness, apparently on her way back to Megumin's house, had bought them some time after hearing the sound of the Demon King's army breaking through the fence. Putting aside the offensive power of this perverted knight, her defense was top-notch. Even a powerful demon like Vanir was powerless against her, so she felt confident in standing in the way of the Demon King's army. Not entirely. I didn't expect that. Besides orcs, even the Demon King's officers would be women. Hey, you guys are the Demon King's henchmen after all. Let me see what nerve you have. If you have the guts to make me surrender, call me master. Shut up, Sato Kazuma shouted in frustration. His hopes for Darkness had vanished in an instant, leaving him completely devastated. Sylvia took a step forward. So you were deliberately using those aggressive attacks to make us think you were weak, but you were actually waiting for reinforcements. You're quite a prodigy. She seemed to admire Darkness. The perverted knight, after a clever move, said with a blank stare, yes, yes. Since you saw me. Well, I can't do anything. She was still a terrible liar. Sato Kazuma stepped forward, intending to use the aura of Darkness power to intimidate Sylvia, but then. You said you were an officer of the Demon King's army, Saber Light. Zun Zun suddenly attacked. A powerful magic instantly shot out, shocking Sylvia and kicking up a thick fog. Seeing this, Sato Kazuma couldn't help but shout, Zun Zun, what are you doing? We're introducing ourselves. What are you doing? We're introducing ourselves, Sylvia cried in frustration. When the dust cleared, it was revealed that not only he, but also the Demon King's army minions following him were unharmed, as if he had completely blocked the powerful magic. So this is a magic-resistant enemy. Hey, Zun Zun. Are you the type to wait for your enemy to finish speaking? Kazuma, Zun Zun stared at the slightly disheveled Sylvia, his eyes red as he spoke. I'm one of those who never give their enemy a chance. That said, I've seen many magic resistance, but there's always a limit. So, as a member of the Demon King's army, how powerful can you resist magic? Hey, wait, let's talk. I don't want to talk to you, you don't deserve it. Sylvia backed away in fear. At first, he hadn't taken the Crimson Demons seriously, but after being bombarded by their magic, he completely gave up his attack. If you were bombarded now, you, the Crimson Demon with the red jeweled crown, you're Zun Zun. My god. Do you know my name? I can't let you go, thinking you know too much? Zun Zun counted on his fingers as he approached Sylvia. This time, his target was the generals of the Demon King's army. If the underground hangars could be saved, he would be glad to take them. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? Sylvia sensed Zun Zun's killing intent and gritted her teeth, whispering, damn it. What is the Demon King thinking? Why should he let this guy go? Isn't he incredibly strong? Sensing the magical power emanating from Zun Zun, she understood that she had no chance of winning. Lady Sylvia. Please go first, you guys, go, Lady Sylvia. You are our pride, our hope. You must avenge us. Seeing her subordinates determined to die, Sylvia was moved to tears. What kind of sobbing are you faking? No one can escape. Zun Zun's eyes were red as he raised his arms and shouted at the arriving tribesmen. This is the final festival. Don't let them escape. Capture them and use them as subjects for magical experiments. The shouts continued. I'll definitely return. After such a harsh declaration, Sylvia and the others turned and fled, while the red demons, led by Zun Zun, chased after them. Chapter 279 Kazuma. Sato Kazuma and the others wanted to chase after them, but the crimson demons, led by Zun Zun, were so frenzied they were terrifying. Unable to intervene, they decided not to intervene and returned to Megumin's house to wait. Aqua was demonstrating her skills for Xiaomi and darkness, Megumin and Yunyun were playing chess, and Sato Kazuma was experimenting with other worldly goods, hoping to sell them to Vanir for more money. Honestly, it wasn't just the crimson demons, none of them sensed the danger of the village being invaded by a demon king's army general. It was inevitable. That demon king's army general was so cowardly, chasing after Zun Zun and the others, that he didn't even have the aura of a strong man. Soon, the good news would spread throughout the village. They had successfully eliminated the demon king's army general, Sylvia. They just had to wait patiently for their share of the money. That night, before dinner, Zun Zun came running in from outside, his expression somewhat out of sorts. Or perhaps, thoughtful, would be a more accurate description. Everyone greeted him. Sato Kazuma also asked curiously, how about it? Did you manage to kill Sylvia? It seems not. It wasn't a happy expression, judging by Zun Zun's reaction, probably not. As expected, sorry, I accidentally let Sylvia escape. It's okay, it's okay. He's an officer in the Demon King's army after all. How could he not have some means of survival? Besides, isn't it always like that in stories? Villains are invincible cockroaches, Sato Kazuma reassured him. If an officer in the Demon King's army had been determined to escape, few would have been able to stop him. They were officers because they were powerful. Even the seemingly weak Lich Queen could be formidable when she got angry. But I already used it to see who had the toughest life. What did you say? Sato Kazuma was stunned. In his opinion, this move should be a trump card, the protagonist's trump card in times of crisis, never used unless absolutely necessary. After all, it's a double-edged sword, mishandling it could lead to death. Who would have thought that Zun Zun would use it so recklessly, as if he didn't care about dying? No, he was convinced that his destiny was stronger. Then the result, as you expected, it failed, huh? But I didn't die either, huh? Hearing Zun Zun's words, everyone stopped what they were doing and gathered in front of him. What's wrong? Normally, this is a life or death move. Since it failed, Zun Zun should have died. Aqua, do you wish for Zun Zun to die? Kazuma, don't be picky. I'm only speaking the truth. Besides, even if he dies, I can bring him back. The idiot goddess was right. It was precisely because of Aqua's presence that Zun Zun dared to use his killing attack so recklessly, but unexpectedly, it didn't work this time. Darkness asked, could it be because the distance wasn't enough? No, this move is a lock-on technique. No matter how far away you are, once you lock onto the target, you can't dodge. Zun Zun shook his head. He understood his own abilities best. The abilities derived from his inherent spirit equipment were practically equivalent to those of the rule-based system, which was why they were so powerful. Could it be that Sylvia possesses defensive abilities? Yes, that officer of the Demon King's army. Did my father's letter say she was immune to magic? Megumin and Yunyun spoke in quick succession. Magic immunity was real. Zun Zun and the others had used so much magic, yet it hadn't caused any harm to Sylvia. Her magic immunity was almost as strong as a white whale's, a bit of an exaggeration. But Zun Zun was certain that wasn't the reason. After all, the battle for harder lives wasn't about magic, but about rule-based abilities that transcended it, abilities that were absolutely impossible to defend against. Then, Sato Kazuma also looked thoughtful, and the others subconsciously looked at him. After a brief silence, he spoke slowly. Perhaps it's because Sylvia isn't hostile. No hostility, that's right. Sylvia had no intention of fighting and was constantly fleeing, so it wasn't effective, huh? Suddenly, it hit him. Should we say that Sato Kazuma's brain is incredibly fast? In fact, he figured it out, and Zun Zun's thinking became more and more plausible. Ever since he acquired and used this ability, he has treated everyone he fights with hostility. Kurigane Iki, General Winter, the Toxic Slime, Urza. Wait a moment, what's wrong, Kazuma, where are you? Zun Zun looked at Sato Kazuma. He hadn't forgotten how he'd used him as a target to demonstrate this move, only to die and face Eris instead. Of course I have hostility, eh? Hearing Sato Kazuma's words, everyone looked at him with disgust and disdain, but this bastard shouted, "Hey! Zun Zun was clearly using me as an experiment back then, how could I not have hostility?" Suddenly, everything made sense. "Really? Yet, I forgive you, why are you making it seem like I'm in the wrong?" Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes in frustration. It wasn't his fault, but he was always being blamed for being the culprit. Did they suspect him just because he always did something outrageous? Is there still law in this world? Is there even any law at all? It's unbearable. He stood up, as if he didn't want to say anything else, and prepared to leave. "Where are you going, Kazuma? It's almost time for dinner. I'm not going to eat. I'm going to the hot springs." The hot springs. Zun Zun, Megumin, and Yunyun exchanged glances. Did the Crimson Demons have hot springs? How could they not know? They immediately realized that this guy must be thinking about the mixed hot springs. It was surprising that Sato Kazuma was still thinking about that. He was speechless. But to keep the show going, Zun Zun and Megumin covered Yunyun's mouth, preventing her from telling him the sad truth. Dinner was enjoyable. When they were about to fall asleep, Sato Kazuma still hadn't returned. There was nothing to worry about. Even if the Demon King's army were to harass them, they would be no match for the crazy, no, powerful mages of the Crimson Demons. That's right, the Demon King's army is attacking. The Demon King's army is attacking. It seems that part of the Demon King's army has already invaded the village. Repeat, the Demon King's army is invading. The Demon King's army is invading. This worried them. Zun Zun and the others immediately got out of their beds and prepared to fight the Demon King's army. Time rewinded a few hours. Damn it. Why do they have to treat me like this? I'm clearly the victim. Sulking, Sato Kazuma was fed up with this place. He decided to leave tomorrow and not bother the Demon King's army officials anymore. But before that, I have to try the hot springs here. After all, I'm a hot spring expert. Sato Kazuma walked into the bathhouse with a serious face. Seeing the sign above that red mixed hot spring, he felt that the small mountain village was too simple, direct, and bold. Such a sign was simply immoral. Therefore, he had to go in, criticize the shop owner, and ask him to change the name to something more elegant. By the way, this place is so small, is there really a hot spring? The hot spring hotel they had stayed at in Alcanrisha was nestled against a mountain, covering a vast expanse, and the building in front of them, no, there had to be only one hot spring, and they had to bathe together, hence the name Mixed Hot Spring. That was it. Sato Kazuma leaped in, and as he dove into the pool. Isn't this a damn public bath? Fraud. A blatant fraud. Sato Kazuma clenched his fists in anger. This wasn't a mixed hot spring, just a normal public bath. There wasn't even a mixed bathing area that could serve as a substitute for a meal. His innocent heart shattered. "Oh, you're from outside. I've seen you before. You're the one returning to the village with Zun Zun and the others, aren't you?" An old man spoke to him. With a courtesy that comes from respect for one's elders and affection for one's young, Sato Kazuma chatted with the old man and learned that the name of the public baths, Mixed Hot Springs, dated back many years, and that it was just an ordinary public bath. "Damn, I got swindled, ha ha ha. Quite a few of you outsiders have been swindled," the old man laughed heartily. Sato Kazuma said angrily, "Why don't you change such a misleading name? Aren't you afraid the customers will complain? Who would dare, eh?" Although there were some complaints at first, they soon died down, the old man said indifferently. Sato Kazuma then understood that with a race of vermin like the Crimson Demons, few would dare cause trouble there. After all, even the officers of the Demon King's army would flee at the first sign of trouble. He also realized that it was no wonder the village's tourism industry hadn't developed. There were too many obstacles. Really? This village is so strange, don't say that. In fact, there are many interesting places in the village, like forbidden areas, and forbidden areas. Hey, the Crimson Demons have forbidden areas everywhere, something Sato Kazuma had already experienced today. Well, but is there a place you might like? Where? It doesn't matter, it's the Cat Ear Girl Shrine, the Hill of the Goddess of Love, or a forbidden area, the Succubus Tavern. What did you say? At the mention of the word succubus, Sato Kazuma's disinterest suddenly flared. There's a succubus tavern here too. Oh, you're very interested. The other adventurers were just as excited to hear about this place. Alice, I don't know what's so great about it that you like it so much. Seeing the skinny old crimson demon, Sato Kazuma said seriously, old man, it's best for you to go less often. My son said the same thing. But it's true, every time I go I feel very tired and it takes me several days to recover. Brat, what's with that expression? No, should I say that you're still strong and vigorous, or that you're still ruthless, going to a succubus shop at such an old age? Are you trying to commit suicide? Hearing that there was a succubus tavern, Sato Kazuma couldn't contain the unease in his heart. After bidding farewell to the old man, he ran out of the baths. The old man looked at his flustered back with amusement and sighed. You are an adventurer after all. You couldn't wait to run when you heard there was a tavern. Oh, it's great to be young. Chapter 280 Princess Kazuma Biki. Chapter 280, Kazuma equals Princess Peach. Hey, wake up, who is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Sato Kazuma felt himself being shaken, and when he opened his bleary eyes and saw the person in front of him clearly, he suddenly woke up with a start. Sylvia, it's me. By the way, why are you slumped over by the side of the road? Being drunk is bad for your health. I have mixed feelings about being waited on by an officer of the Demon King's army. This older sister was really deep in thought. Honestly, Sato Kazuma felt a little sorry for her. Now, not only did she not want to fight them, she even wanted to give up. Why did you drink so much? What happened? Well, various reasons. Sato Kazuma awkwardly scratched his cheek. He couldn't just say that he'd heard of a succubus shop and ran over there excitedly, only to find that there wasn't one there, just an ordinary tavern. Having his hopes dashed, he drank his revenge and collapsed by the side of the road, with no one caring about him. It would be too embarrassing. Compared to that, where's this place? Sato Kazuma asked, looking around. He discovered that it was the same place he had been during the day. This is the entrance to the Crimson Demon Village's underground hangar. It's where the Crimson Demon clan sealed the weapons that can destroy the world, Sylvia explained as she took out something strange. It looked very familiar. Is it a barrier breaker? You know a lot. Yes, it's the tool that can destroy barriers. It was originally exclusive to the Demon King's army, but I've heard it's become popular in Axel lately. By the way, you're from Axel, right? Do you know anything about it? I don't know, Sato Kazuma lied decisively. He couldn't just say that the barrier breaker had been sold out by a fellow teammate and member of the Crimson Demon clan, could he? It doesn't matter if you don't know. You can go now. Huh? Why are you so surprised? We don't hold any grudges, and you didn't chase after me during the day. I thought you were going to use me as a hostage to threaten my comrades. There's something fishy about your eyes. Can you pretend I didn't say anything? I'd really appreciate it, Sato Kazuma said, backing away. But Sylvia's tentacles caught him, her brown eyes flashed with a terrifying light. You're very clever. It seemed he wouldn't be able to escape. Elsewhere, Zun Zun and the others began searching for the Demon King's army officers. As they were always interested in the forbidden area of the Crimson Demon Village, they headed straight for it. Soon they found Sato Kazuma in the underground hangar. Hey! Princess Peach, we're here to save you, Peach. Hearing their screams, Sato Kazuma turned around and shouted angrily at Zun Zun and the others. Who's Peach? He also felt something strange inside. The order to open the underground hangar door had come from Xiaobing. He'd just been called Princess Peach again. What did that mean? Was it some FC game from somewhere? Was it some antique? Since you're always being kidnapped, calling you Peach doesn't matter. Hey, compared to that, what's going on in there? Before he could get angry, Zun Zun gestured with his chin for her to explain. Behind him, the underground hangar door slammed shut, and Sylvia's screams could be faintly heard from inside. Well, how should I put it? Sato Kazuma then recounted the details of how Sylvia had found him dead, drunk, in the bar, then brought him there and tricked him into pushing her in. That's it. Sylvia, thanks to my ingenuity, was locked in here. It seems this door can't be opened from the inside. If I leave it like this for a month, I think she'll calm down. As if to confirm her story, Sylvia's subtle insults echoed from the underground hangar, while Darkness and the others were engrossed in something else. Him? Could it be? Sylvia is a man. Sato Kazuma's expression was very ugly. At the same time, his right hand subconsciously covered his anus. No wonder this guy had the nerve to push Sylvia into the underground hangar. He must have known the other party was a transvestite, so he didn't hold back. He waved his hand and said, "Relax, didn't Zun Zun say there are no weapons here that can destroy the world? There's nothing to fear." Well, no matter how powerful he is, he shouldn't be able to activate the weapons inside. Because no one knows how to activate them. "But I didn't expect Sylvia to be able to break the seal." Megumin said this with an unexpected expression. The others nodded. Sato Kazuma closed his mouth. He decided not to reveal that he had opened the seal. Darkness watched the knocking on the door from inside and said pityingly, "A demon king's general trapped in there, turned into a mummy. After all, it seems too pitiful to be defeated like this. What ridiculous pity. He's a demon king's general, incredibly powerful. And most importantly, this time I'll get 300 million heiress, so I can drink some delicious sparkling wine." Aqua began to imagine a bright future. "Oh, goddess, defeating the demon king's general was all thanks to me, of course I know, thanks to the wise and brave Mr. Kazuma. But we're all on the same team, so a small share of the reward wouldn't be a problem. That depends on your performance." The two men, cunning as villains, laughed mischievously and triumphantly, echoing the angry shouts from the underground hangar. The other Crimson Demons also praised Sato Kazuma. Sato Kazuma, elated and already planning how to spend the 300 million reward, saw Zun Zun's expression twitch slightly, and a bad feeling washed over him. "Zun Zun, aren't you worried, because very dangerous weapons are stored here? Wait, didn't you say it can't destroy the world?" "Are you joking?" "I'm not joking, it's just..." Zun Zun wanted to say something more. But the other Crimson Demons seemed indifferent. They said, "It's okay, even we don't know how to use it, let alone Sylvia." "That's right, we don't know how that guy opened the underground hangar, but to think he could use it as a pipe dream, impossible, absolutely impossible. If Sylvia can use that thing, I'll strip naked and run around Crimson Demon Village." Their flags continued to wave. Sato Kazuma hadn't been too worried, but now he had to worry. Could Sylvia really use a weapon that would destroy the world? Hey, are these people saying this on purpose? Do Crimson Demons have a habit of causing trouble? Do they just enjoy planting flags? I must say it, yes. Crimson Demons would rather die than look good. What's there to be proud of? Sato Kazuma was troubled by Zun Zun's smug look. Megumin reassured them, "It's true that Crimson Demons like to cause trouble, but it shouldn't be a problem." There's no sound from inside. Perhaps she's already collapsed from lack of air. Everyone listened intently, realizing that the screams and cursing had faded without them realizing it. But the feeling of unease only grew stronger. How to describe it? The calm before the storm. Darkness looked puzzled. He stomped his foot and said, "Everyone, the ground seems to be shaking. Hey, something's not right. I have a bad feeling." "I think we better go," said Sato Kazuma. Aqua said foolishly, "Wait a minute, what's the matter, Mr. Kazuma? We've finally defeated a general of the Demon King, and we haven't even discussed how to use the reward. How about we split it? You're always like this. Why do you have to plant the flag? Zun Zun, let's demonstrate our retreat. I'll leave the teleportation magic to you." "No, it's too late, Ga." Zun Zun shook his head helplessly, and Sato Kazuma's words were taken aback. Suddenly, rumbling sounds were heard, and the ground heaved, sending clouds of dust flying everywhere. Amid the smoke and dust, illuminated by the moonlight, ha 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 ha, triumphant, unrestrained laughter rang out. "You're amazing, little brother. But you think I just wanted to draw my weapons? My name is Sylvia, and as you can see, be it a weapon or anything else, my ability allows me to fuse it with my body, making us one." The dust cleared. What appeared was Sylvia, her lower body transformed into serpentine, metallic form, laughing triumphantly. "I am Sylvia, a growth-type synthetic beast, one of the Demon King's officers." Her belated introduction sent everyone into panic, and the Crimson Demons cried out in pain. "It's the Magus Killer. The Magus Killer has been possessed. Damn it, a magic-resistant Magus Killer." The name itself sounded sinister. Sato Kazuma had assumed there was nothing to fear. After all, they still had the Crimson Demons, a race of insects, here. A mere Magus Killer. "No, leave this village. Goodbye, my village. Goodbye, Crimson Demon Village." Then, the Crimson Demons, who had initially seemed so confident, quickly teleported away, leaving only Sato Kazuma and a few others behind. He was stunned. Then he quickly turned his head and shouted at Zun Zun, "Wait a minute, Zun Zun. Didn't you say there isn't any weapon here that can destroy the world?" "This weapon can't destroy the world, but the one fused with Sylvia is called the Magus Killer. It has the property of invalidating magic. It is the nemesis of all magical professions, such as the Crimson Demon Clan. Hey. I said it can't destroy the world, but I didn't say it can't destroy the Crimson Demon Village. Are you kidding? After a brief silence, the forbidden area in front of the underground hangar erupted with an even louder roar. Chapter 281 Super. The Crimson Demon Village was on fire. It wasn't just an emotional qualifier like I'm on fire, but a literal blaze. On Demon Hill, worshipped by couples, Zun Zun and the others had taken shelter with the Crimson Demons, overlooking the burning village. Our home, Yukio muttered with a rueful expression, gazing at the sea of fire, the very place where her home burned. Something seemed inseparable there. Yes, that was her home, the place she held most dear, the place she held most dear. Yet now, Sylvia, like a fire-breathing dragon, had set the village ablaze with burning crimson. Most of the Crimson Demons were capable of teleportation, so there were no casualties. Still, the village was engulfed in flames. Sato Kazuma, the man who had caused this, felt a pang of guilt. It was all his fault, for accidentally opening the seal on the underground hangar. But if he hadn't, his own ass would have been blown to bits. Because of his own innocence, he couldn't do anything, as he convinced himself. By the way, how did Sylvia open that seal? What are you talking about, Zun Zun? I don't know. Sato Kazuma turned his head subconsciously, too guilty to look Zun Zun in the eye. This guy. It didn't matter, he couldn't be entirely blamed. Not even Zun Zun expected that after expelling Sylvia from the village, they would be reunited. In any case, we have no choice but to leave this place. It's not pleasant to let the Demon King's army have its way, but as long as we're alive, we can start all over again. The clan leader said this seriously. The other Crimson Demons agreed. As the saying goes, if you're still alive, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. If you're still alive, you can start all over again. Just as the Crimson Demons were about to pack up their belongings and flee, someone suddenly stood up. No, I want to go back, Zun Zun. Seeing the person who stood up, everyone was stunned. Sato Kazuma couldn't help but pull his arm and shouted, Hey, Zun Zun, calm down. I know you're angry about the village being destroyed, but this isn't the time to blindly retaliate. Let's tackle the future and try again. This time I'll help you, to make up for my mistake. Not only him, but Aqua, Darkness, and the rest of the Crimson Demon Clan also urged Zun Zun to calm down. No, Kazuma, Zun Zun shook his head. Stopping Sato Kazuma from saying anything else, he instructed him to look around. Don't you think there are fewer people here? Fewer people? Sato Kazuma quickly turned around, looking for someone familiar. Aqua, with a foolish look, Darkness, a melancholy Megumin, and also Zun Zun. Your sister and I are the ones who caught you. Although Yunyun was often criticized for his lack of presence, she was still a comrade, and at this critical moment, how could he not think of her? And Zun Zun's sister, the most beautiful of the Crimson Demon Clan, was even more important. That's right, then I'm going back, comrades and family. A village they couldn't give up on, no matter what. Not even Sato Kazuma knew how to persuade them in this situation. Then, no, Kazuma. I can't put you in danger. Don't worry. I've learned teleportation magic, and with the help of the spirits, even if I can't defeat Sylvia, I can still take the opportunity to escape. Zun Zun pressed his index finger against Sato Kazuma's mouth as it tried to open. Great. Sato Kazuma was almost mesmerized. In fact, aside from the clueless and foolish goddess Aqua, Zun Zun was the strongest of the team. And with the help of the spirits, there shouldn't be any problems. The village chief also stepped forward. Are you really leaving? Yes, what if you never come back? Then I'll never come back. The gloomy atmosphere was revealed once again, and the Crimson Demons looked sad. They looked at Zun Zun as if he were a lone hero. Aqua whispered, Hey, Kazuma, even if Zun Zun dies, I can still be resurrected. Why are you all so sad? Shut up. The excitement that Sato Kazuma had effortlessly built up was dashed by her stupid words. The idiot goddess was truly a demoralizing, hopeless one. The clan leader looked deeply at Zun Zun and sighed, as if resigned. I understand. I have no right to stop you. After all, you and Yunyun don't have that kind of relationship. Wait a minute, Megumin exclaimed, waving her wand and shouting, what exactly is the relationship between Zun Zun and Yunyun? Explain it to me, you two. Shut up. Yes, Megumin, don't make things worse. Sato Kazuma and Darkness, holding her shoulders and covering her mouth, prevented the frantic girl from ruining this scene worthy of an adventure story. The rest of the Crimson Demons raised their voices. Go, Zun Zun, show that guy the power of the Crimson Demons. You are the pride of the Crimson Demons. We believe in you. Destroy him. The hopes and blessings of the tribe members continued to flow. Yu Guwei even hugged Zun Zun and gently kissed him on the forehead, causing Megumin to become even more jealous and frantic. Go, hero. Don't forget the promise you made to me. My children and I will await your return. I will return. Zun Zun raised his right fist and shouted, I am the strongest, and I hold victory in my grasp. Be it humans or demons, I will defeat all enemies that stand in my way. I will crush any enemy that stands in my way. With that, he turned around and stalked away, as if he had made up his mind. Let go of me, let go of me, Megumin, don't bite my hand. Darkness, in pain, let go of the hand covering Megumin's mouth, glaring at the frantic girl with grievance. She glared at Sato Kazuma furiously, causing him to subconsciously let go of her shoulder. Then she patted her wrinkled magic robe. I want to go too. Yunyun is my best friend. She's no different from me and my sisters. How can I just sit back and watch? Megumi said with conviction and determination. She hoped for the blessing of her tribe and companions, but unexpectedly, Sato Kazuma sneered. Forget it, Megumi. You're just a magician. Going will only cause trouble for Zun Zun. Don't forget that Sylvia now has a weapon that grants her immunity to magic. You're lost, Megumi's face darkened. As much as she hated to admit it, Sato Kazuma was speaking the truth. If she went and didn't see any results, she would become a burden and cause trouble for Zun Zun. Megumi always did that, but this time she didn't want that, and she didn't want to be useless either. But we can't just sit idly by, right? What are you talking about? We have a more important mission. A more important mission. X3 hearing what Sato Kazuma said, Darkness, Aqua, and the others spoke in unison. Megumin, there must be a way to deal with that weapon called the Magic Killer, right? Yes. Legend has it that long ago, when the Magic Killer suddenly went out of control and wreaked havoc, our ancestors used the weapon now sealed in the underground hangar and ultimately destroyed it. Since the opportunity was slim, we decided to keep it as a souvenir and reseal it. I really want to complain about why they left behind something so dangerous, but it's just as I expected. Sato Kazuma snapped his fingers. Aqua rather politely asked, what do you mean? Sato Kazuma looked at her approvingly and said, when weapons are developed, how to destroy them is also considered. Or, if you understand how they work, you know how to destroy them naturally. So, in order to prevent weapons from becoming inoperable during development, protective devices are almost always developed. Kazuma, you're saying there's a weapon in the underground hangar to counter the Magus Slayer? Yes, he snapped his fingers again, and his praise for Aqua increased. Megumin shook her head. Kazuma, it's a shame no one knows how to use the weapon that defeated the Magus Slayer. There are documents in the village that supposedly describe how to use it, but even the clan leader and his men can't decipher them. He had assumed that was the case. The Crimson Demons were very clever, they must have figured that out a long time ago. But we can't just sit around waiting to die, can we? Sato Kazuma shouted. With magic ineffective, the only way to defeat Sylvia and the Magus Slayer is hidden in the underground hangar. We have to go there no matter what. Well, yes, if it's ever going to be useful. Megumin looked at Zun Zun, who was steadily struggling against Sylvia. Her expression was so desolate, as if she'd been abandoned. Could it be? Sato Kazuma shook his head and said, well, let's go to the underground hangar first and take out that weapon. Uncle Clan Leader, I'm counting on you to cover for me. That's a good idea. Let's try it. A solo shot? I don't mind that feeling either. Rather, this is our favorite plan. They're outsiders, but they seem to understand. The clan leader nodded seriously. Not only that, but even the Crimson Demons were enthusiastic. It seemed that this plan had amused them. Normally, upon hearing such a dangerous proposal, Sato Kazuma would have refused without hesitation. However, the image of Tsutomu, who had just valiantly fought a powerful enemy for his sister, lingered in his mind. I've never defeated a Demon King's general before. A mere synthetic beast, I'll destroy you. Thinking of this, Sato Kazuma raised his arms and shouted. Everyone, let's go. And thanks to the Crimson Demons casting various spells from a distance, Sato Kazuma and his companions managed to infiltrate the underground hangar. There, they glimpsed a part of the world's truth. the origin of the Crimson Demons, the weapons that could defeat Sylvia, and even the video game console. As they rushed out, the ground suddenly shook, and they staggered. "Wah, what's going on? Hey! What happened?" Sato Kazuma yelled helplessly. Aqua also fell to the ground, but not before clutching the video game console she had taken out of the hangar. Darkness held Megumin, who was about to fall. "Kazuma, look over there, what's going on again?" Sato Kazuma frantically scratched his face. He didn't want to worry about anything right now, he only wanted to find the electromagnetic accelerator cannon that could defeat Sylvia, eliminate the enemy, and get through this difficult situation. But suddenly, he felt a wave of unease. And at the same time, he sensed that something was wrong. Unconsciously, the sounds of destruction he had heard a moment ago had faded. Bewildered, Sato Kazuma looked around. Sylvia had grown so large that she could be found instantly from any point in the village. In the distance, Sylvia froze, his gaze fixed on a single point. Right in front of him was Zun Zun. And not just him, but someone else. It was his sister, Talua. Zun Zun was kneeling on the ground, holding Talua in his arms, his expression desolate, his voice muttering, "No, no way." Sato Kazuma had a bad feeling. How should he put it? It was a common plot in adventure manga, an omen that was both irritating and thrilling. In fact, Sato Kazuma had enjoyed these kinds of plots before. While the sacrifice of loved ones or teammates was heartbreaking, the exciting plot that followed was irresistible. However, as I said, that was a manga plot, it would only be painful if it happened in real life. He suppressed the urge to search for the electromagnetic accelerator cannon and returned to Demon Hill to meet with the clan leader and his men. "Uncle Clan Leader, she just helped Zun Zun fend off the Magic Slayer's attack, and already, was this really it?" Sato Kazuma clenched his fists, secretly berating himself for being so late. If only he had deciphered the documents in the underground hangar earlier, if only he had obtained the electromagnetic accelerator cannon earlier. No, if only he hadn't trapped Sylvia in the hangar, this wouldn't have happened. Damn it. It's all my fault. No, he couldn't wallow in his grief. The urgent task now was to defeat Sylvia and prevent any further casualties. "Uncle Clan Leader," Sato Kazuma was about to say something when he heard an angry roar in the distance. Sharply turning his head, he saw the cage in Zun Zun's arms dissipate in a flash of light. Meanwhile, the Crimson Demons all displayed sorrowful expressions. Hey, Sato Kazuma's heart skipped a beat. But this was only the beginning. Zun Zun, seemingly unable to accept this reality, closed his eyes and roared at the sky, his furious roar echoing throughout the Crimson Demon village. The ground trembled. Witnessing this scene, the Crimson Demon's sorrowful and pained expressions transformed into ecstasy and astonishment. That's right, Clan Leader, that must be it. Could it be true? The Crimson Demon clan's unique supernova is about to transform today. The clan leader was both shocked and delighted. Unable to contain his anger, Sato Kazuma hurriedly asked, "Uncle Clan Leader, what happened to Zun Zun?" Then, he saw the clan leader's eyes shining with a red light. "Zun Zun is going to become a super red devil." "What did you say?" The Chinese class was defeated and almost spat out blood. Chapter 282 Kamehameha Wave. Super Crimson Demons. What are they? Sato Kazuma, admittedly short-sighted, had no idea what Super Crimson Demons were. The only thing they had found in the underground hangar was that Crimson Demons came from cyborgs. There was no mention of anything like Super Crimson Demons. Perhaps that elderly Crimson Demon had overlooked the connection. After all, Crimson Demons possess numerous anomalies. The clan leader, he persisted, spoke with a mixture of agitation and fear. "Do you know why the Crimson Demons are so targeted by the Demon King's army, which constantly invades Crimson Village? Is it because you go on picnics at the Demon King's castle every year, litter and cast spells unscrupulously, and even place a telescope in the Demon King's daughter's room?" Sato Kazuma clearly sensed the clan leader's pause. No, he wasn't lying. Zun Zun had told him everything. Honestly, if his castle were harassed daily by a group of mentally ill people, he too would go crazy, and even more so if they allied themselves with the Axis cult. Sato Kazuma was certain that if he were the Demon King, he would eliminate the Crimson Demons as soon as possible. The leader of the Crimson Demons continued his tale. "The reason our Crimson Demons are so troublesome to the Demon King is because 1,000 years ago, our Crimson Demons produced a peerless genius." Wait a minute, the Crimson Demons only have 400 years of history. You can't fool me, That genius was originally an ordinary crimson demon, but due to some tragedies, he completely transformed into a powerful being of a higher order. Ignore me, Sato Kazuma couldn't help but grumble. He had just read about the origins of the crimson demons in the underground hangar and knew that these Chunibayao-dominated creatures were actually cyborgs with a history of only 400 years. How was it possible that they had a history of over 1,000 years? So Zun Zun is beginning his transformation, just like that genius, exactly. After the death of his friend at the hands of the mighty Demon King, that genius, overcome by rage, attained the transformation form exclusive to the Crimson Demon Clan, the Super Crimson Demon Clan. In this form, not only the Crimson Demon's magical, physical, and mental strength increases exponentially, but also their perception and soul power. They are true Super Crimson Demons. You're making this up. Do you really think I don't know anything about Super Saiyans? Sato Kazuma lashed out at the Crimson Demon Clan leader. How could I possibly not know of an anime that was arguably world-class, one with such a huge impact on the world? Besides, since we already know that the Crimson Demons are all Chunibayao, this must be the setting. Phew, all the Crimson Demon Clan members unconsciously knelt on the ground, their faces panting. Stop pretending. You're getting carried away with the drama. Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes. However, Megumin struggled to hold on to the ground, keeping herself from collapsing. She spoke, Kazuma, haven't you noticed that the magical power in the atmosphere is rapidly depleting? Yeah, the magical power is depleting, Kazuma, that's right, I feel it too. As Sato Kazuma waved his hand nonchalantly, Darkness and Aqua also knelt, somewhat uncomfortably. Hey. This is the setting, right? What do you do? Why is everyone like this? Are you joking? Wait, everyone is suffering, but why am I okay? Perhaps it's because you don't have enough magic power, Kazuma. After all, your level is low, you're just a mere adventurer, a mere low-level adventurer, what a pity. Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes in exasperation. These guys can't speak. While that's true, he had hoped they would understand and speak tactfully. Wait? So the Super Crimson Demons are real? Uncle Chief, that form exclusive to the Crimson Demon Clan you speak of, Crimson Demon Clan, the chief corrected him. Sato Kazuma raged. No matter what happens to that. The key is, what will become of Zun Zun? Well, I'm sorry, I don't know. The legends of the clan are so complex, and it's been so long that I have no idea what will become of him. You're such an inept boss, damn it. Sato Kazuma panicked. At first, he didn't believe it. After all, the Crimson Demon Clan was a group of hype people, like Shunibayao, and their credibility was practically zero. But now, he had to believe it, because a miraculous scene was unfolding before his eyes. Colorful, materialized magical power continuously converged into the vortex. At the center of the vortex, Zun Zun roared towards the heavens. He marveled at his lung capacity. The last time Sato Kazuma was so impressed was when his mother-in-law duplicated Kakarot's roar for 18 minutes, now it seemed like it had been almost that long. With his clairvoyance, he could see it clearly. Unconsciously, Zun Zun's hair turned red. It was unclear whether it was the materialization of magic or simply the change in color. His eyes, tinged with sadness and anger, had turned a heartbreaking crimson, involuntarily drawing him in. The spiky red hair and the powerful magic condensing around him. Wasn't this really a Super Saiyan? And a Super Saiyan god, at that? Red eyes, red hair, you mean red eyes, red hair? That's right, the Crimson Demon Clan records that when a member of the Crimson Demon Clan is enraged, they transform into their unique form, red eyes, red hair. You just said you didn't remember. Sato Kazuma was deeply skeptical of the clan leader's claims. Wasn't this guy joking? But given Zun Zun's current state, he couldn't help but believe it. Sylvia was also puzzled. She had been fighting Zun Zun relentlessly, believing that no one could stop him with his Mega Slayer form. She hadn't expected Zun Zun to be a match for him, and he even seemed to be subduing him over time. Seeing that things were going badly, Sylvia considered escaping, but her charged attack, meant for cover, somehow landed on Trapped, who seemed to be on the verge of death. She even babbled inexplicable phrases like, "Don't cry for me, don't seek revenge, go away, just do it for me, you must survive," and other nonsense. It was clear that Zun Zun wanted to leave, and no one could stop her. And hadn't Trapped ultimately used teleportation magic to escape on her own? Was her trick just a weak tactic, a simple delaying tactic, or was it that, The Magus Slayer was indeed effective against the Crimson Demons, but had no effect on Zun Zun? Sylvia didn't understand. But remembering that the Demon King had also told her not to attack Zun Zun, and not wanting to be his enemy, she feigned a truce. I say, let's stop, shall we? Sylvia waved her hands and said in a soft voice, hey, can we make up? But the person in front of her didn't react. Those red eyes bore into her, and Sylvia felt her hair stand on end. She looked around, searching for an escape route. But after fusing with the Magus Slayer, he was too large, and no matter how hard she tried to escape, he would be a huge and eye-catching sight. If this continued, Sylvia didn't have time to think, because Zun Zun had already adopted a strange pose. His hands formed a chalice, resting on his waist. He gathered a ball of light in his palms, chanting a strange incantation. Kami-Hami, she didn't know what kind of magic it was, or rather, as a member of the Demon King's army, she didn't know what it was. But it was powerful. All of her magical power was concentrated, constantly compressing and recompressing, forming a ball of light that converged in Zun Zun's hands. Sylvia didn't know if the Magus Slayer could stop her, but now she had no choice. Ha! Zun Zun shouted furiously, and a dazzling light flashed from his chalice-shaped palms. A wave of light surged out from the blinding light, swift, its long tail trailing like a meteor, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the silver tail that Sylvia had desperately raised as a shield. Furthermore, the ferocious beam of light tore a large hole in Sylvia's chest. The flash, without diminishing its power, continued toward the sacred peaks beyond the Crimson Demon village, impacting on a corner of the mountain. With a flash of light and the roar of an explosion, the affected corner was reduced to ash, leaving only a charred black mass, as if it had been blown away by explosive magic. Sato Kazuma gasped in astonishment at the sight. While Zun Zun's earlier gesture was familiar and could easily draw criticism, its power was undeniably terrifying. Not even Vanir could withstand it. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Magus Slayer be able to defend against magic? So he couldn't? He thought of what Zun Zun had said earlier, weapons have thresholds. As Zun Zun slowly lowered his hands, Sylvia's enormous body fell to the ground with a thud. Lying on the ground, nearly dead, the Demon King's army officer, synthetic beast director Sylvia, vomited blood as she stared at Zun Zun as he approached, muttering to herself in bewilderment. How could this happen? Am I done for, like this? Then she closed her eyes. Everyone, including the Crimson Demons who had retreated away from the scene, stared in bewilderment at the unresponsive Demon King's army officer. Their gazes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, where the winner stood proudly. They only heard, Sylvia, there's only one reason why you lose, you angered me. A second later, cheers echoed across the sky. Across the battlefield, Yunyun, who had finally reached a mountaintop intending to demonstrate her talent, pursed her lips in frustration as her chance slipped away. I am Yunyun, a Grand Mage, skilled in advanced magic, and the top Grand Mage of the Crimson Demon clan. I will eventually become the ruler of this place. Perhaps unwilling to let go of the words she had so painstakingly prepared, she finally spoke them. But then, embarrassed by what she was about to do, she covered her flushed cheeks and quickly slipped away. But on the way, she glanced at Zun Zun, who was standing in the crowd, his right fist raised in high spirits. How handsome, she murmured, leaving a trail of admiration in the air. Chapter 283 Commitment Exposed. After the battle, Sylvia's body was handed over to the Crimson Demons. The village elders planned to attempt to separate the Magus Slayer and then reseal it. Although Sato Kazuma was speechless and strongly condemned this, the Crimson Demons were a clan that refused to listen. However, it was likely impossible to separate them. After all, she was a composite beast and a commander-level member of the Demon King's army, so even with a short notice, it was likely impossible to separate them. The Crimson Demons made the necessary preparations. Using Sylvia's body as material, they created a suit of armor capable of deflecting magic and then sealed the resulting magical item. As the saying goes, one rises from where one falls, and this is always the case with the Crimson Demons, who seal such dangerous items. After the battle, Zun Zun became a hero of the village, achieving his fame at the top. There were even rumors of allying with Zun Zun and pressuring him to become the next clan leader. Sato Kazuma was sincerely happy for his companions, convinced that it was a well-deserved decision. It should have been a time to rejoice in the fruits of victory, a time for everyone to be merry. But the sadness that preceded it was unshakable. Rather, it was precisely because of sacrifice that victory was possible. Sato Kazuma, with a stricken expression, said, Zun Zun, about your sister, Zun Zun. Ah, it was Sister Taro. Kazuma, what did you just say, eh? He saw Zun Zun greet the most beautiful girl of the Crimson Demon clan running toward him, and for a moment, he was speechless. He turned around. Aqua, did you use resurrection magic? No. Besides, I've been with you the entire time, so how could I possibly have the chance to do without her? I guess so. Sato Kazuma pointed at the lively Taro and asked his confused companion. Zun Zun, your sister isn't dead. Stop it, Kazuma. Even if you were my companion, I would be angry if you cursed my sister to death. Zun Zun was a little angry. Sato Kazuma said, still very angry. He had seen Taro die in Zun Zun's outburst, a classic example of a passionate Chunibyo manga. Why did it suddenly go wrong? At that moment, the leader of the Crimson Demons approached with the others. Oh, I knew Zun Zun would pull off this performance. After all, he is the best Crimson Demon, but defeating Sylvia is real. I still think Zun Zun is the next leader of the Crimson Demons. By the way, Crimson Demon, you should retreat. A Crimson Demon said this, and the others nodded and laughed. Sato Kazuma asked innocently, was that just acting? Yes, that downcast look on her face when the village was destroyed. Acting, that so-called exclusive transformation form, the Super Crimson Demon, it's a stage? What a pity. Furious, Sato Kazuma threw the electromagnetic accelerator to the ground. He was fed up with those Chunibyo who used the entire village as a stage just to show off. Zun Zun had told him that Crimson Demons would rather die than be cool. Of course, Crimson Demons also love to set the stage for others. For example, this time, Sister Trap provided the perfect stage for him, allowing him to shine. Zun Zun, on the other hand, had no idea about the Super Crimson Demon clan, mentioned by the Crimson Demon clan. Upon hearing about it, Zun Zun exclaimed, you really get it, I totally get it. They both gave each other a thumbs up in unison. Wait a minute, Sato Kazuma asked curiously. But you look very strange, Zun Zun. Could this be the so-called second form? Hey, what's up with the Crimson Demon clan? Which one is real and which one is fake? I don't know. I really don't know. Calm down, Zun Zun tried to calm the agitated Sato Kazuma. For starters, the Super Crimson Demon clan was, of course, fake, just a figment of the imagination. However, the trembling of the earth and the buildup of magical energy in the atmosphere they sensed were real. Didn't I tell you? Fairy spirits can absorb magical energy from the atmosphere, so it feels as if it's been drained. As for the hair color changing, that's a side effect of magic materializing. But it's not wrong to say it's my second form. Which side is that? Sato Kazuma complained loudly. He finally understood. The Crimson Demons were a hopeless bunch of Chunibyo. In order to put on a grand theatrical production, they even allowed the village's forbidden weapon to be confiscated. Of course, it was their fault. But the ensuing performance, Sato Kazuma assured me, couldn't even reach the heights of the most famous actors from their previous lives. It was even an impromptu performance without a script. They had a clear division of labor, each with their own role. Even the lead role was cast with complete understanding, leaving him, Darkness, Aqua, and the other outsiders in the dark. Why not let the Demon King's army take over this village? Seriously, Sato Kazuma said, his face covered. With Sylvia's case settled, it was time for reconstruction. They say destroying is fun, but rebuilding is a crematorium. When Axel's walls were destroyed by the mobile fortress destroyer, it took a full month to repair them. As for the Crimson Demon village, 3 days, what the hell? Sato Kazuma's eyes widened. He saw the Crimson Demons rebuilding the village at an astonishing speed. The rubble from the collapse had been cleared away with magic, and the building materials mined from the rock had been temporarily transformed into golems, which were advancing toward the construction site. A 6-armed demon, seemingly summoned through summoning magic, held a carpentry tool in each hand, working tirelessly to repair and build houses. What's wrong? Why is the reconstruction so fast? Hey, are you surprised? It can't be helped. It's the Crimson Demons. We're talking about the infrastructure maniacs from another world. Zun Zun raised his head proudly. Sato Kazuma felt guilty for letting Sylvia accidentally destroy the entire village, but he didn't expect that the almost completely destroyed village could be completely restored in just 3 days. He wondered how much money he would have earned as a part-time worker if he had relied on these infrastructure freaks. For the next 2 days, they strolled leisurely through the village. After Sylvia fell, the Demon King's henchmen were annihilated. It was like watching their leader fall. They fled the Crimson Demon village like birds and beasts. They hadn't wanted to come in the first place. It was all because the Crimson Demons had allied themselves with the Axis cult, and the Demon King, sensing a strong threat, had sent troops to contain them. However, the containment failed, and his subordinates died. It was a total loss for both his wife and the army. Aqua and Darkness had been going to the construction site every day for the past 2 days. The reason was simple. Zun Zun had hired her as a tourism development instructor for the Crimson Demons, asking for her help in building a tourist attraction. At first, Aqua refused, out of laziness and reluctance to accept such a job, but Zun Zun offered her the high salary, 10 million heiress, and she accepted. Sato Kazuma, on the other hand, constantly wandered around the village. Perhaps intrigued by the cat-ear girl shrine, the mixed hot springs, and the succubus tavern, he spent his days visiting strange and quirky attractions, trying to get the owners to change their names. However, this was a business with a long history, and changing it was difficult. Overall, things weren't going well. Zun Zun stayed with Uguay, Although he was intrigued by the 108 Crimson Demon warriors she had mentioned, now was not the time to investigate such matters. Together with Uguay, they wanted to document this incident in the Crimson Demon Chronicles, a record of events to be shared with future generations. While such matters should be kept concise and serious, ensuring the authenticity of the facts, the Crimson Demons are inherently uncomfortable with exaggeration. With these two constantly embellishing the story, Zun Zun's exploits had become something akin to an adventure tale. Sister Tao Lao decided to treasure it as a family heirloom, to be shared with future generations. Honestly, it was a bit embarrassing. Yunyun also felt the same shame. The young leader of the Crimson Demons did not appear in the play about the invasion of the Demon King's army, and thus, his impressive performance remained unknown, not entirely. Perhaps because Yunyun was standing so conspicuously, some Crimson Demons had seen her and embellished her muttering of Chunibayao into a war cry, not an actual fight, but a way to attract Sun Sun's attention. Though that wasn't true, given their relationship. Wait a minute, Megumin slammed the table and leaped to her feet, staring at everyone with red eyes. What exactly is the relationship between Sun Sun and Yunyun? I've heard it so many times I can't hold it in. Someone come explain it to me. Her tone was quite forceful. But she wasn't the only one. Sato Kazuma and the others were curious as well. As her comrades, they heard it often, but for some reason, they didn't dare to delve into it. Yes, the Crimson Demon sighed and spoke slowly. That was 7 years ago. My daughter signed a taboo oath that changed her life. It was just a childish promise, but it had far-reaching consequences. To this day, she has to face this great responsibility. Stop it. Speak in human language. Uh-oh, he was startled by Megumin's frantic impatience. I suspected that she was also a Crimson Demon, wondering why she was so angry. Anyway, my daughter Yunyun was engaged to Zun Zun when she was 7 years old. Both her parents knew about it and agreed. Since the Sylvia incident made Zun Zun the next leader, I wanted to take this opportunity to get married. That's all. Yes, my parents strongly supported the marriage after they found out and promised to return for the wedding day, Sister Trap said with a smile. Get married? Megumin looked at Zun Zun, who was standing there, her eyes filled with disbelief and rage, then turned around and ran out of the room. Megumin. Wait a minute, Megumin. Yunyun hurriedly chased after them. Upon learning that Yunyun and Zun Zun were engaged, Aqua, Darkness, and Sato Kazuma were also stunned. Completely dumbfounded by the series of events unfolding before their eyes. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Yunyun, Megumin, let's have a showdown. Getting married, our teammates are actually getting married, wedding congratulations, talent shows, and attendance. Aqua was so flustered she couldn't even finish her sentence. Darkness nodded and said, getting married, it's to be expected. She wasn't particularly surprised. After all, Zun Zun, Yunyun, and Megumin were incredibly close, even being from the same clan. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't have a special bond. It would be more like they cultivated a bond as adventurers and grew closer naturally. Some also felt something was off. Wait a minute, I have a question. Sato Kazuma raised his hand and, at his sister's signal, spoke. Up, the Crimson Demon Village allows girls to get married? As expected of another world, the updates are lightning fast. Up, wait a minute, Kazuma, you're... Everyone looked at him with disdain, with the gaze of a hopeless scoundrel, which annoyed Sato Kazuma greatly. Why are you looking at me like that, Mr. Kazuma? Do you have any questions about my brother and Yunyun's wedding? It has nothing to do with Miss Taro's brother, does it? We're not talking about Zun Zun and... Wait, brother, he looked at Taro and then at Zun Zun. Zun Zun had already seen that look of disbelief, the same look of shattered vision that Subaru Natsuki had upon discovering that Ferris was a Warikit. Zun Zun, are you a boy, Kazuma? You, could it be? Zun Zun curled the corners of his lips. He sensed that something was wrong. Sato Kazuma's attitude toward him was subtly good, similar to the one he had toward Darkness and the others. He thought it was a fair deal, but was it a misunderstanding? Hey, at least find out the gender of your companions. We live under the same roof and even bathe together. I've never seen that before. Every time Zun Zun invited him, he'd evade the situation and say he had something else to do. The only time they'd mention going together was at the Alkenrisha hot springs, while Sato Kazuma had gone to the mixed baths. No wonder he was shouting something incomprehensible. Also, I went to the succubus shop. How could I be a woman? Who says women can't go to succubus shops? What? I'm a true feminist. Succubus shops aren't just for men. Women can go there to relieve stress, right? What's wrong, Zun Zun? Are you discriminating against women? A powerful punch landed at him. Perhaps because Sato Kazuma was modern, his punch was undeniable. Gender equality isn't something you should use here. Zun Zun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Succubus shop? Sister Taolao asked, puzzled. Zun Zun quickly explained, the succubus shop isn't what you think, Sister Taolao. It's just a normal shop that needs to relieve the stress of adventurers. It's not an unhealthy place. Right, clan leader? He had panicked and had the wrong person. Huh? Me? Ah. Succubus, that's a really good shop, huh? A really good shop, the clan leader muttered vaguely, looking away, unwilling to look at the others. This old man must have been there. Yes, remembering that the clan leader had been an adventurer for a while in his youth, and since he had been to Axelnovis village, there was no reason for him not to know about the succubus. Really? The trapped sister asked, even more puzzled. But in this situation, she wouldn't probe further. Instead, she smiled and said, it looks like a cool shop. I'll go if I have the chance. Don't go. X3 Zun Zun, Sato Kazuma, and the clan leader shouted in unison. Darkness and Aqua looked at them disdainfully. The clan leader and the trapped sister left first. They were going to talk about the wedding. The Crimson Demons are very particular about weddings. After all, they love grandeur. Not to mention that Yunyun is the daughter of the Crimson Demon clan leader, and the person she's marrying is a genius the Crimson Demons only see once every 1,000 years. It's impossible not to treat him with great care. In short, the trapped sister was looking forward to it. Darkness and Aqua were also kidnapped, claiming to need their help, and dragged away. Sato Kazuma and Zun Zun were abandoned. The room was a bit depressing. What had happened, coupled with the fact that Zun Zun was a boy, had a great impact on Sato Kazuma. But soon, he asked another question. I don't know what you think, Zun Zun, but since you're a man, you should be decisive when making decisions. Are you just a coward who hesitates and fails at the critical moment? No, scold. Sato Kazuma is a talker. What he says and what he does are completely different. He's too cowardly to take the crucial step at the critical moment, but he always likes to stay on top and point the finger at others. Don't worry, I know what to do. Good, he nodded. Zun Zun, a little puzzled by Sato Kazuma's reaction, asked curiously, Kazuma, why do you care about something like that? Even if it were a comrade, you wouldn't react like this, so how do you want me to react? Shout in disbelief or storm out and rant about how unfair fate is? Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes and said, Zun Zun, you and Yunyun are engaged, and you're keeping it a secret on purpose, right? What? You're keeping it a secret on purpose so as not to disturb the team's harmony, right? No, don't be so conceited. I'm just afraid of Megumin's temper. You know how possessive Megumin is, right? Zun Zun pouted. I'm giving you a way out, at least cherish it. I don't want it, sure, as an adult, I want it all. But regardless of whether Yunyun, the clan leader, Piao Saburo, Or we agree, Megumin vetoes it all because of her incredible possessiveness. If this world had a Sin Archbishop, perhaps Megumin would have been chosen. While Zun Zun and Sato Kazuma were deep in a heated argument, Megumin and Yunyun were as well. Upon learning that Zun Zun and Yunyun were engaged, Megumin ran off in a fit of rage. She didn't know why she had run away. Jealousy? Or simply an unwillingness to face the situation? It was me, clearly me, first. Whether it was the meeting, the farming, or even the promise of becoming an adventurer, she was the one who did it first. Why had it turned out like this? Megumin sat on Iris Hill, gazing at the rapidly rebuilding Crimson Demon Village. Honestly, all she wanted to do was unleash a fire-blasting spell downward, to vent the unspoken emotions plaguing her. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Unleashing the explosion in public would expose her ridiculous attack on the magician. Megumin, wait a moment, a panting voice came from behind. She turned. Oh, isn't this the daughter of the Crimson Demon Chief, Your Excellency Yunyun? What can I do for you? Don't use such an aloof tone, Yunyun complained loudly at Megumin's blatant indifference, feeling almost aggrieved. Why are you still so aggrieved? Megumin sighed. It was the last thing on her mind. Although she used to tease Yunyun in school, even using tricks to get her into trouble, Megumin simply couldn't stand her helpless, puppy-like look. I understand. Yunyun used that expression to seduce Zun Zun, didn't she? Huh? Oh, you hateful giant slime. Megumin looked at Yunyun's overgrown slime, her eyes flashing with anger. She stepped forward and slapped her repeatedly. It hurts, Megumin, stop it, no way, why do you always pick on me, Megumin, Yunyun yelled furiously. Megumin stopped. Bullying, yes, it was bullying. Come to think of it, she had been bullying Yunyun under the guise of friendship from the very beginning. It was probably her karma. Megumin, are you angry? I don't mind that kind of thing, are you doomed? Hearing that, Yunyun sighed deeply. It was because she continued to act like this that she felt uneasy, and unconsciously committed acts that were too extreme. You don't need any words of comfort. Megumin turned away from her, her voice slightly cold as she spoke. What you should do now is go back and prepare to marry Zun Zun, but, there are no buts. Marry Zun Zun happily and succeed in life. You traitorous villain who abandoned your friends. I'm not a traitorous villain who abandons her friends. Megumin, you're always like this, saying these disturbing things. It's you who forces these things on me. I've never had such thoughts, you always tease me like this, it's too much. Yunyun seemed to snap as well. It was the first time the calm and polite Yunyun had lost her temper with a friend, and it was very intense. Megumin was scared too, but she quickly feigned indifference, saying, Yes, I was wrong. I apologize. I'm so sorry for upsetting you all this time. I'm ashamed of my mistakes. I'm truly sorry. So just leave me alone and do what you need to do. Don't worry, I'll be there to bless you at the wedding and give you the gift money. If you're worried that I'll stop paying you, how about I write you an IOU now? It seemed like she was refusing to communicate. And the way she said it was truly infuriating. It was as if they weren't close friends anymore. Yunyun was furious as well, but as Megumin's close friend, she knew that in this situation, Megumin wouldn't listen to her no matter what she said. So I won this time. Yeah, you won. Wait, what did you win? Right, it was Zun Zun. Yunyun brandished her cloak and shouted, I won the competition for Zun Zun. What's wrong, my nemesis? Haven't we competed since we were young? Didn't you say you forgot? I forgot, huh? It was clearly my record of 455 against Megumin's 453. Nonsense, it was clearly 455. Wait, Yunyun, you're tricking me, Megumin suddenly realized. Yunyun smiled in relief and said, so Megumin still remembers, right? You know, Megumin has a notebook where she writes down the year, month, day, content of the competition, winners, and losers. She always carries that notebook with her. It's more important than her wand. But Megumin, our competition ends today. What do you mean? It means, Yunyun took a deep breath, looked at her seriously, and said, since I beat him this time, it means I'm the winner. Not just in the competition, but in life as well. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if you win this time, Yunyun, it's only 455 to 454. I still have one more victory than you, okay? Yunyun snorted hard, as if to emphasize that she was slightly ahead. However, oh, Yunyun, Have you forgotten? The thing about our sports tournament, huh? It's a tradition in our Crimson Demon clan that no matter how many times we lose or how far behind we are in the previous games, our final score is always sky high, almost the sum of all our scores. Sensei said that, a great comeback is what makes it so exciting. I remembered. That was exactly what happened. It's a tradition of the Crimson Demon clan. Although the final event varies every year, the scores are truly sky high, as you mentioned, Yunyun. And almost every year, there's a drastic change, making it quite a spectacle. After all, the founder of the Crimson Demon clan, Old Man Deng, was Riku himself, and he loved last-minute underdog victories, so he copied the rules of the Riku games. If we divide Zun Zun into points, he'll have at least 1,000 points. Yunyun, I'll be generous and count Zun Zun as 2 points 456 to 455, but I won't compete with Megumin again. So this is our last match, and I ended up coming from behind to beat Megumin. Freeze the score here, and you'll be my loser for the rest of your life, Yunyun challenged. The provocation enraged Megumin, and she clenched her fists, a deep sense of depression emanating from her. The stifled laughter was a little scary. Megumin, okay, Yunyun, I accept your provocation. Because the Crimson Demon clan will respond to any challenge, Megumin suddenly threw off her cloak and shouted, I am Megumin, the #1 magician of the Crimson Demon clan, the one who manipulates the most powerful explosive magic. I will not lose in any competition. Yunyun, I will make you regret provoking me. I will not hand you over to Zun Zun. Just you wait and see, I will definitely win. Megumin dropped her declaration of battle, turned around, and ran back to her house, a smile back on her face. Megumin, seeing Megumin recover from her defeat and regain her fighting spirit, Yunyun suddenly reached out and slowly lowered it, sighing. What the hell am I doing? Chapter 285 The Legendary Green King. Darkness and Aqua were kidnapped by their trapped sister and would not return that night. Sato Kazuma also stayed at Green Coconut Zay's house, promising never to bother him again. Uncle Piaosaburo, upon hearing this, flew into rage and tried to raise a ruckus, but Aunt Wiwa cast the spell God of War takes off, God of War sleeps. She then explained that she had urgent new orders and asked Zun Zun to look after the house. Xiaomi was also kidnapped, as if to avoid getting in the way. Everyone was supportive. As dusk fell, Zun Zun sat quietly under the eaves, waiting. The night breeze was refreshing, and the bright moonlight bathed the house and his face. He enjoyed the quiet stillness until a distinctive rustling sound reached his ears. A small figure ran out of the bushes, not taking the main path around the house, but impatiently pushing aside obstacles and running toward them with long strides. Her bright red eyes stood out against the night sky. Her robes were a little disheveled, with leaves scattered everywhere. Megumin, Zun Zun was stunned at the sight. Although he had assumed she would eventually return home, no matter how late it got, he hadn't expected her to be so reckless, like her personality. What are you doing here, waiting for you to come back? Why is that a rhetorical question? Also, why wasn't it you who chased after me, but Yunyun? According to the usual routine, Zun Zun should have been the one to chase after her and explain herself. But besides missing a perfect opportunity and letting Yunyun snatch everything away from him, Zun Zun didn't want to end up in a pointless struggle like the ones in trashy anime and novels. Because Megumin, you're unreasonable. When you get excited, you don't listen to anyone. How do you know I'd be unreasonable if you didn't chase after me? Zun Zun said nothing, but held out his hands to indicate that he was being unreasonable, causing Megumin to snort sharply, expressing her displeasure. She then walked over and plopped down between Zun Zun's thighs. Megumin, I want to sit here, isn't that okay with you? As if to reiterate her unreasonableness, Megumin snuggled tightly into Zun Zun's embrace, her soft body resting against his chest, her face pressed against his. Like a lazy kitten. Zun Zun, you were engaged so long ago, and I didn't know. Were you keeping it from me on purpose? Or did you want to see me in all my glory? Megumin's eyes flashed an icy red. This kitten had a certain yandere quality to it. Zun Zun had no choice but to tell her the whole story of their confusing engagement, and how they found out before they left the village. He told her the whole story, without excuses or embellishments. What the hell is that guy up to? He actually asked you to guide me for the rest of my life, right? I was speechless at first too. The way Yunyun set boundaries between friends was quite indescribable. It was precisely because of her constant confusing thoughts that Zun Zun and Megumin couldn't let her go. But Megumin couldn't stand having her house robbed. Her possessiveness is, without a doubt, the worst in the world. Zun Zun, answer me seriously, do you like Yunyun? Yes, answer quickly, Megumin complained in frustration. It's not just Yunyun, Megumin, you too. You both are a part of me that I can't let go. You both are my wings, Zun Zun declared shamelessly. HMPH, the girl snorted, seemingly mocking his confession. But her fiery pink ears betrayed her true feelings. A Yandir is still a Yandir, after all. Then, with a deep sigh, she said resignedly, Zun Zun, you always tell me you can't have your cake and eat it too. Why are you so greedy? That's not true, Megumin. I've always insisted that if you can't have both, you have to choose one, but now I have the power to choose both. Of course I want both. Zun Zun extended his right hand and squeezed it. Ripple. Megumin rolled her eyes in annoyance, but then raised her lips and declared, as if declaring war, then, I'll destroy it, and you'll have no choice but to choose me. I'll make you agree. Zun Zun also agreed to the declaration of war. The two exchanged another smile. Megumin suddenly said, Zun Zun, I want to learn advanced magic. Why? Because I never get to use it. Whether it's normally or this time with Sylvia, I never get a chance to play. Well, I'm jealous. Too lazy to make excuses, she simply gave up. It's true that explosive magic is powerful, and it's undeniably the most powerful in the world. But Megumin only gets one chance, and after that, she becomes a helpless burden. But Yunyun is different. Having mastered advanced magic, she can always stand by Zun Zun's side. Thinking back, it was like this during their first mission. That was when the seeds of jealousy were sown, and this time they finally blossomed. Although Yunyun didn't get a chance to play once Sylvia invaded Crimson Demon Village, who knew? As the battles with enemies increased, she felt increasingly unable to keep up with her companions. Over time, she had become a burden, unable to do anything but watch them walk away. How could she accept it? The taunts of the other adventurers, the disappointed looks from the mage, classmates, and villagers didn't bother her. But the fact that Zun Zun and Yunyun were growing further and further apart, leaving her behind, was something Megumin couldn't accept. Don't worry, I've decided not to be a burden to you anymore. Once I can use advanced magic, with potential magical power exceeding Yunyun's, I will definitely be the #1 magician of the Crimson Demon Clan. I will not cede the throne of the Crimson Demon Clan's top magician to Yunyun, Megumin declared firmly, forcing a smile. It was heartbreaking. Idiot. Why do you think Yunyun and I try so hard? That hurts. Zun Zun patted Megumin's head and, under her disapproving gaze, gently hugged the little girl. Don't worry, Megumin. Yunyun and I know how hard you strive for burst magic, so we support you. Go ahead and follow your own path. A Megumin who doesn't use burst magic isn't the Megumin I love, he whispered in her ear. Is that okay with you? I've been branded a one-hit magician, yes, even if I'm practically useless to the team, a simple charge after casting magic. Don't worry, Megumin's voice cracked with emotion. Zun Zun supported her in her magic studies, and hadn't Megumin supported him as well, as Zun Zun's wish isn't to conquer the world, Megumin is worried that she can't help, and is pleased to know that burst magic can increase damage. Her sister's words echoed in her ears. It was because of them, that Zun Zun was forced to become a demon king. Seems it's the fault of explosive magic after all? They hugged for a long while. The atmosphere grew increasingly romantic. Zun Zun gazed at the moon and whispered, the moonlight is so beautiful. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Tonight is beautiful, though, Megumin asked, puzzled. Zun Zun covered his face in agony. If it were Yu Guwei, I'm sure he would have continued with that sentence without a problem. Wait a minute, why is Yu Guwei's name here? The moonlight is so beautiful. This phrase is a euphemism used by great writers to express affection. Having been transported to another world by Li Ben, Yu Guwei, an aspiring writer, naturally understood its meaning. But Megumin seemed to have misunderstood. She simply assumed that Zun Zun and Yu Guwei were having an affair. No wonder Yu Guwei kissed you on the forehead then. Tell me, what is your relationship exactly? Nothing. Perhaps, Zun Zun didn't know what to say. After all, Yu Guwei had always been capable. It was she who proposed to Zun Zun that they have a harem and 108 children. No one knew what he would do next. But these vague words seemed to irritate Megumin. I knew it. Yao Gao, who has been my formidable rival from the very beginning. That's right, those damn slimes. I didn't expect them to grow another size in just 6 months. They just keep growing. How greedy their slimes are. Megumin smiled foolishly, with a menacing look. They're still growing, Zun Zun exclaimed instinctively. Could it be those 2G fruits? Look, I knew it. Megumin was furious and suddenly leaned in to kiss Zun Zun on the lips, giving him no time to react. Their lips touched instinctively, but the process was so quick and fleeting that Zun Zun registered nothing. Megumin, so what? Yao Gao who may have kissed your forehead, but it was my lips. Faster than Yunyun, right? So I win. Your first kiss was mine. Wait, the first kiss? She was petulant at first, but then, as if remembering something, her expression gradually crumbled. Cecily, she spat out a name. Exactly. Zun Zun's first kiss had been stolen from him by a lecherous older sister long before, even in front of Megumin and Yunyun. Suddenly, she felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. It was me first, it was clearly me first, whether it was on the farm or on the adventure, it was clearly me first. How to put it? She felt a tiny bit of pity for her. I understand. If that's the case, I have no choice but to. Before Zun Zun could react, Megumin pushed him to the ground. After taking off her magician's robes, she began to remove Zun Zun's clothes. Wait, Megumin. Stop, no. Everyone tries to sneak away, so don't blame me for being rude. Mother once said that once the rice is cooked, Zun Zun can't escape. I didn't want to resort to this trick. You guys made me. She completely ignored everyone. All crimson demons who get carried away behave like this, be it Zun Zun or to Megumin, but this time, Megumin got carried away even more. No. Stop. Wait a minute, what? Are you saying I detest you because I'm not as chubby as Yunyun and Yao Gao? No, Zun Zun wasn't a coward like Sato Kazuma, who caved in at the crucial moment. Actually, there was nothing wrong with being pushed like that, except... The overpowered Zun Zun slammed his hand on the door of the shabby house behind Megumin's, and it burst open. Ow, it hurts. Why did the door suddenly open? A series of pained cries rang out. Darkness, hurry up, get up. You're crushing me. I'm not heavy. It's the armor that's heavy. I know, so hurry up and get up. Sato Kazuma was almost crushed to death. Aqua rubbed her sore bottom and complained, Kazuma, you must have pushed too hard. It was a crucial moment, and it's your fault. No, it's not. It's the old, fragile door of Megumin's house, and you were squeezing me too. Whichever way you look at it, it's your fault, Sato Kazuma retorted bluntly, rubbing his lower back where he had nearly broken it while sitting. The three of them traded accusations. But now was not the time for that, because, blacker than black, darker than darkness, responding to my, what? Stop, Megumin. Don't run away. Their classmates rushed over. One girl, overcome with shame and indignation, was already desperately casting explosive magic to hide her embarrassment. Chapter 286, The Busta Girls Are Coming. The next day. At Megumin's house. Stop it. Why are you so angry? Sato Kazuma complained in a somewhat disgruntled tone. He seemed to be saying, I've already had a private Marseilles, what more do you want? Megumin, who didn't know how to set rules, couldn't let him off the hook easily. She was very displeased and sulked. This prompted Darkness and Aqua to apologize. They had gone a bit overboard the previous night, and it was understandable that Megumin would be angry. After all, if this guy hadn't come out to interrupt the situation, Megumin might have succeeded. The word succeeded isn't quite right, it's more reasonable to say that she got what she wanted. When Yunyun heard that Megumin was planning to attack first last night, she immediately condemned her sneaking behavior and labeled her a cat burglar. However, Megumin said that, in her opinion, Yunyun was the sneaky cat, and the two of them argued heatedly over it. Well, stop fooling around. At Sato Kazuma's glare, Zun Zun forcefully separated them, speaking before he could be reprimanded. Sister Taluo said she wanted to see you. Sister Taluo, X5. They were puzzled. Sato Kazuma said, how strange. Does your sister want to see us about something? I don't know. But this morning she said she wanted us to visit her divination room. She probably wants a divination for me. No, for you guys, Zun Zun said. Everyone was a little surprised. The greatest fortune teller in the Crimson Demons. The weight of that title alone was enough to shock the kingdom. Considering that a single letter Zun Zun brought had gotten the all-powerful Grand Archbishop of the Axis cult, Lord Zesta, arrested, it was easy to imagine the praise he received. Miss Trapp's divination? I'm actually a little nervous. Hey, Darkness, are you still nervous, stupid Kazuma? Do you know how popular Miss Trap is around the kingdom? Not only do so many people come to her for fortune-telling, but her beauty is stunning. She's a true talent, really, mocked Sato Kazuma. The girls on the team were all incredibly pretty, with the idiot goddess Aqua being the most stunning, though sometimes her naivete ruined her beauty. Plus, Zun Zun looked 90% like Trap, maybe even more. She'd long since become immune to beauty. But it's free, so why not go? The team naturally opted for the free fortune-telling. Upon arriving at the fortune-telling room, Trap gave them a warm welcome and encouraged Megumin for finally expressing her feelings. He explained that he had seen all of this in his crystal ball, leaving Megumin blushing and bewildered. Zun Zun didn't stop the trapped sister from teasing her. After all, it would be embarrassing to be teased for having a wife and forgetting her sister. They were then escorted out of the fortune-telling room. Fortune-telling is a private matter, so each person should enter one at a time. Aqua clamored to be the first to have her fortune told, but after a minute the embarrassed trapped sister reluctantly escorted her out. What's wrong, Aqua? You're not going to throw a fit in front of the trapped sister, are you, Kazuma? Who do you think I am? Funny goddess, what's wrong? You're joking. I'm going to beat the shit out of you. Aqua was furious at Sato Kazuma's words and, with a hint of annoyance, explained why she had left so quickly. I couldn't see anything. The trapped sister was clearly the most powerful fortune-teller in the Crimson Demon clan. Praised throughout the kingdom, but she couldn't see anything about Aqua, leaving everyone baffled. Divination was impossible. The only reason is that the person being divined for has a connection to the fortune-teller. Doesn't that mean Aqua and the trapped sister aren't really each other? Others might find it strange, but Zun Zun quickly figured it out. It must be because the stupid goddess is unobservable. She's a goddess, after all. Not even the Grand Duke of Hell's Vanir clairvoyance, the ability to predict the future, can see anything. Despite the trapped sister's powerful divination abilities, she probably can't pierce through the goddess barrier. Lower dimensions can't see higher ones. That's a more apt statement, isn't it? Sato Kazuma looked askance at the fortune-telling room, muttering, is this place really that effective? By the way, you're not lying to me, are you? So fortune-tellers can't be trusted, he grumbled as he entered. 10 minutes later. It's really fucking effective, he exclaimed as he left the room. Trapped sister's fortune-telling must have convinced him. And judging by Sato Kazuma's beaming expression, the results must have pleased him. Stomping sister said I'll be a millionaire in the future. Ah, really, I see, his companions nodded calmly. An annoyed Sato Kazuma shouted, hey! Did you hear it? I'll be a millionaire in the future. Shouldn't you be surprised? Is there anything to be surprised about? What? Look, Kazuma, you've defeated several leaders of the Demon King's army and sold your intellectual property rights. You're already a millionaire. This isn't the future, it's the present. Besides, with your cleverness, I think you'll eventually become a millionaire. Respect. Sato Kazuma was so moved by what she said that he wiped his eyes. It was the first time they trusted him this much, but then he changed the subject. But I'm still a little worried. What's wrong? My sister just told me that I'll have to make a big decision in the future. Will I choose to be rich or poor, or even deeply in debt? The choice is mine. What a joke. If I could choose, how could I choose to be poor? Hey, perverted gentleman, why are you suddenly squirming and panting so loudly? Sato Kazuma pointed at Darkness and shouted. Darkness squirmed and grabbed Sato Kazuma's hands. She groaned breathlessly, become a pauper, and in debt. Ha. Ha. Kazuma, just become a pauper. Just think of it as being poor because of me. Ha. Ha. And then let me support you. Every day, Kazuma turns his back on you while saying, hey, Darkness, use your filthy body to earn some drinking money. Great, no way. Let me go. Sato Kazuma forcefully ripped his hands from Darkness's, pointing at her and shouting, listen to me, Darkness. Even if I die, jump out of here. I'll literally die of poverty. I won't become a pauper in debt because of you. Well, he had made a promise. The cunning man who always said he wouldn't make a promise actually made a huge promise in front of everyone. Hopefully, he'll remember it and not regret it one day. Then Yunyun and Megumin arrived. The two of them entered the divination room one after another. Upon exiting, their cheeks flushed red as they looked at Zun Zun in embarrassment, saying nothing. No matter how many times they asked, they didn't say a word. It was truly strange. When Darkness finally entered, Zun Zun and the others, their curiosity piqued. surrounded them, peppering them with questions. But as if they had agreed not to speak, they remained on guard. And then, "Hello, everyone, by the way, what are you doing here? Good morning." 3 people approached. They were Yuguwei, Ruan Huhu, and Du Guim. Stop. I don't have time to listen to your introduction nonsense right now. Besides, you're still going on about this. Aren't you tired? What an unromantic man, the interrupted Yuguwei, and the other 3 sneered at Sato Kazuma. The Crimson Demons took introductions very seriously. This was like being interrupted during a playdate, an irritating experience. And Megumin and Yunyun. Seeing Yuguwei, the 2 men reacted with alarm, rushing to either side of Zun Zun and grabbing his arms. "There's an affair," X2 Soft and Silly Mushroom exclaimed in unison. They blushed, but suppressed their embarrassment and refused to let go. Sato Kazuma and Aqua shrugged helplessly, holding out their hands. "Oh, so you're that hostile to me? This is a pain. I don't intend to fight you, but, well, I'll accept your challenge. Come on, let me see how much you've grown by honing your skills outside the village." Yuguwei, of course, had a Chuanibayao. What a pity. Megumin and Yunyun had no intention of participating in a Chuanibayao. Her eyes were fixed on the G-sized slime on Yuguwei's chest, which bounced with his movements. This guy is a formidable enemy. What a formidable opponent. Needless to say, even Yunyun would retreat in despair in the face of such enormous destructive power. The unmatched development of the Crimson Demons is no joke. I see, that's right, Yuguwei was no fool. Rather, there were no fools among the Crimson Demons. She quickly figured out why Megumin and Yunyun were so hostile to her. But did you think she would be scared? No, she only intensified her fighting spirit. She tightened the blindfold over her eyes and declared, "As expected of you, Zun Zun. You've already completed the idea I just proposed. The most difficult step has already been taken. It won't take long for you to control the Crimson Demon Village and make it your HAO. Never mind, I'm ready. Just force your way through me as well." Wait a moment, I know you don't have many romantic encounters and that you're indebted to men, but please don't try to seduce mine, okay? Megumin suddenly said something explosive. A soft, surprised expression crossed her face. Man? That Megumin, who only cares about magic, has a man? It can't be true, and it's Zun Zun? Wait, isn't Zun Zun with Yunyun? Foolish Mushroom pointed at Zun Zun and Yunyun. They were also insiders who knew about the engagement. Yunyun smiled awkwardly. Yes, why had it come to this? It clearly wasn't what I wanted, so why would I push away the person I liked? Really, how stupid. Yuguwei chuckled. What's the problem? Since Yunyun doesn't mind, then adding me is fine too. And Megumin, as a fellow thief, you have no right to accuse me, eh? How? X2 Soft Mushroom and Fool cried out in surprise. They clearly hadn't expected their comrade, or at least a comrade, Yuguwei, to say something so bold in public. Megumin gritted her teeth and stared at Yuguwei. She had known for a while, ever since she saw the Crimson Demons' unparalleled growth, that 2 of them would become formidable rivals. And it hadn't come to pass. I say, the 3 of them are already quite chaotic. Yao Kurhu, are you joining? Soft Mushroom and Fool were shocked. It doesn't matter, he asked, lifting the blindfold. We're Zun Zun's classmates and we know his true nature like the back of our hand. Besides, Zun Zun is the Crimson Demon's greatest talent in 1,000 years. He's certainly a potential talent. There's no reason to let him go, but Megumin and Yunyun, I don't want to be wives, only lovers, huh? X6 now, not only Soft Mushroom and Foolish, but even Sato Kazuma and the others cried out in disbelief. Being a lover, that was too forward. Yao Kurhu offered to be one, as long as she borrowed a seed to have a child. Then, Zun Zun could have her G-rank slime at her disposal. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. Perhaps she was born to be a novelist, but the prospects she described were so promising that, in the end, Soft Mushroom and Foolish seriously considered marrying Zun. Yunyun and Megumin were left with heads full of green. Aqua was also amused by the chaos, and even offered some applause. Sato Kazuma looked enviously at Zun, the one being contested, declaring him the true winner. Meanwhile, the riders hadn't noticed a shadowy darkness emerging from the divination room. Chapter 287 Harem Suspicion. Zun Zun, Zun Zun, it's morning, time to get up, it's Megumin, good morning. You too, Xiao Bei. And I love you, Zia Ohi. Awakened, Zun Zun hurriedly got out of bed, his eyes glazed over. Two balls of light, one white and one black, danced in the air, then vanished into the red gem on his forehead. It was morning now. Zun Zun stretched tiredly, yawning loudly. So tired that it's hard to recover. Last night seemed to have gone too far. So many things had happened that the noise was unstoppable. If it weren't for the widespread impact and the increasingly exaggerated rumors of a harem, which forced him to step in and put a stop to it, the noise would probably have continued into the next day. Seriously, how long do you plan on sleeping in? Megumin pouted, complaining a little, as if she held a grudge against Zun Zun for his laziness, but then she softened her voice. Zun Zun is still sleeping as usual. Huh? What's wrong now? I have to wake you up every morning, right? Seriously, it's Zun Zun's fault for sleeping in. It's really tiring to wake you up every morning. But I'm also glad to have your sleepy face all to myself, the girl smiled shyly. Megumin seemed to be saying something fitting of a heroine. How strange. What's wrong with her? She's nothing like the explosive girl he used to know. Perhaps Zun Zun's eyes were too strange, making Megumin feel very shy. She used a very loud voice to hide her shyness. Okay, stop staring at me, get ready. If you don't come out quickly, you'll lose time. He pushed Zun Zun hard on the back and left the room, not giving him a chance to refuse, or even to change his clothes. Wait. Where are we going? Of course I have to ask. Because we're going on a date today, aren't we? A date? No. Zun Zun didn't remember promising Megumin a date, and besides, there was no way he had forgotten something so important. He remembered. They were going to look for ingredients for a skill point potion. They had killed a peace girl on the way, and Zun Zun guessed there were ingredients around Crimson Devil Village, so he planned to make them before continuing on his way. He told Megumin about this last night, but he remembered that he'd originally intended to go with Satao Kazuma and Aqua. Could it be that Megumin mistook it for a date? Never mind. With the presence of the fairy spirit, she could easily wander around Crimson Devil Village as long as she was careful, so a date wouldn't be a bad idea. But just as she was making up her mind. Okay, get changed quickly, Zun Zun, time's running out, Megumin insisted. The girl seemed excited about the date. Zun Zun, Megumin, good morning. I just made breakfast, a desperate date. Zun Zun looked at the public-facing girl, pursed his lips, and asked, Yuguwei, what are you doing here? Why? Because of that incident, of course. For you and I to reach our full potential, we have to always be prepared, right? He puffed out his chest, his heart brimming with anticipation. Despite Megumin's vehement rebuke, Yuguwei didn't seem to be giving up. No, it was even more exciting. Okay, the food's getting cold. She took Zun Zun's hand and walked to the dining table. There, two familiar girls were also waiting for her. Zun Zun, did you sleep in again? To avoid staying up late, let me carry you to bed, okay, but a good night's sleep is also nice. I mean, can we sleep together tonight? Soft Mushroom and Silly Mushroom. Both of them were there, even teasing him shamelessly. Was this a dream? Zun Zun pinched his cheek. The pain was so severe that it proved it wasn't a dream. Could it be that his harem dream, which hadn't been fulfilled in the succubus shop, was about to be fulfilled in the real world? Unbelievable. Why is everyone courting me? Megumin glared at the three foreign cats and shouted, Zun Zun agreed to go on a date with me today. We're going out to collect materials, right? I heard everything you said yesterday, that's right. The outskirts of Crimson Village are dangerous. Let's go together. What are you talking about? Zun Zun is coming with me today to finish the last part of my biography, so I don't have time for you. Suddenly, they started fighting over Zun Zun. Zun Zun was like a delicious, coveted treat. Everyone wanted to possess him and went to their absolute best. Ruan Hilu was the first to attack. By the way, waking someone up so early, aren't you being a little too attentive? Megumin, no, I'm not being attentive. It's just a delusion of jealousy. Rather, I know you yearn for a man, but please don't go overboard. Zun Zun and I have been bathing together, going on adventures together, and even sleeping in the same bed for a long time, Megumin retorted decisively. Foolish Mushroom pouted in displeasure. No, Zun Zun belongs to everyone. Megumin, you can't sneak out, you say that, but you really want to sneak out first, right? Greek letter sigma, degree Cyrillic letter de degree, x2. They were so easy to understand. And even though there were two of them, Their combined attack power wasn't as strong as Megumin's. This little lolly seemed too strong. Can't you play around? Yu Guwei probably provoked Soft Mushroom and Dumb Mushroom, or maybe they just teamed up for fun. But their argument was quite cool. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze blew. Yu Guwei, is your face too close? I'm just watching you closely. Look, if I don't get that close, I can't get a good look at your face, right? Yu Guwei leaned in, his warm breath against her ear. Zun Zun shuddered unconsciously. If those two were just going along with the atmosphere and having fun, then Yu Guwei meant business. She attacked Zun Zun with such boldness and passion that, if it hadn't been for her so-called perfect timing, she might have been the first to take him down. Your face is red, don't you feel like it? She took Zun Zun's hand and pretended to rest it against her chest. Wait, Yu Guwei. Seeing this, Megumin quickly abandoned Ruanhuhu and Dudungu, who were still pestering her, and rushed over to swat their hands away. Her eyes stared at him. What were you trying to do by jumping in front of me, Are you exposed? Despite being stopped and scolded, Yu Guwei didn't seem angry. Instead, he laughed indifferently, seemingly unfazed by the loss. You really can't be careless, Zun Zun. You might have been tricked by a bad girl, dear. Yes, let me do it. I'll be there to protect you. Ruanhuhu and Dudungu pushed the two men away, one on each side, walking over, stroking his head and cheeks. What was wrong? I had the feeling they treated me like a younger brother, not an object. Are you too close, huh? It's normal between friends, right? Zun Zun, you're so stuck up, yet. But if Zun Zun wants more than just being friends, you're more than welcome, okay? The two of them puffed out their chests. Although not as developed as the first-classmen, they're also very objective, at least capable of leaving Megumin far behind. More than friends. The two of them looking shy gave me the creeps. Zun Zun, you really can't leave me like this. I must say I want to take care of you. Yeah, you're so cute. I want to use you as a pillow, so they treat me like a younger brother, right? Although Zun Zun ate a lot and developed well, he was still far behind the girls who had developed earlier. Furthermore, his appearance, which easily aroused a desire for protection. Zun Zun, go out with me. Look, I'll do it for you, okay? Whether it's a lap pillow or something else, no matter how you look at it, Zun Zun will go out with me, right? I have to take care of him. No, you'll choose me, right? Zun Zun, guys, it was me first, it was obviously me. Zun Zun, you choose me, right? It was only because Yunyun wasn't around, otherwise they would have to perform a quintessential quintuplet. In fact, it was precisely because Yunyun, his rightful fiancée, was not around that they dared to be so bold. The four of them looked at him expectantly. For a moment, they hesitated. This wasn't a succubus's dream, right? He had really returned to the Crimson Demon Village and defeated Sylvia, a general in the Demon King's army? But what had happened to this harem? He was a little overwhelmed. If he said you are my wings at this moment, Megumin would undoubtedly tear him to pieces. He hadn't lost his temper until now, largely because she, like Yao Gaohu and the others, was, in a way, the third to flee. But that didn't mean he would accept an unlimited expansion of the harem. Even now, the situation had likely reached a critical point. If he didn't give a definitive answer, an explosion would be imminent. But seeing the four hands reaching out toward her, Zun Zun couldn't decide whether to accept any or all of them, and sighed helplessly. It's come to this, let's eat first. Although Megumin had some complaints about Zun Zun's evasiveness, she ultimately didn't lose her temper. Instead, she reluctantly enjoyed breakfast with Ruanhuhu and Silly Mushroom, despite the shoving. The delaying tactic was embarrassing, but surprisingly effective. Shortly after breakfast, Satao Kazuma, Aqua, and the others met up with Zun Zun and the others. After all, they had agreed to go together to look for crafting materials. Zun Zun, with his exceptional intelligence, averted the crisis. Seeing Satao Kazuma and the others arrive, Yao Gaohu and the others knew they stood no chance and could only leave reluctantly. Upon hearing of Megumin's actions, Yunyun was furious. Megumin, you came so early? Are you planning to sneak out? You, a sly cat, tisk, Megumin gasped in dismay. Just as Yunyun had said, she had arrived so early and urged Zun Zun to leave quickly, only to create a gap with her companions. It was a pity that the plan had barely begun when Yao Gaohu and the others ruined it. That guy was truly a formidable opponent. Chapter 288 Return to Axel. The wedding was postponed. It wasn't because of a dispute between Zun Zun and Megumin, but because Sister Tao Lao and the Crimson Demon Chieftain couldn't agree. Sister Tao Lao was a traditional Unsullied, while the Crimson Demon Chieftain preferred Western traditions. The two argued heatedly about the most important wedding of their lives, and even after the reconstruction of Crimson Demon Village, they still couldn't reach a conclusion, and their arguments only escalated. Zun Zun, unable to bear it any longer, declared, "I want it all. Why not have both?" However, they argued again about who should leave first. It seemed there wouldn't be a solution anytime soon. His head was aching. Coupled with the increasingly excessive temptations from the others, Zun Zun couldn't control himself any longer, so he spoke to the rest of his team and prepared to leave. The chief and Sister Tao Lao tried to persuade them to stay, but at Zun Zun's insistence, they had to let him go. Besides, he could always teleport back if necessary, so there was no need to endure the pain of separation. Teleportation magic, terrifying as it was. "I didn't expect you to leave so soon," Yu Guwei said with a hint of regret, his hands clasped on his chest. "I still have 108 moves I learned from the book that I haven't used yet. It seems I won't be able to use them. I really hope you can learn something useful." Megumin smiled at him. If the simple, naive, and easily intimidated Yunyun could still be manipulated by her, then Yu Guwei in front of her was no match for her. Just the three of them together made a huge difference. Some people are born to be protagonists. Yunyun didn't say anything, but stared at her with the same extreme vigilance, as if watching a cat burglar. "Don't be like that, Yunyun," Yu Guwei smiled and said, "You'll be leaving the Crimson Demon Village soon. The one who needs to be careful is Megumin, not me." He was right. After leaving the Crimson Demon Village, Yu Guwei wouldn't see Zun Zun again, but Megumin was different. Her cautious gaze changed. "Wait, Yunyun. Have you forgotten our alliance agreement?" Megumin was anxious. At the same time, she glared at him even more angrily. This fellow had sown discord and aroused Yunyun's vigilance with just a few words. He was truly a formidable opponent. And Zun Zun, faced with everyone's gazes, some surprised, some angry, Yu Guwei stepped forward, opened his arms, and hugged him tightly, whispering, "The child and I will wait for you in the Crimson Demon Village." Her voice was soft, but with everyone so close, even a deaf person could hear it. "No, man. When did we ever have a child?" Zun Zun was sweating profusely under the resentful gazes of Yunyun and Megumin. Zun Zun, no." She said that on purpose to cause misunderstandings between the two of you. "Don't be fooled," Zun Zun shouted. How strong! Yu Guwei was truly capable. Not only was she skilled in this and that, but also in palace intrigue. Megumin and Yunyun were almost tricked. If you were with her in the future, wouldn't he be easy to manipulate? Wait, why would I even think of being together? Okay, I'll stop pestering you. It's not possible now, but I'll come find you soon. Yu Gu took a step back, creating a safe distance. The potential threat unsettled Megumin and Yunyun. Me too, he said softly, his head held high. I could leave the village with you right now. But my brother can't bear to leave me, so. I'm sorry, her words trailed off with an apologetic tone. It seemed like her brother was more important than Zun Zun. Well, stop talking about this guy. In her previous life, Zun Zun had heard a lot of news about the demon who supports his brothers. It was fine for her to be one, but definitely not for someone else. Sounds good to me, but I'd better wait for them. Dumb mushroom, as always, was hesitant. But this was a good idea. Her visit to Axel would cause him so much inconvenience that she could go with Ugu and the others later. It was almost time, so the talk ended there. Since Zun Zun knew teleportation magic, there was no need to visit the teleportation service, so she could leave at any time. If we leave now, we can still make it in time for dinner. Darkness said she would return home and bring them glazed crabs. Sato Kazuma and Aqua were looking forward to it, and said they would have crab stew tonight. Okay, then, have a safe trip. X3 I'm leaving. Zun Zun saluted and led his companions back to the mansion's courtyard. He had already set the coordinates, so the return was easy. Sato Kazuma was moved. He said he would rather face Sylvia again than be tortured by the orcs. That kind of harem wasn't what he wanted. After all, my house is still the most comfortable. I don't want to travel far for now. Frankly, asking a hikikomori like me to travel is a mistake. Upon returning, Sato Kazuma slumped onto the sofa, moaning with pleasure. He said he wouldn't be leaving the house for a while, nor would he accept any more quests. He had already closed the deal with Vanir, and with the promise of a large sum of money, there was no need to work tirelessly every day. A typical lazy man's excuse. Aqua also expressed her desire to stay home for the time being. Like Sato Kazuma, she had received a large sum of money for defeating the Demon King's army. Zun Zun even heard that the Accusa's cult paid her a monthly tribute, and the money flowed in non-stop. She was no longer the impoverished goddess who once relied on odd jobs to survive. Honestly, hearing her say that, Zun Zun felt like the world was ending. That Zesta guy was actually spoiling the idiot goddess. Snap, a familiar sound rang out. Zun Zun raised an eyebrow, instinctively eyeing the toy in Aqua's hand, a Game Boy. When did you get your game back? Hey, let me play it too. As a gamer, I'm supposed to keep it. If you want me to lend it to you, you'll have to pay a price. Specifically, you have to clean my bathroom tomorrow. Aqua and Sato Kazuma were arguing over the game's use. Although Zun Zun missed her terribly, he didn't actually enjoy playing games, not in his previous life or the one before that. It wasn't that big a deal, it was just a matter of audience. Not everyone who liked anime liked video games. That's why, even though he knew there was a console in the underground hangar, he didn't rush to grab it. Megumin and Yunyun were very interested in the console. More precisely, they were interested in knowing why they were fighting over it. Darkness said she had to return to her hometown first, but Sato Kazuma and Aqua, who were arguing, didn't hear her. She shook her head and ran off. Her expression wasn't good, as if something was bothering her. Zun Zun ignored the two idiots, left the mansion, and headed for Wiz's magic item shop. It was almost night time. He ran into many acquaintances along the way, who greeted him with smiles. After chatting, he learned that news of Sylvia's defeat at the hands of Zun Zun had spread throughout the kingdom. It spread a little quickly, but it's not uncommon. The defeat of a Demon King's general spread like wildfire, and before he knew it, Zun Zun had become a celebrity in the kingdom. It felt great. He arrived at Wiz's magic tool shop and knocked on the door. Welcome. Upon entering, he was greeted by a masked demon wearing a pink dress with a smile on his face. Hello, Vanir, welcome. You innocent little crimson demon who seems disdainful but secretly charmed, and who vaguely wants to start a harem, though he is hesitant about it. Don't give me such a weird name. Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. Speaking of which, just because he's a demon doesn't need to breathe. How could he say all that in one breath? Sure, with practice. Don't read my mind. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, it's an occupational hazard. You know, when customers are happy and content, they spend money like crazy. This marketing tactic always works. Vanir made no secret of his sinister intentions. Besides, this guy had only been a waiter for less than a month. How could he have an occupational disease? It must be voyeurism. So, rising star of the Crimson Demon clan, who's afraid you'll become a great mage by the time you're 30, is there anything you'd like to buy this time? Or, anything worth selling? Vanir rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Very much like a merchant. That's right. Zun Zun was a loyal customer after all. Whether it was ordering potions or buying magic items, the money he'd spent there was enough to buy this shop. Sell me something. Zun Zun placed 4 lavender jars with the words on them on the counter. Oh. Vanir bent down and examined them carefully. Extremely high-quality skill point potions. As expected of a crimson demon, their magic item crafting is top-notch. Even if you pay me that compliment, I won't give you a discount. It's better to say that I'm already offering you a good discount. Ha 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 ha. Merchants are always looking for profits. One more little discount would be a blessing. At least try it. Is it free, after all? Zun Zun snorted. Come to think of it, Vanir pinched his chin, carefully examining the potion, and asked curiously, why not 5 vials? Because 5, nothing. Hey, wait a minute, can you even see that? Right, I'm clairvoyant, so even small things like this are crystal clear. Doesn't that mean there's no privacy in their presence? Then, is there anything else you want to sell? Of course. At her suggestion, Zun Zun took out a book from his bosom. Impressive. The Demon King's army invades, and the Crimson Demon clan is in crisis. He's hailed as the only genius in 1,000 years, using unparalleled power to save his homeland and acquire a harem. This isn't a bookstore. Sorry, I was mistaken. Zun Zun clumsily put the book away, then rummaged around in his chest again, like a Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket, and took something out. About the size of an index finger, it looked like a small snake, or, to be more precise, A snake-like orc. The small creature screamed as it landed on the ground. Hey, brat, where have you gone? Is this still the Crimson Devil village? It was still making a lot of noise. Chapter 289 Sylvia's Disaster. My goodness. It seems Brother Crimson Demon has brought something truly extraordinary. We're so surprised that we don't know what to say. You're lying. Clearly, you know everything. Vanir's feigned surprise was somewhat annoying, and Zun Zun didn't hesitate to reprimand him. We're all 1,000-year-old bitches. What do? Don't pretend you can't hear me, a furious roar echoed. Zun Zun looked at the gadgets on the counter. The creature before him, the length of his index finger and the thickness of a small wooden stick, resembling a miniature toy snake, was none other than Sylvia, the Demon King's general who wreaked havoc on Crimson Demon Village. As for her appearance here, the story begins with Zun Zun's battle with Sylvia. When Zun Zun defeated him with a Kamehameha, he thought the battle was over, but then he saw miniature Sylvia writhing from her corpse. Curious, he brought him back. How strange. The adventurer card clearly stated that Sylvia, the general of the Demon King's army, had been defeated, yet he was still very much alive. Could it be because her true form was a synthetic beast? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Wait, you. Vanir? You're not Vanir? Hey, even if the mask on your head is a little different, you're Vanir, right? Quick, catch this guy, Sylvia shouted upon seeing Vanir. Vanir rubbed his chin. What a noise. This'll lower the value of the merchandise a lot. He indeed treated the generals of the Demon King's army as merchandise. He must be a skilled businessman. No, considering Vanir as a demon, should we say he's returned to his nature? Lord Vanir, what do you think of him? The most I can offer is 100 million heiress. Isn't 100 million too little? He's an officer of the Demon King's army, and the bounty is 300 million. That was then, and this is now. He's no longer an officer of the Demon King's army. If it weren't for him being a synthetic beast, so valuable for research, we wouldn't have paid such a high price for him. The two of them traded nonchalantly, while Sylvia, the traitor, looked aghast. Hey, what are you talking about, Vanir? You're an officer of the Demon King's army, right? How can you trade with a human? And, that pink apron you're wearing is really strange. Are you a shopkeeper somewhere? That's right. I've indeed resigned from my position as an officer in the Demon King's army and become a clerk at this magic item shop. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Oh, Sylvia made a sword demon sound. It was normal that she didn't know. After all, she had received a mission to harass the Crimson Demon Village before Vanir, so she knew nothing about Vanir's subsequent visit to Axel or his acting career. She also didn't know that Vanir had faked his own death and escaped, becoming a mere clerk at a magic item shop. Vanir, did you betray the Demon Lord? That's not true. I didn't betray the Demon Lord. I merely promised him that if I died, I would no longer serve as a general in the Demon King's army and live for me. Look, this is the proof. Vanir pointed at the number II on his mask. Are you joking? Sylvia couldn't accept such a ridiculous statement. What a noise. Vanir stuffed Sylvia into a glass bottle and upended it on the counter, choking Sylvia as he slammed the bottle. Okay, back to the price. Let's be frank. I'm offering you a maximum of 150 million heiress. Any more wouldn't be worth it. If you accept, it's a deal. If not, we won't raise the price. Never mind, I'm not selling. Oh, he seemed surprised that the Venerable One could maintain his composure even with hundreds of millions of heiress, then spoke again. What's the reason? I'm not short of money. Of course, that's just one reason. Another is that your companion, Vanir, is probably a dangerous organization like the Demon King's army. I want to prevent Sylvia from causing me any more trouble, so it's best not to sell it for now. I've got you figured out. Although the Demon King always says he hates Sylvia for wanting to fuse with him, he'll definitely pay you handsomely if I tell him. What a pity. Vanir openly admitted that he just wanted to make a deal with the Demon King's army and then extort a fortune. Is this guy really an officer of the Demon King's army? One extorts money from the Demon King's army, while the other constantly steals its military funds to fund his own magic item shop. This shopkeeper and clerk are really... Hey, speaking of which, where's Wiz, that idiot shopkeeper? I'm back, Mr. Vanir. I don't know if it's my imagination, but I think Mr. Beldia has gotten a bit bigger. Isn't it time to buy him a bigger fish tank? As you can see, I'm changing the water in the fish tank. Although Zun Zun had told Wiz to change the Dullahan's water daily before he left, it was only a threat to prevent it from escaping. Who would have thought that Wiz would change the water every day? Does he really hate the Dullahan? Or is it just out of kindness? Mal, that's even scarier. Ah, Zun Zun. Welcome. Hello, Ms. Wiz, you look good. Wiz, seeing this, quickly walked over with a beaming face and placed a fish tank on the counter. Thanks to Mr. Vanner, magic tools are finally turning a profit for the first time after a long period of losses. I'm very touched. And thanks to your potion too, Zun Zun. Thank you so much. Zun Zun accepted her thanks. In fact, if it weren't for her energy potion, divided into 3 layers, Wiz wouldn't have come this far. Zun Zun, you came this time. Hey, what's this? Wiz saw the glass bottle on the counter and Sylvia, who had fainted from lack of oxygen, and hurried to open it. She had forgotten that it was still sealed. Isn't that Mr. Sylvia? He may have shrunk, but he's still Mr. Sylvia, right? Mr. Sylvia, are you alright? What's wrong? Wiz looked flustered. Even considering they were colleagues, it still seemed illogical. Zun Zun recounted the events at the Crimson Demon Village and asked, Miss Wiz, don't you hate it when the Demon King's army attacks ordinary people? Why are you so worried about Sylvia? The Crimson Demons have a picnic with the Demon King's army every year, dumping everything from magic to garbage there. Plus, they harass and massacre a large number of the Demon King's troops almost every now and then. Okay, stop talking. If she kept this up, the Crimson Demons would become villains. And using the word massacre was a bit of an exaggeration. Ha. I thought I was going to suffocate. No, it's not good. This is. Little Sylvia slowly stood up. She showed obvious hostility upon seeing Zun Zun and Vanner, but soon spotted a third person. Wiz, yes, it's me. Long time no see, Mr. Sylvia. Wiz, hurry up. Sylvia wanted to shout for help, but quickly suppressed the thought, looking from Wiz to Vanner. Wiz, this is your shop, right? I remember when you were in the Demon King's castle, you kept talking about opening a magic item shop. And whenever your shop was about to go bankrupt, you would sneakily steal money from the Demon King's treasury to supplement it. It gave the Demon King a headache. What? Miss Sylvia, please don't say such embarrassing things. No, Mr. Vanner. Wiz was furious. It's okay, Ms. Wiz. We've known about your negative talent for shopping for a long time, so we won't make fun of you. Sylvia finally understood Vanner's reason for calling himself a shopkeeper and said nothing more. Impossible. She soon saw the headless knight in the fish tank. No, it was the headless knight who only had his head left. Beldia? Hey. Isn't that Beldia? How could he be here? I remember the Demon King said he disappeared in Axel. How could he only have his head left? Could they be plotting against the Demon King's army? Sylvia's thoughts grew increasingly terrifying. She trembled in fear at the sight of the 3 tall, red-eyed figures. She didn't know what they were up to, but it seemed they had something serious on their minds. Zun Zun suddenly realized something. It seems like all the Demon King's army officers I've run into are here, huh? Yes, that's right, yes, Wiz, my friend, Beldia, Hans, Sylvia. All the Demon King's army officers you've met are here. But aside from that idiot shopkeeper, the others are all former Demon King's army officers. Sylvia's face tightened as she heard the 3 of them's conversation. She didn't understand what was going on. It was one thing to attack the Demon King's army, but the conspiracy extended to their officers, and even Vanner and Wiz had turned against them. That was truly unbelievable. Wait, Hans? The toxic slime Hans? Slimes can grow by devouring objects, and Hans, a Demon King's army officer, is even more formidable. If he could use his opponent's ability to grow and then fuse with them, wouldn't he be able to escape without trouble? Hans? Hey, where's Hans? Where? Isn't he here? I don't see him, here. Seeing Zun Zun tugging at her clothes, Sylvia felt a wave of unease. She opened her mouth and spoke in a hoarse, thirsty voice. You took Hans, that's right. I turned him into clothes and put them on. Slime clothes are very good. They're warm in winter and cool in summer, and offer excellent defense. Few male adventurers really like them. Unfortunately, perhaps because slime isn't that good, female adventurers are more reluctant to wear them. The fact that a painting of the Demon King's army had been turned into clothes completely shocked Sylvia's worldview. You are a demon, thank you for the compliment. Zun Zun's smile was awfully kind. Chapter 290 Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sylvia was completely devastated, withdrawn into herself. She stopped trying to communicate and didn't even yell at them to release him. Her eyes were glazed over, with a look of despair. Only Zun Zun hadn't told Sylvia that her body would be used as material for magical tools and experiments. If he had known, he probably would have shouted in despair, "Goo, kill me, forget it, let's not provoke him. Anyway, to prevent Sylvia from causing me trouble, I won't sell him for now. But I'd like to keep him here, is that okay with you?" "Yes." "Of course not." "Aha." Vanier grabbed the naive shopkeeper who had agreed without hesitation, his mask obscuring his face, revealing the unmistakable mischievous smile of a businessman. "You want storage services, huh? Storage services? Hey, we didn't offer that when I released the Delahun. It's because we weren't here earlier," he said matter-of-factly. It was really annoying. Although Zun Zun wouldn't trick Wiz, Vanier's calculating nature as a businessman was irritating. "Do you dislike me?" Sniff. This negativity is unbelievable." "Great, he did it on purpose. Demons thrive on negativity, and he was doing it to provoke Zun Zun's emotions, but he couldn't do anything about it." "Tell me, how much?" 100 million heiress, why don't you steal it?" If he said that, Vanier would definitely say something depressing. Stealing money won't make you earn that fast, so he refused to give him the chance. 10 million heiress, if it's more, I'll deal. Vanier grabbed Zun Zun's hand and squeezed. Damn, the price was too high. I'm sure everyone has had this experience, seeing a piece of clothing at the mall, thinking the price was too high, and responding by trying to lower it, only to receive a resounding yes. Vanier reveled in his melancholy again. I couldn't help but suspect he didn't care about the money, he simply wanted to bask in Zun Zun's negativity. "By the way, it doesn't have an expiration date, does it?" he asked. No, the customer can keep it for an unlimited time. But, if it's taken away, it will still cost 10 million heiress to redeposit it. Please keep this in mind." Under Zun Zun's somewhat dangerous glare, Vanier raised his hands and said this. But his expression seemed certain that Zun Zun would figure that out one day. Being able to see into the future was a real trap. Zun Zun never doubted Vanier, just as he never doubted the fortune-telling that trapped his sister. Aside from the difference in long-term vision, their accuracy was 100%. A genuine divine-level fortune-teller. "No, in terms of fortune-telling, I can't compare to your sister, don't read my mind." Zun Zun rolled his eyes in annoyance. Another flaw of Vanier's was his unbridled ability to read other people's minds, which was a real pain. "Then, Sylvia will be staying with you temporarily. But before that, I have something to ask you." Sylvia, who had been treated like an object, hadn't reacted until now. But hearing that Zun Zun had something to ask her, she slowly raised her head and looked at him with expressionless eyes. "Sylvia, when we first met, I used a very powerful move against you. Was it a kill move? It should have worked, but nothing happened in the end. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed. So, Sylvia, can you tell me why?" "That's right, it was a competition to see who had the worst luck. In their first encounter, she had decisively used her ultimate move to kill Zun Zun, but nothing happened. She had to get to the bottom of it. Otherwise, if this happened again when they faced the enemy in the future, it would be disastrous." "A move?" Sylvia was stunned for a moment. After careful consideration, Zun Zun noticed her eyes darting around, clearly plotting something sinister. "I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Please don't joke around." "That's impossible, then I don't know anything." Sylvia's expression was equally certain, aware that this might be the weakness of the damned crimson demons before them. If they could understand, the Demon King's army would no longer be afraid. And Zun Zun saw it. "It seems Sylvia doesn't know." He turned and strode away. Wait, Sylvia hurriedly called out to Zun Zun, shouting, "I don't know anything you're saying. How can I answer you? Could you at least explain it to me clearly?" Forget it, after all." "Hey, just kidding." Zun Zun, after thinking for a moment, asked seriously. "Sylvia, do you hold hostility toward me?" "Hostility? Yes, like wanting to kill me, defeat me, something like that, of course. I want to kill you right now." Sylvia made no secret of her malice. Was I wrong? Zun Zun had originally thought that the enemy held no murderous intent or ill will toward him, which was why his skills were ineffective, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. Was he overthinking it? "No, you should change your mind, Vanel. Do you have anything to say?" I think we should ask Sylvia if they held hostility or ill will toward you at that moment." Suddenly, he understood. Yes, people change with events and time. They could be friends one moment and enemies the next. Is that very possible? Then what happened? At that time, there wasn't, no, yes. The Demon King told me upon arrival not to harm a crimson demon named Zun Zun, who wore a crown and a red gem. I didn't know the reason, but since the Demon King said so, I followed his example. So when I learned that you were Zun Zun, I felt no hostility toward you, as expected. His guess was correct. Vanair chuckled. Well, are you satisfied with this answer, Silly? But there are too few cases to prove it, so I'll save it for now and confirm it next time. Zun Zun was a representative of the rigorous school. When it came to matters related to his own life, he was never ambiguous. However, this also raised a new question. Why did the Demon King tell you not to harm me? I don't know. Anyway, you just heard me, right? Are you looking for trouble? Sylvia was furious. Did he kill his horse? Oh, he did. Zun Zun looked at Vanair and Wiz. They shook their heads too, their eyes completely unprepared. The Demon King didn't tell me this before I left. It's more like the Demon King's pleas were sent here to me, and because I was upset, I snuck out. Since I'm a demon, I rely on human emotions to stay alive, so I wouldn't hurt them, so I guess he didn't tell me. Me too. The Demon King didn't tell me. No, it's more like I haven't seen the Demon King in a long time. After all, the weak Lich Queen is only in charge of maintaining the barrier. The Delahun certainly doesn't know, and Hans is dead, so he can't answer. Forget it, let's just leave it at that, Demon King. By the way, I don't think I've seen him before, have you? At the succubus shop, for example, Zun Zun knew. Although the Demon King was the supreme leader of the organization, he often went to Axel's succubus shop to have fun. Besides, he always generously received adventurers. Perhaps he was doing me a favor? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sylvia, the Demon King's army officer, no, it was Sylvia, a former Demon King officer, loudly denied Zun Zun's suspicions. Why do you say that? Do you seem to admire the Demon King, because the Demon King is worthy of admiration? Sylvia clasped her hands and spoke like a young woman in love. The Demon King is a role model for the Demon Clan. He is diligent in his work, kind and caring to his subordinates, and whenever I come to him for help, he is always there to help. Furthermore, every time I ask to fuse with a Demon King, he rightfully refuses. How could a Demon King like that possibly visit a succubus shop? What a thick filter. If Zun Zun hadn't known the Demon King would sneak into the succubus shop, Sylvia might have tricked him. By the way, are you serious? You're biologically male, right? You have a huge penis, right? Is that the kind of fusion you're thinking of? Wait a minute. Could it be that the Demon King came to the succubus shop because Sylvia kept asking for a fusion, scaring him and seeking relief from the overwhelming fatigue? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. You know, when men experience immense frustration in this regard, they need an equally immense heart to comfort them, and it turns out the women of the succubus shop possess incredibly broad and generous hearts. Okay, I'm fine, then we'll lock him up. Vanair grabbed the bottle containing Sylvia, and while Sylvia was still struggling and screaming, he casually stuffed it into his pocket, vanishing like a magic trick. Spatial magic, would you like to learn? It's free. Free is the most expensive. Tell me, what's the price? Becoming a lich, get lost. Zun Zun gestured for her to get as far away as possible, but his words unexpectedly irritated Wiz, who sniffed and cried out, I'm sorry I was born a lich. But just as they finally relaxed for a moment, the pent-up trouble seemed to burst forth, uncontainable any longer. Oh no, Zun Zun, darkness burst into the magic item shop. Zun Zun was slightly startled at the sight. If it was Kazuma who asked you to inquire about the skill point potion, tell him he'll only be able to get a portion of the profits after selling it. Until then, be patient. Why do you look so sad? Thinking the Dustiness family will fall into disgrace, Darkness said nothing. She handed him a letter. He opened it. He read it. Oh, no. The Dustiness family might fall into disgrace now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 The Arrival of the Princess. The princess is coming. Upon hearing this, Sato Kazuma and Aqua were overjoyed, exclaiming that their time had finally come. Meanwhile, Darkness's gaze darkened, foretelling the doom of the Dustiness family. The reason was that the princess would arrive tomorrow on her loyal Axel. Given enough time, Darkness could have taught these low-ranking adventurers some court etiquette, but with less than 24 hours until the princess's arrival, she was helpless. The letter had been delivered long ago. However, calculating time backward, it was before their trip to the hot springs, and immediately after returning from them, they set off for the Crimson Demon Village, where they remained for almost 2 weeks. What do we do, Zun Zun? How strange, Darkness, why are you asking Zun Zun? That's right, Zun Zun, the princess is summoning the entire team, don't even think about sneaking out, Sato Kazuma and Aqua exclaimed. It's because you two are untrustworthy, Darkness, uncharacteristically assertive, startled the two clueless adventurers with her roar. Listen, although Zun Zun has his flaws, he mastered etiquette to perfection back then, and his time as a servant in the mansion was impeccable. I truly hope you can learn from him. Us too, Aqua pouted. Well, don't get so worked up. Just go with the flow. His Highness would probably prefer to see the adventurer's side, so, wait a minute, Zun Zun. Why do you seem so familiar with His Highness, like Zun Zun knows her? Megumin and Yunyun walked over. Stare. The two of them stared at Zun Zun. Ever since they returned from the Crimson Demon Village, they had been keeping a close eye on him. Aqua, it goes without saying, even a few words to Darkness would result in a thorough interrogation, and the atmosphere in the team grew tense. The three of them also stared at him. Do you doubt me? No, think about it. She's a princess of the royal family. She may be a well-known figure in Axel, but I've never met her. I swear to the light. I've never met her, no problem. Zun Zun had indeed never met her. He only knew Iris, the merchant's daughter and a member of the bandit gang. Really, I believe you, huh? Should we say that girls have a highly developed sixth sense, or is it Megumin's ability to detect infidelity? She always picks up on the clues. And maybe it's because her engagement to Yunyun was discovered, but she's become even more proactive. Last night, she even snuck into my bed. The little lolly snuck into my bed, making me laugh. Anyway, time is pressing, so you should learn some etiquette, Darkness ordered. Sato Kazuma and Aqua were reluctant, but since this was the first time a noble's daughter had been so insistent, they reluctantly agreed under pressure. Their diligence and dedication caused Zun Zun to hallucinate. Before every exam, the students were seen working diligently. As the saying goes, even honing a sword before battle is always better than sharpening it. Darkness, with a mindset to teach as much as she could, enthusiastically trained the students. Naturally, the results were far from ideal. Dustiness Mansion, the largest mansion in Axel, was on high alert. Normally, there weren't this many servants, but today, perhaps out of decorum or protection, the number had increased considerably. And it was no wonder. Not long ago, the kingdom's first princess, Her Highness Alice, had stayed at the mansion. Listen up, everyone. I don't expect you to be as elegant as the other nobles, but at least don't act like fools. I beg you. Especially Kazuma, don't do anything disrespectful, Darkness repeated. She was like a mother before leaving, insistent and nagging. Sato Kazuma couldn't stand it any longer. You'd better calm down. With your natures, the slightest provocation would leave you breathless and you'd fall into delirium. There's the princess in this room, and anything out of place would be even more serious. Seriously, doing something like that in front of the princess, I might end up in the army and become a plaything. Hey, the perverted knight fell into delirium. But she quickly regained her composure. At such a crucial moment, a rich lady can still maintain her composure. Darkness clearly wanted to say something more, but the butler arrived and she left first. Agreed, Sato Kazuma clapped his hands and looked at his companions behind him. Even though we just bullied Darkness, you know what to do, right? Sure. This is a unique opportunity. I'm going to use my best party tricks to liven things up. That's right, so Darkness doesn't make a fool of herself. Fine, out with it. The moment the idiot goddess had those thoughts, she disappeared, not to mention this guy trying to conjure a rookie assassin. Megumin also suggested a grand appearance by the Crimson Demon clan, complete with a massive fireworks display, but Yunyun stopped her. It seemed Darkness's worries weren't unfounded. Zun Zun, you seem really excited. Sato Kazuma looked at his companion, who had been beaming for a while now. Although Zun Zun wasn't the usual reserved type, he somehow seemed excited to hear that the princess was coming. Kazuma, my wish is to restore the Crimson Demon clan to greatness. Of course I would love to meet the royal family, really. Sato Kazuma found it odd, but didn't elaborate. By the way, Zun Zun looked at the three girls in front of him and said with some admiration, you're all dressed beautifully. Yes, that's true, Sato Kazuma nodded. Aqua and the others, despite being problem children, were dazzlingly beautiful. Megumin wore a long, off-the-shoulder dress with a black base and red trim, a stark change from her usual Lolita image, looking ravishingly gorgeous. In contrast, Yunyun wore a red base with black trim, which showed off her ample chest. The off-the-shoulder design brought a flash of color to Zun Zun's eyes. Zun Zun's gaze seemed intense, and Yunyun lowered her head shyly, causing Megumin to feel a raging desire to smack her breasts, but Aqua stopped her. Aqua, on the other hand, changed from her usual blue feathered robes to a pure white dress, which made her already light blue complexion appear even more translucent. Her beauty, honestly, if she were to keep quiet, she would be worshipped like a goddess. But if anything, Zun Zun was the winner. The pure black base, with gold and red embroidery in a unique pattern around the neckline and cuffs, looked simple overall, but on Zun Zun, it looked elegant and beautiful. Even though I know Zun Zun is a boy, he's still, what a pity. Sato Kazuma looked up, trying not to cry. She was wearing a white dress today. How could she describe it? Ordinary, no, at a time like this, I should say decent, right, Mr. Kazuma is very, very handsome. Ah, boys, if you can't speak, you don't have to. Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes and pouted. Stop it. I know it's not appropriate to be among so many handsome men and women like you, and there's no need to provoke me like this, but inwardly, he had other thoughts. Flowers need green leaves to stand out. Normally, a flower needs a lot of green leaves to stand out, but now the situation is reversed. Would that mean he would become the flower? He had to admit, he had a bit of an Aqua mentality. Darkness was also wearing a pure white dress, but her long blonde hair was braided neatly from her collarbone, cascading over her right shoulder. A typical and risky hairstyle for a lady. The hairstyle softened her original naivete, mellowing it with a hint of kindness. Although the dress was pure and innocent, her figure made it look incredibly sexy. As the eldest of the team, Darkness was undoubtedly the most charming. It hurts, Zun Zun felt a sting in his back, and a dangerous voice echoed in his ear. Does it look good? He was sweating profusely. In short, black and white were the main themes of this meeting with the princess. My god, this is so restrictive. Zun Zun tugged at his dress and muttered, I'm sick of all this bureaucracy. I'd better barge in. It wasn't that he was being reckless. Rather, Zun Zun clearly knew that Alice preferred to see him in adventurer's attire, preferably the nightgown she had worn during their time together in the capital's underground labyrinth. Zun Zun, you're not going to disappoint me in the end, are you? I beg you, don't butt into the party, Darkness pleaded. She was right. This party was definitely the center of attention. After all, she had specifically mentioned meeting him in her letter, and Sato Kazuma and the others were only incidental. But Darkness knew perfectly well that these problem children wouldn't comply. If she didn't comply, the party might be filled with a panty thief, an idiot who barged in and held a talent show for no apparent reason, or a dangerous individual who unleashed explosive magic after an odd introduction. Yes, I know, Darkness scratched her head. Was it possible that Darkness simply didn't trust her companions? While thinking this, he took out several talent show props from Aqua's body and then poured several explosive potions from Megumin's. Megumin, why did you bring all that? Darkness, give it back. These are the props I use to support my breasts. They're bra pads. So give them back. They're my pride. Do you think I'll give them back just because you say that? Throw them away. Yes, she really couldn't trust him. No matter how much Megumin begged, Darkness refused to give her back the potion or the other items. Chapter 292. This time there's a romance. Then, let's go. Listen up, everyone. I'll be primarily responsible for Her Highness Alice, so just focus on eating and nodding. I'll answer any questions you have. Do you understand? Remember? Speak up. Didn't you tell me not to speak? You better, Darkness said firmly. Zun Zun pursed his lips. The letter clearly stated that she wanted to see him, but he was taking on too much responsibility. No matter, she is a noble woman, after all. He pushed open the door. Behind it was a spacious banquet hall, radiating luxury without being too extravagant. The candles inside were lit, maintaining a pleasant brightness. Several servants were standing by the table, waiting silently at a distance. The room, covered with a bright red carpet, housed a large dining table, laden with a variety of luxurious dishes. At the other end of the table sat a girl, dressed in a pure white dress like darkness, Aqua, and Sato Kazuma. She looked like the personification of a princess. Medium-length blonde hair and light blue eyes. She radiated a noble aura, but gave off a subtle impression of fragility. She was undoubtedly a beautiful girl from the orthodox school. Her lively blue eyes lit up at the sight of Zun Zun. He instinctively tried to stand up, but stopped. However, the girl continued to stare at him, as if trying to attract his attention. Zun Zun, however, remained silent. Eyes fixed on the nose fixed on the heart. The stranger's actions caused the sparkle in the girl's eyes to dim, and her expression, like that of an abandoned animal, was heartbreaking. "I'm sorry, Alice. In fact, right now, like in an anime comic, she should have jumped up, pointed at her, and shouted, 'Ah, it's you from this morning.'" Zun Zun knew that Alice longed for a reunion, or perhaps she was simply shaken, but the current situation was inappropriate. Because, standing on either side of Alice, or, more precisely, to her right, were short-haired beauties in knightly attire, watching them intently. If anything went wrong, they could be arrested on the spot for treason. As for the beautiful woman on the left, she was wearing an inconspicuous black dress. Darkness was at the front. The group slowly approached the three of them. "Excuse me for waiting, Your Highness. These are my friends and fellow adventurers." "Very well, the three of you. May I present Her Highness, the nation's first princess, Your Highness. Please greet Her Highness and do not be disrespectful." With that, she stepped aside. Aqua stepped forward, gently lifting the hem of her skirt and greeting with perfect etiquette and movement. Seeing her, not only Sato Kazuma, but even Darkness was stunned. Could it be possible that yesterday's special training had been effective? "I am a member of the High Priestess. My name is Aqua. I hope you'll take care of me from now on. Then please allow me to perform a talent show as a greeting." "Wait a moment." Darkness grabbed Aqua's hand as she tried to act and roughly pulled her away. "Excuse me, Your Highness Alice. I have something to discuss with my companions. Don't bother me." "Darkness." Aqua tugged at her braid. Megumin also took the opportunity to pull out a cloak from under her skirt and forced Yunyun to introduce herself in an unusual and amusing manner. Her abrupt and amusing antics were hilarious. Then, upon recovering, Darkness grabbed his head and dragged him away. Zun Zun held his fort inside. His companion's excess energy was no good. Under the anxious gazes of Sato Kazuma and Darkness, Zun Zun also greeted with exquisite grace, slightly surprising them. "Nice to meet you, Your Highness Alice." "Alice. I am Your Highness Alice." Zun Zun's greeting was cut short. The short-haired blonde's eyes flashed with displeasure, and she gripped her sword with a hint of anger. "You really did call the princess by the wrong name. Sorry. My partner got screwed." Darkness covered Zun Zun's mouth. "Okay." A resounding failure. Even his long-awaited Zun Zun had failed, leaving Sato Kazuma completely despairing. But just as he was about to save face and introduce himself, the princess leaned close to the short-haired blonde Zero and whispered, "Huh?" For some reason, the princess was smiling. She seemed to be in a good mood. Sato Kazuma instinctively looked at Zun Zun, only to find his partner winking at the princess, seemingly flirtatious. "There's an affair," she blurted out, and quickly covered her mouth. She seemed to have discovered something horrible. He couldn't say anything, lest someone say, "You know too much," and the royal family exterminate him. He turned to look at Megumin and Yunyun, feeling the glint in their eyes. While Sato Kazuma was pondering, the short-haired blonde also heard the princess's whisper. She looked at the crowd with a haughty air. "That's why I say adventurers are low-class beings. You insolent bastard. You mispronounced the royal name. Common sense dictates the punishment, but since this is your first offense, I won't punish you. Hurry, finish your greetings and begin your adventure." His Highness said so. Sato Kazuma took a deep breath and raised his right hand. "Change, Your Highness Alice, I'm sorry to ask you to wait a moment. It seems my companion is a little nervous. I need to talk to him." Darkness dragged him to a corner and scolded him. Sato Kazuma's fantasy of the princess, perhaps that of a child eager to go out and play, must have been shattered by those words. But Alice wasn't the kind of princess to look down on others. Someone was hindering her actions and words. What's that look? Nothing. Zun Zun looked at the short-haired blonde. It was all because he had protected her so well, preventing the shy princess from revealing her true feelings, even her own requests. Right, he clapped his hands. To Alice, ahem, Princess Alice, as a gift for our first meeting. Please accept this. Zun Zun took out a book from his chest. Impressive. The Demon King's army invades, the Crimson Demon clan is in crisis, and the man hailed as the only genius in 1,000 years uses unparalleled power to save his homeland in a massive harem. You? The short-haired blonde's expression turned furious upon seeing the book's title, unable to resist drawing her sword. How dare you give His Highness such a crappy book? What are your intentions? It's just a heroic tale with an impressive title, but the content is quite ordinary. What? It's just like any other cheesy light novel. You can guess the general content just by looking at the title. It's not really worth reading. But this book is about my experiences, and I think His Highness would be very interested. His Highness wouldn't be interested in the experiences of a lowly person like you, Claire, the short-haired beauty. No, the princess's guard, named Claire, was stopped by a gentle but firm voice. It was His Highness. Give me the book, princess. I understand. Claire reluctantly took the book and handed it to Alice. Surprised, I thought she would stop me. Unexpectedly, she obeyed. Sato Kazuma and the others were even more shocked. After all, in their opinion, His Highness disdained communicating directly with people of the lower classes and didn't want anyone to hear his voice, so he entrusted it to a guard named Claire. But this was the first time he'd heard His Highness's voice, and it was truly very gentle. The bastard's expression grew increasingly disgusting, so furious that darkness nearly crushed his head. Alice, upon receiving the hero's tale, wore a happy smile, clutching it in her arms as if it were precious, even refusing to let go despite Claire's promise to keep it safe. Zun Zun took the opportunity to show a defiant and triumphant smile, causing Claire to clench her fists in anger. Elsewhere, Aqua had also finished a sand painting and presented it to Alice as a welcome gift, receiving a gem as a reward. Darkness, looking embarrassed, blushed as she sat down in the seat to the princess's right. Next to her were Sato Kazuma and Aqua. Alice greeted Zun Zun, indicating the seat to her left. Claire's enthusiasm made her jealous. At first, Zun Zun had thought he was attracted to girls, but now it seemed he was simply attracted to Alice, who just happened to be a girl. Without hesitation, he walked to the left side of the table and sat down. Megumin and Yunyun, equally jealous, sat next to Zun Zun. Alice wanted to speak, but opened her mouth as if something had occurred to her. She leaned in to whisper in Claire's ear, her gaze fixed on Zun Zun. Megumin gritted her teeth. Guard Claire also gritted her teeth, humming in resignation. Are you the one the demon sword hero mentioned, Michiruji? Tell me your story. His Highness said so, and even Michiruji-sama has to show you respect. I want to hear your story as well. Her annoyance faded, and she felt a hint of anticipation. Michiruji Hibiki? I haven't heard from him in a while. He bought expensive skill point potions from me on credit a long time ago and then disappeared. However, he returned the full amount the following month and buys a bottle of skill point potion almost every 2 months. Perhaps his strength isn't what it once was? While pondering, Zun Zun collected his thoughts and, under the expectant gaze of Alice and Claire, began recounting his experiences. Mainly, he recounted his battles with Elsa and the White Whale in the alternate world of Re-Zero. Alice didn't like stories about monsters being defeated in flashy, invincible ways. She preferred thrilling tales. After all, she had taken good care of him in the dungeon beneath the capital. Chapter 293, Is there a profession called Grandmaster among adventurers? Of cherry to prevent it from exploding. Zun Zun said this lightly. He spoke as if this weren't a desperate adventure, but a casual lunch of steak and biscuits. He chose this approach, considering that a more emotional tale might seem exaggerated, and considering that the subdued tone was the ultimate credence. Just look at Alice's reaction. Her eyes sparkled like a child's at Zun Zun's tale. She might even want to go on an adventure with him. That's unnecessary. Wait a moment, Your Excellency. For the first time, Claire didn't repeat Alice's words, but instead took the initiative. Not to mention that incredibly skilled assassin, the goat hunter Elsa, you just mentioned. I've never heard of the White Whale, one of the 3 great magical beasts. From what you've said, it seems that beast is almost as powerful as the mobile fortress destroyer, but if so, why isn't it more famous? Could it be said to be a magical beast from another world? Also, Your Grace, I remember that you weren't there when the rest of your team fought the mobile fortress destroyer. How angry. Claire didn't say it directly, but her point was simple. If you had already fled from the mobile fortress destroyer, how could you be so skilled against a white whale of similar strength? Why don't you ask the princess beside you where she was when the mobile fortress destroyer attacked? Your Highness Alice. My companion is very powerful. He just resolved the crisis in Crimson Village. He's the strongest on the team. Darkness stood up and said this. It was rare for her to contradict a royal family, and she was defending her companion. Claire frowned slightly. After all, although she was the eldest daughter of the Chavonia family, a noble family as famous as Dustinus, the latter was still superior. Not only Darkness, but also Megumin, Yunyun, and Sato Kazuma had a bad impression of her and were glaring at her. Only Aqua was there. This naive goddess kept shouting, as if ignoring the outside world and only focusing on drinking champagne. Lord Dustinus, are you questioning my judgment? As much as I want to say it, I'm not qualified. So, prove it to you, right? Zun Zun slowly stood up. Should he call her stupid, or was she blinded by jealousy? Come on, I'll prove to you that a grandmaster can't be insulted, eh? Is there such a thing as a grandmaster among adventurers? Damn it, Zun Zun's face darkened at Claire's innocent question. Is this guy just looking for a fight? Your Highness Alice, Claire pleaded, looking at the seated princess. After all, she was a guard, obligated to protect her. Such provocations required Alice's approval, no matter what. Naturally, Alice agreed. If Zun Zun couldn't defeat Claire, she would certainly stop him. But having shared adventures, she knew Zun Zun's strength. So, in front of the princess, they slowly distanced themselves. Claire drew the long sword from her waist and said confidently, I remember your profession as a great mage. Would you really choose to face a crusader, and at such close range? I think I've heard it before. A certain swordsman said so, but it didn't end well for him. Zun Zun gave a wicked smile. Sato Kazuma was the first to feel his anus tense. He knew Zun Zun's smile meant someone was about to suffer. But he'd heard that Zun Zun's duel with Mitsurugi Hibiki had relied on a ruthless surprise attack. If he could replicate that in front of the princess, wouldn't it be? Then was then. Now is now. Zun Zun could confidently say he could use only one hand, not to mention that his opponent wasn't Mitsurugi Hibiki. Then I'll be the referee for this duel. Both of us are still in the Dustiness mansion. Please hold back a bit, Darkness said. Then, at the signal to start, Claire stepped forward, reaching Zun Zun in a split second, lunging, and slashing at his neck. There was no need for a fierce exchange, the fight would be over quickly. As the sword sliced through the air, heading straight for Zun Zun's neck, Claire noticed that the man in front of her remained impassive. Could he not react? It was true. He was a frail mage, after all. Even a high-level class was far behind a warrior in speed and strength. However, just before Claire subconsciously wanted to hold back, her sword stopped 5 centimeters from Zun Zun's neck, unable to move forward. Looking down, she saw 2 fingers gripping the sword. It wasn't a direct obstruction, but a preemptive move, following the sword's trajectory and catching the blade heading for his neck from behind. The difficulty of this is imaginable. What? Not only Claire, but even the other team members watched the scene in astonishment. One is a crusader, the other a great mage. If there was such a huge difference between professions, it would be understandable, but Zun Zun is a great mage. Tell me this is a great mage with low physical fitness? Monster, monster, calling someone a monster is rude. Zun Zun indifferently dropped his sword, took a few steps back, and spoke calmly, are you done with your warm-up exercises? My lord knight, there's no need to hold back. Just use your true strength, you. How dare you humiliate me like this? Claire's expression was slightly ferocious. But to Zun Zun, she was only hiding her fear with rage. Her panic was evident in her attacks, which were a manifestation of her panic. Normally, if a blow missed, she wouldn't react so violently, reorganizing and trying again. But only in actual combat was the full extent of the gap between the two sides revealed. It was an abyss of despair. Each blow from Claire was forceful, an unstoppable blow for an ordinary person. But Zun Zun, on the other hand, stood still and let the blows rain down, blocking them indifferently with his little finger. This crushing battle lasted 5 minutes, until Claire, out of breath, knelt on one knee, her sword stuck in the wood. Zun Zun, with no intention of showing mercy, deliberately sneered, Did Miss Claire use her full strength? Ugh, sorry, I expected too much from you. But I measure strength in meters, I can't tell the difference between a centimeter or two. Claire's pupils trembled. Sweat beaded on his forehead, his cheeks flushed unnaturally, and his chest rose and fell rapidly, clearly aroused to the point of bursting. Wow, Zun Zun is awful, he doesn't even show mercy to girls. He's a real feminist, his classmates muttered behind his back. Megumin said well done, and that Claire should be taught a lesson. Yunyun, though sympathetic to Claire, didn't rashly dissuade her. Her concern was, naturally, for Zun Zun. Claire's mouth opened wide, her pupils twitching, her heart breaking. If that was the case, then let's strike him another blow. One scathing commentator remarked, "You're as bad as Mitsurugi Hibiki." That was Mitsurugi Hibiki without the magic sword. Besides, if it was Yukin Hibiki with his magic sword, even Zun Zun wouldn't be confident he could defeat him. That's right, a magic sword that can cut through everything, be it magic, physical abilities, or even curses. Its effects are that exaggerated. It was supposed to be a harsh remark, but Claire unexpectedly calmed down. Your Excellency, there's no need to comfort me. I'm only this strong. I can't compare to His Excellency. Eh? Who comforted you? Could you stop imagining things? And His Excellency, also praised her highly. I was skeptical at first, but now it seems that's not the case. Damn it. You'd rather trust Yukin Hibiki than me, right? Zun Zun glared at her viciously. Then Alice tugged at Claire's skirt and whispered something in her ear. I didn't expect Your Excellency to be so formidable. You are truly astonishing. Allow me to make a rather unreasonable request. May I borrow Your Excellency's adventurer card? I would like to see Your Excellency's abilities for future reference. That is what Her Highness the Princess requested. I am also curious and would like to see yours. Well, Zun Zun hesitated. Claire tilted her head and asked, We are not fellow adventurers, but nobles of the kingdom. We will not reveal Your Excellency's information without permission. We simply wish to see your abilities to strengthen our soldiers. Is there any reason you cannot let us see them? No, since you want to see them, please. Zun Zun, preventing darkness from speaking for him, tossed his adventurer card to Claire. His card was not as unique as Sato Kazuma's, and seeing Alice's eyes sparkle with anticipation, he felt a little pity. When Alice and the other two saw the card, they exclaimed in unison, What a magnificent record! In addition to the white whale just mentioned, there were also the officers of the Demon King's army, Vanner, Hans, and Sylvia, as well as several powerful monsters such as griffins and white crystal demon tigers. Huh? Claire suddenly saw the name of a familiar monster. Chimera. She suddenly remembered that after escaping from the palace, the princess claimed to have sneaked into the dungeon of the royal capital, where she encountered the chimera. Upon investigation, it was discovered that she had entered through the secret passage in Viscount Schneider's courtyard, and that there were two other people with her. She looked at Alice, who was very close to Zun Zun, and then at Zun Zun, who was also very close to her. Claire only had one thought at that moment. Was I being stalked by a minotaur? No. Chapter 294 Her stubbornness is beyond imagination. Zun Zun earned respect thanks to his strength. Although he severely humiliated Claire, neither Alice nor Claire were angered. The strong should mercilessly humiliate the weak. This was essentially a principle of the kingdom. In addition to the innate bond between the royal family and the powerful, Claire and the others also admired the powerful. But don't look at me like that. There are people I can't defeat. Is it the Demon King? No. Someone stronger than the Demon King. Zun Zun sighed slightly in frustration. He was referring to Reinhardt, the spoiled child of that world, the author's biological father. Every time Zun Zun gained a new power and believed himself to be invincible, Reinhardt always brought him back to reality. However, ever since he contracted a spirit and forced Reinhardt to use the dragon sword, Zun Zun gained some confidence. Stronger than the Demon King, Claire and her companion, a mage named Rain, exchanged glances, each seeing the confusion in the other's eyes. If such a powerful being really existed, they wouldn't have ignored him. But seeing Zun Zun's gloomy expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. The party was quite enjoyable. Claire had lost her usual arrogance, and Alice was also actively chatting with the others, mainly bothering Darkness and Zun Zun, which made Claire, Megumin, and Yunyun jealous. Sato Kazuma, who didn't know if he had a headache, perhaps wanting to show off or impress in front of the princess, had challenged Claire to a duel. The bastard's calculated smile revealed that Sato Kazuma had mistaken Claire for a playboy after being humiliated by Zun Zun. But he didn't expect to be severely humiliated once the duel began, leaving the two at least 3 times stronger than Mitsurugi Hibiki, without the magic sword. Ultimately, however, Sato Kazuma prevailed, thanks to his unique ability to steal underwear. All the women present stood several feet away from him in disgust and revulsion. Unknowingly, they had branded him a scoundrel and alienated him, leaving Sato Kazuma devastated. It was night time. "Oh, I didn't expect things to turn out this way. I'm so sorry," Claire apologized to everyone. She apologized for bumping into Zun Zun. Alice was beside him, hiding her face in her arms. Darkness shook her head. "It's okay, please don't take it personally. We were rude too, and letting you get robbed. I think we should forget it." "Yes." The two exchanged glances and smiled shyly. A smile erases all rancor. There will never be another friend as close as Claire in Darkness. By the way, the High Priestess was a little surprised that you could put on such a spectacular performance. Since she didn't hurt Darkness's arm, Aqua didn't get a chance to appear. But some people are born to be the center of attention, creating scenes when there are no pictures. She demonstrated her talent amidst the excitement, astonished by the princess and her entourage, who hadn't seen it before, and won many prizes. Zun Zun suspected she was pushing herself so hard just for the rewards. By then, Aqua had fallen asleep, exhausted from all the commotion. If she stayed awake, she might ruin the atmosphere, so she might as well keep sleeping. "And your grace, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You don't look like a great mage at all." Claire tilted her head in a kind of submission at the sight of his grace. "A mage who doesn't want to be a swordsman isn't a good adventurer." His grace gave a thumbs up, spouting off an incoherent theory. A true great mage should master the holy light to level 1 and then face their opponents face to face with a sword. Really? Claire pursed her lips at the man's radiant smile. Her companion, Magus Rain, had always insisted that mages should maintain elegance and provide fire support under the protection of their team. Why would he rashly take the initiative and charge into battle? Ultimately, it was all due to His Excellency's Crimson Demon heritage. Exactly. No matter how extraordinary something is, if you attribute it to the Crimson Demons, it all makes sense. As for Mr. Kazuma, for some reason, Claire only looked at him suspiciously when Sato Kazuma was mentioned, probably still pondering the recent theft of her underwear. Even Zun Zun understood the meaning of his gaze. Why was such a despicable and disgusting scoundrel on such a high-ranking team? 3 Grand Magisters, a Crusader, and a High Priest. One adventurer among a group of high-ranking professionals was truly baffling. Then, Alice trotted up to Zun Zun and, in front of everyone, took her hands, filled with anticipation and joy. "Zun Zun, can you tell me more adventure stories?" With pleasure, Zun Zun wanted to pet her head. The girl's spoiled, puppy-like appearance was truly irresistible, but considering she was the princess, he desisted. "Very well then, let's return to the city. Sir Destinus, Your Excellency Zun Zun, and everyone else, I'm sorry to bother you," said Maid Rain. Darkness shook her head and apologized, saying, "We couldn't entertain you properly. Your Highness, Iris, let's talk again the next time you visit the city. I'll have plenty of adventure stories prepared." Hearing her words, Iris smiled shyly. "Huh? And speaking of which, what happened to the necklace?" Zun Zun hadn't forgotten. He had asked Chris to deliver a letter to Alice, which mentioned the necklace. Then he looked at Alice's chest. No. The interchangeable necklace wasn't in use. I suppose Alice had put it away as advised. In that case, we'll talk about stealing it when Chris returns. Thieves, move in. Well, your remarkable achievements so far will surely be recorded in the kingdom's records, immortalized throughout the centuries. The kingdom bestows this upon you as a token of its appreciation. Claire took out medals in a pouch and handed them to Darkness. It was understandable. After all, Darkness was the only member of the team with noble status, so naturally, she was considered the team leader. Zun Zun understood. However, Sato Kazuma looked rather dissatisfied. "Thank you very much," Darkness bowed, then said to the princess with a gentle smile, "Well then, Princess Alice, please take care." Megumin and Yunyun also waved goodbye. Although their time together was short, the 3 of them seemed to get along well. "Goodbye, Iris. I'll be going to the royal city with another companion soon. I'm Alice." "Zun Zun, you're so kind. At least remember the names of the royal family." Claire looked helpless. Obviously, She didn't know that this was a secret code between Zun Zun and Alice, and that the other companion in question was Chris. And just then, just as Rain completed the teleportation spell, Alice, as if she was prepared, grabbed Zun Zun's wrist. "No, come now, teleport," with Rain's shout, Zun Zun, Alice, and the others were enveloped in a blaze of light, disappearing amidst the screams of Megumin and Yunyun. The bright light blinded her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw the princess, her back to the castle, a smug smile on her face. Claire and Rain couldn't help but shout, "Alice, X2, I won't let you get away this time, Zun Zun." Alice was somewhat stubborn. Zun Zun didn't want to say that he didn't want to go to the capital, but he had a lot of things to do in Axel, and with Claire and Rain by his side, he couldn't tell them directly, so he hinted at it to Alice. Alice understood, but still forced him to go to the capital. I'm sorry," Alice whispered apologetically. Upon arriving at the castle, they were greeted by numerous maids, as if they had been waiting for them. Led by Alice, the group arrived at a luxurious room on the top floor of the castle. Claire departed, saying she had something to discuss, leaving Alice, Rain, and a grumpy Zun in the room. Alice didn't express her feelings through Rain, but apologized in person. Rain was slightly surprised. Zun, however, pursed his lips and said, "How dare I be angry with you, right? Princess." Alice shuddered. She realized that a tragically thick barrier had formed between them. Did you expect me to say that?" Zun hit his forehead. Alice cried out in pain, clutching her forehead and falling onto the bed. But she didn't get angry. Instead, she put on a silly smile. Zun's unrestrained approach only pleased her. Rain, though not as irritable as Claire, made a slight gesture to restrain her. Zun rolled his eyes. Rain sighed softly and said, "I'm so sorry, Your Grace. Your Highness Alice. As a member of the royal family, you must always be disciplined. Normally, Her Highness Alice is a well-behaved child who doesn't bother anyone, but this is the first time in her life she's acted like this. Honestly, I'm curious about what her magical powers are, because I'm a hunk." "Haha, you're joking." His cheeky words didn't faze Rain. "There isn't a playmate of Her Highness Alice's level in this castle. Since this is the first time Her Highness has been stubborn, could you stay here and play with His Highness for a while? Are you sure this is your first time?" A suspicious expression crossed His Highness's face. In the dungeon of the royal capital, Alice had been the wildest and most unruly, with unimaginable fickleness. Suddenly, His Highness's hair became mussed. "Huh? This is..." Under Rain's surprised gaze and Zun's embarrassed gaze, the two large cherries on the back of his father's neck took the initiative to find the grapes on Alice's head. The two fruits clung together, emitting a clear heart-shaped effect. This time, she had to stay. Chapter 295 Push. This was the first time the disciplined princess had misbehaved, and neither Claire nor Rain were willing to indulge her. "Zun's to blame too," Alice whispered, dejected. "Am I to blame too?" He pointed at himself. "Because Zun wrote to me to say you'd come visit soon, but it's been 3 months and you still haven't shown any interest in coming." At Alice's resentful look, Zun was speechless. Thinking about it, 3 months ago he had asked Chris to deliver a letter, saying he would visit Alice soon. Despite everything he had to face, that was no reason not to come. Zun understood the pain of waiting. Whether it was in the previous life or the one before that, it had been the same. "I understand," Zun sighed. "I'll stay here with Elise, no, with Alice for a few days. Miss Rain, my companions must be worried. Could I explain to them that I will be staying here temporarily?" This was especially true for Megumin and Yunyun. Even if I told them, they would probably storm off to the capital, but that had nothing to do with whether they came or not, but rather whether they told me or not. Zun understood this perfectly. Rain nodded and left the room. 2 guards were standing outside the door, their magical powers quite visible, perhaps a sign of their composure at being alone in a room with a man and a woman. Of course, Zun wouldn't do anything strange to Alice, let alone a little girl with such bright eyes and such admiration for him. Instead, Zun was afraid of what she might do to him. "My father has gone on an expedition with the general and my brother. We are currently in a village on the front lines of the war against the Demon King's army. Unless the situation gets extremely dangerous, no one will blame us." "I see," Zun nodded, understanding Alice's explanation. Compared to that, the little girl suddenly leaned forward, her voice somewhat devilish. "Well, Zun, were you surprised to see me?" "Surprised you? No, not at all. Not to mention that I'd already met Alice. The fact that pictures of the royal family were everywhere wouldn't surprise anyone. Surely that answer would hurt her, right? Zun Zun raised her hands in surrender. I'm completely defeated. Do you know how surprised I was then? The thief who snuck into the Viscount's house with me suddenly became the princess of a kingdom. You're no ugly duckling, Alice, but you were a real swan then. The exaggerated tone and the name Iris made Alice smile with delight. It seemed to have struck a chord. But then, with a quick pout, she said, Zun Zun, you're lying. You clearly didn't seem surprised then, my lady. We Crimson Demons are professionally trained. No matter how surprised we are, we won't be surprised unless it's unavoidable. With that, Zun Zun adopted a perfectly balanced and playful expression of surprise, causing Alice to burst into laughter. Her silver smile was beautiful. That's right. Recalling Alice's similar laughter during their dangerous time in the royal capital dungeon, Zun Zun felt a complex mix of emotions. Speaking of which, where's Miss Chris? The truth is, I don't know. She's very busy. But my divination tells me she'll be coming to the royal capital soon. I just don't know if I'll be able to see her. Chris is a goddess. Her main purpose for descending into the mortal realm is to clean up Aqua's mess, to collect scattered artifacts, so she's often difficult to find. Alice's necklace, which allows for body swapping, is clearly her objective, so there's a good chance she'll be found. Right, they both spoke at once. They looked at each other and laughed again. Alice, you go first. Yes. I want to ask Zun Zun, where were you then? You went to the dungeon to look for that red gem. It's the gem on your forehead now, right? And suddenly you disappeared. Miss Chris and I searched for you for a long time, but we couldn't find you. Finally, Miss Chris said you were fine, and I was relieved. Chris must have returned to heaven to discover that she wasn't dead, and that put her at ease. Under Alice's beaming gaze that said, I'm curious, Zun Zun told her about the other world. That's right. After agreeing to many requests, I returned to this world. Wow, great, this is a true adventure story. It's not limited to this world, but another, a unique world. The unique story of adherent spiritual equipment, swordsmen, swordsmanship, knights, demons, and so on, captivated Alice. It was a resounding success, leaving her a little disappointed by the lack of unexpected twists. Huh? Alice asked curiously. Wait, what about the gut hunter and the white whale? Are they also, those are adventures in another world, huh? The girl asked, her mouth agape. That's weird, didn't I tell you? Zun Zun asked in bewilderment. After Alice shook her head, he scratched it and laughed. This jade seems to have the ability to pull people to another world from time to time. Really, it's quite annoying. How can it be so difficult? Alice asked sympathetically. In her opinion, Zun Zun was cursed, forcing him to venture into another world. And the fact that he was being taken away at irregular intervals raised the danger level. I'm sorry, huh? Why are you apologizing so suddenly, Alice? If he had been able to shatter the jade along with it, Zun Zun wouldn't have encountered the same dangers as the gut hunter and the white whale. Indeed. Alice, using her ultimate skill as a basic attack, could easily split the chimera in two, including the gem, but I was the one who forced you to hold back, Alice. It's not your fault, and I don't mind going to other worlds. Not only would it make me stronger, but it would also broaden my horizons. More importantly, Zun Zun looked at Alice with a smile. I can bring you back interesting adventure stories. The girl's eyes filled with excitement. By the way, going to other worlds, do you really mind if you tell me something like that? Okay. Iris is a partner, a member of the thieves, so I only told you. I didn't even tell Darkness or the others. This is a secret between the two of us, so keep it a secret. Two secrets? Zun Zun's words seemed to awaken a keyword. After Alice pondered this sentence over and over again, her eyes filled with panic, and smoke rose from her head. She didn't know what was going on in her small brain. Her body slumped and she fell sideways. Be careful, Zun Zun tried to protect Alice, but he apparently forgot the immense strength hidden in his seemingly thin body, and collapsed onto the carpeted floor. The girl straddled him. The two stared at each other. Excuse me. Your Highness Alice, I've completed all the formalities. Zun Zun is now officially a visitor, and you can invite him to stay in this castle without worry. As if to add more drama to the story, Claire, after completing all the reports and formalities, returned to the room. Seeing the two people forming a T-shape, she fell silent for a moment. A long sword, shining with a cold light, rested on Zun Zun's neck. Death penalty. Wait, Claire. I took the initiative. I pushed Zun Zun to the ground. What the? Claire's pupils trembled, and the hand gripping the longsword wavered, as if the same hesitation was taking place within her. Zun Zun could sense the depth of her trauma. Seeing Claire's devastated expression, Alice quickly understood that her words had caused a misunderstanding and hurriedly stood up to explain. No. I accidentally fell, and Zun Zun was trying to protect me, so I pushed him. Really? Alice's words were like a watering can, constantly watering the withered Claire, transforming her from a languid figure into a sunflower in the sun. She faked a cough. Ahem, I won't hold you responsible this time. Your Grace, this is the royal castle. To avoid misunderstandings, please keep a safe distance from Her Highness Alice. I will, at least 30 meters. You might as well kick me out of the castle. Zun Zun rolled his eyes. Just as Claire was about to say something, the sudden and loud ringing of a bell broke the silence of the night, paralyzing her expression. Are they here again? Is it the Demon King's army? Yes, Demon King's army attack alert. Demon King's army attack alert. Knights, please attack immediately. To maintain peace in the city, adventurers, please be alert and prevent monsters from entering. High-level adventurers, please assist. Repeat, following the announcement, Sir, could you please help me? Claire pleaded. After all, he was a powerful warrior who had defeated numerous leaders of the Demon King's army. Having him around should make things easier. Yes, I was talking to Iris when the Demon King's army interrupted me. I'm a little upset. Zun Zun smoothed his clothes and walked over to the window. But I won't go to the front lines. I'll just offer support from here. Support. The palace was at least several thousand meters away from the front lines, making it impossible to reach them no matter how powerful or magical they were. Was he pretending to be lazy? Under Claire's slightly disdainful gaze, a 2-meter-tall multicolored magic bow appeared in Zun Zun's hand. Such a large bow was too big for Zun Zun to draw with the span of his arms. Just as both of them were wondering how to use it, they saw Zun Zun holding the bow with one foot and drawing the bowstring with both hands. The strange but extremely beautiful posture came into view. Then, between the bow and the string, an arrow that emitted a terrifying magical aura condensed. Let's go! The arrow of light streaked across the night sky, landing behind the dark mass of the Demon King's army in the distance, and then, a mushroom cloud rose up. A breeze blew with a slight vibration, and the curtains continued to flutter. Zun Zun gave a thumbs up with a hearty smile and said, well, he's not dead, hey? Claire pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Chapter 296, Title Calls at Work. From that moment on, Zun Zun settled into the castle. Although he had a butler and a maid to look after him, he felt too idle, with nothing to do all day. He took a stroll around the castle that afternoon. During that time, Zun Zun asked him what he should do, and his response was simply to tell Alice about things she didn't know about or was interested in. He wasn't meant to be a teacher. Rather, he was a playmate. In short, a page, tasked with entertaining the prince with conversation when his studies grew boring. Alice seemed apologetic, her voice trailing off until she lowered her head with an expression of deep regret. She was very self-aware. She understood the power wielded by the royal family and the countless people her willfulness had caused. She probably felt bad about leaving behind a powerful figure capable of defeating the Demon King's army. Zun Zun had no complaints. No work, free food and drinks, and even the chance to escape the troublesome squad members to relax for a moment. Could anything be so wonderful? Then, the two went down to the courtyard. There were umbrellas, tables, chairs, and games on the tables. Actually, I don't have a classes today, so if it's all right with you, I'd like you to play this game with me, Alice said timidly, as if she was afraid Zun Zun would refuse. After all, he was royalty, the highest-ranking person in the castle, so she wished her tone was firmer. Perhaps it was the unfortunate consequence of his superior education that made him mature prematurely, subconsciously considering the feelings of those around him. Zun Zun slumped down in the chair. Why, with such a timid expression? It's not like that crazy woman I met in the dungeon. Come, fight me for 300 rounds. Today, I'll show you the Crimson Demon Clan's ultimate move, the Heaven and Earth Great Harmony style, then I'll have to use the real skill, Extelion, to counter it with all my might. Please have mercy, he relented decisively. Zun Zun had seen firsthand how powerful Alice's move was. If she used it, it would not only destroy the board, but the entire courtyard as well. Zun Zun, if I win, you'll be my playmate for life, no problem, but I won't lose. The intensity of the battle was unimaginable. Was it a 50-50 chance? Neither player gained an advantage, and Zun Zun didn't deliberately let them win. Every game, win or lose, was a struggle. The sky gradually darkened. The game was nearing its end. This is the last one. Zun Zun raised the chess piece representing the great mage and shouted, "Look! I will sacrifice the adventurer, the high priest, the crusader, and 2 great mages to strengthen my last great mage. Come. Burn my soul, answer my call, the last chess piece that carries hope. Gain 1000 attack power and 1000 defense power. Attack and destroy that crusader. There are no chess pieces that can be upgraded." Phew, I got my way. Alice gritted her teeth in frustration. Perhaps from playing chess for so long, she was a little delusional, and in the end, Zun Zun took advantage of a flaw and tore open her wound. The spear that pierced Alice's tender heart caused excruciating pain. See? This is the great unity of heaven and earth. I've seen this move more than a dozen times, and every time it's different. It's about the meaning, not the form. This is a profound theory. Too early for you, Alice. Ha ha ha, she's only 2 years older than me. Alice puffed up at Zun Zun's unrestrained laughter. But now that the game was decided, there was nothing she could do to change it. Still, she refused to admit defeat. As they exchanged harsh words over the board, Claire, her face drastically changed, rushed over. She was about to scold Zun Zun and Alice for playing so late, but seeing the princess's pitiful plea for help, her heart softened. "Your Highness Alice, you may use that move, that move." "I understand." After a brief hesitation, Alice placed her hands on the board. Zun Zun understood what she was going to do and his eyes widened. Bang, ah. "Alice, you can't afford it." Chess pieces flew everywhere. The quiet and elegant castle was filled with a bickering between Zun Zun, Alice, and Claire. The hidden rules of the otherworldly board game can be used in certain situations to force a tie. What an absurd rule. Zun Zun suspected that Li himself couldn't afford to play and deliberately added it. Helpless, he could only make a date to play the next time. However, in the following days, Alice had no time to rest. She studied from morning to night every day, which was more tiring than the students in China. Zun Zun, who couldn't stand it anymore, knocked on the door without caring, even though Rain was teaching Alice. "My Lord Zun Zun, I'm sorry, it's Her Highness Alice's class. Could you come in a little later, please?" "How long?" 3 minutes? 5 minutes. Today's history class will last until evening. Hey, isn't your class arrangement a bit unreasonable?" Zun Zun, who was half a head shorter than Rain, scolded Her Highness the Princess's embarrassed teacher. He glanced inside out of the corner of his eye. Alice, who was in class, looked at him uneasily. It seemed to be the first time someone had come to play with her, and she seemed very happy. However, she didn't dare say that she wanted to cancel class to go out and play, and she showed a slight headache. "Listen to me carefully, your education is all memorization. If you keep this up, I'll report you to the Children's Association." Zun Zun's harsh attitude rendered Rain powerless. "Let's stop here for now. Tonight, I will prepare a proper and efficient syllabus." "Does Master Zun Zun also understand education?" "Well, he's like a doctor during a long illness. Although I don't understand education, I deeply understand how to educate." She looked unconvinced. Skipping classes didn't mean she could indulge in unrestrained play. That would only hinder her education. Combining work and rest could also be a form of physical relaxation. Research shows that attention is most focused during the first 2 or 3 hours of studying and becomes increasingly distracted over time. Forcing study only puts the cart before the horse. But in this alternate world, it's staggered, meaning a half-hour break every 2 hours. During that half hour, you can exercise. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Zun Zun turned to Rain and Alice. "Now, we'll do radio calisthenics. You two will follow me." Radio, gymnastics. There was confusion in his eyes, but Zun Zun didn't explain, instead gesturing for them to follow him. First hour, stretching. Although Rain and Alice were a little nervous at first, unable to follow the movements or perform them correctly, after 2 or 3 repetitions, they had come to love this novel and fun gymnastics. Haha. It's amazing. It's just a simple exercise, but I feel my whole body stretching. Of course, this is the fruit of wisdom. Rain gasped slightly. Perhaps because she was a magician, her physical condition was somewhat weak, and she couldn't keep up with Alice. But our princess loved this kind of game. After learning that Zun Zun had many radio gymnastics series, she decided to practice it daily from now on. Zun Zun thus went from being a playmate to an educator. Claire was furious to learn that Zun Zun had changed the course without her permission. This course was a royal family rule, but she immediately gave in to Alice's tearful and pitiful words and promised to continue this way from now on. Claire also expected Zun Zun to teach them swordsmanship and magic. As the princess's guards, they both felt deeply inadequate. The sharp arrow shot a few nights ago was still deeply engraved in their minds. Thanks to her sincere attitude, Zun Zun immediately agreed. Alice also joined in. Unlike modern society, the proportion of classes dedicated to combat was surprisingly high, with half-day combat classes almost every other day. It was unavoidable. The capital was built on the front lines of the war against the Demon King's army. Unlike Axel, which was so quiet and remote it seemed like a paradise, even the king and prince were on the front lines. Since you understand your own weaknesses, I'm going to train you well. First, give me 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Hey, Mr. Zun Zun, I've told you many times, you have to address me by my title in class. Yes, Mr. Zun Zun, Claire replied loudly, straightening up. Suddenly, she realized that the harsher you were with this guy, the softer she became. The only way to subdue her was to be tougher than she was. Master Zun Zun, this kind of training isn't even as good as that of the knights. How can it be truly effective? Don't worry, it's just a warm-up, Zun Zun said sarcastically. This was basic training. Whether it was Claire, Rain, or Alice, they all had to go through this test. Then came the specialized training. Claire, your problem is that you can't concentrate your sword's force on a single point, causing your blows to scatter and unable to form an effective counterattack. That's why you were deflected by my pinky finger. So, next, give it 1,000 blows and get the hang of it. Yes. Master Zun Zun, Claire swung her sword methodically. She was diligent and didn't slack off. It seemed like the humiliation had really taken its toll on her. First you have to do this, then this, and finally this. Then you'll be able to use powerful magic. Do you understand? Rain looked at Zun Zun, who was speaking in a daze, as if listening to a foreign language, clearly not understanding the instructions. Zun Zun seemed to understand the teacher's constant question, why can't you understand something you can just tell by sight? Even though it was the first class, he kept saying, you're the worst class I've ever taught. Alice wasn't having a good time either. Her physical prowess was formidable, and that was before her class bonuses. I wonder how much more over the top it would get after becoming a sword master, though she was always clamoring for a class change to great mage. Be careful. While Zun Zun was distracted, Alice, seemingly turning around, accidentally stepped on her skirt and instinctively lunged forward. Zun Zun was knocked back again. It wasn't just 2 screams, but multiple ones, overlapping each other. He lay on the ground, his head tilted back. Megumin, Yunyun, and the others stood nearby, staring blankly at Zun Zun and Alice, who was straddling him. Phew, it's over. Chapter 297 I catch myself. You got in? No, trapped in bed, out in the open. Zun Zun was completely speechless. Especially with the disappointment in Megumin and Yunyun's eyes, as if he had let the family down. Wait, they weren't even married yet. Darkness had been about to lecture Zun Zun righteously, but seeing Alice straddling him, a strange delusion came over her, blushing and panting to herself. Zun Zun, enjoying this kind of service all by herself. Damn it. I really want to live in a castle and have people waiting on me every day, a butler who takes good care of me, maids who pester me daily when they have to clean, and a princess who comes every morning and timidly calls me brother. Why do you always get ahead, Zun Zun? Sato Kazuma nearly clicked his teeth in jealousy. She knew he wanted it too, but wasn't it a bit much to expose his despicable thoughts in public? Aqua also expressed her share of the credit for defeating the Demon King's generals, and earnestly requested to live in the castle and enjoy herself, saying that it would be unfair otherwise. I truly hope these two don't cause trouble right now. Zun Zun, what are you doing? Giving Alice a lesson? Sex education? No, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. Darkness advised her, even though I don't know what's going on, it's enough, isn't it? Megumin thought you were in some trouble and couldn't come back, and she's been having several sleepless nights worrying about you. I'm not that worried about him. It's Yunyun who comes to me every night, worrying and unable to sleep. That's right, I'm just keeping him company. Was it Megumin who entered my room herself? Yunyun was stunned by her best friend's nonsense. Besides, there's nothing to worry about. Megumin looked at the two people on the ground. I'm sure Zun Zun is very happy here and doesn't want to go back. Perhaps he's forgotten about us. That's right, he could have used teleportation magic to announce his safety, but he kept silent and let others broadcast it. He's a heartless man. X2 the doomed Zun Zun immediately put on a mask of pain. Since the two of them were forming a united front, he wasn't as easy to fool as before. My, Alice looked at the distraught Zun Zun, then at the angry Megumin, then quickly got up and ran over to her, timidly saying, please don't be angry with Zun Zun anymore. Oni-sama, Megumin cried, her eyes widening. I don't remember why you call me Oni-sama. Wait, you already have that kind of relationship? Even before me, what? No, Oni-sama came before me, so calling me Oni-sama is fine, right, before you? Really? You admit that I came before you? Even the princess has to call me Oni-sama. I can't do anything about it. Since it's come to this, I'll reluctantly agree to let you join the family. An inexplicable misunderstanding had arisen between them. Wait, whatever you say, Yunyun Oni-sama, am I an Oni-sama too? She was easier to deal with than Megumin. A few words resolved the crisis. Alice gave Zun Zun a triumphant victory gesture, clearly showing her little devil nature. She hadn't taught her any tricks for manipulating people these past few days, but she hadn't expected it to reach this point. She was born to be royalty. But darkness wasn't so easy to deal with. Hey, castle servants, hurry up and bring the finest champagne. That's right. I want a prime steak. Hurry up and get ready. I've come all this way. I'm already hungry. Stop being so disrespectful. She rushed over to stop Aqua and Sato Kazuma. Normally, Claire would have stormed in and reprimanded them, but this time, the question was whether Zun Zun could stay, so she suppressed her anger and let them run riot. But after only 3 days, the guard couldn't hold back any longer. First, Aqua got drunk every day and displayed her talents in the courtyard, distracting the servants with her antics. Sato Kazuma harassed the maids daily, but because of his status as a distinguished guest, he couldn't say anything. Although Megumin and Yunyun weren't as reckless as those guys, they also used to instill in Alice the unhealthy notions that explosion magic is the best in the world and you'd do anything for your friends. Lord Dustinus. I hate to say this, but I understand. I'm so sorry. Darkness bowed and apologized repeatedly. Why do I have to leave the castle? Damn it, isn't my beautiful vision shattered? Ask yourself, you stupid goddess. Who told you to get drunk every day? What? Kazuma, you're to blame too, okay? It must have been you who was bullying the maids all the time so you got kicked out. Damn it, say it again. Aqua and Sato Kazuma blamed each other, venting their frustration at being kicked out of the castle and forced to leave the capital. I really hope they search within themselves for the reasons. Have they done their jobs well these past few days? Have they been doing foolish things? At first, they stubbornly refused to leave, saying that as comrades, they wouldn't abandon him unless he stayed. So Claire reluctantly said, Zun Zun should go too. Aqua clung to Zun Zun's thighs, sobbing, I don't want to go. Zun Zun, go beg Alice for mercy, please. I don't want to go either. Come on, let me go. Your snot is all over my pants. Let me go. Zun Zun was being harassed by the idiot goddess. Sato Kazuma shook his head helplessly, then turned to see a beaming Megumin. Curiously, he asked, Megumin, don't you seem sad? What are you talking about, Kazuma? I'm sad, but I know that when we say goodbye, we should hide our sadness and smile. Really? She saw Megumin smile, which was harder to suppress than AK's, and couldn't help thinking that the war between women was incomprehensible. The only ones who were truly sad were Yunyun and Alice. Yunyun had finally befriended Alice, so of course they were sad to part. The two sat in a corner, whispering. Anyway, tonight was the last night. Alice hosted a special farewell banquet for Zun Zun and the others. Not only the team, but also several princes and nobles attended. Darkness was the most popular, followed by Zun Zun. Many hoped to marry him, and even though they weren't already engaged, they approached him and persuaded him. Exhausted, Zun Zun ran to the balcony, and Alice soon followed. What are you doing here? No, I'm annoyed that those nobles always talk to me about unimportant things, so I went outside. You're very thoughtful, Alice. Did you come to keep me company? Not really, Alice said softly, blushing and lowering her head. It seemed she was right. She must have noticed I had left the place alone, so she came out to greet me as well. Because it's the last night. What did you say? Nothing. The girl blushed even more. I'm sorry, Alice. My companions have been giving you a lot of trouble these past few days. It's not true, huh? I think your team is full of energy. You're so cheerful every day, and with all the adventures, you're sure to have a great time. Seeing Alice's eyes sparkle, he was speechless. As the princess of the kingdom, everyone she encountered daily were humble and respectful courtiers, unlike carefree and heartless creatures like the idiot goddess and the devilish scoundrel. Combined with a monotonous and unchanging life with no room for free will, life must be incredibly depressing. Zun Zun understood her feelings perfectly. This week with you, Zun Zun, will definitely be an unforgettable memory. I'm so envious of Latina. She must be having a wonderful time every day, right? Alice glanced at her from time to time. The little girl's thoughts were easy to understand. Besides, wasn't her experience in the capital's underground labyrinth more memorable than a week in the palace? However, she knew Alice's reasoning. I'll visit you often, but the palace is guarded by the knights, so no one can enter without special circumstances. Besides, Claire, it's okay. I've set up a teleportation point in the courtyard. You can come whenever you want. Really? Alice grabbed Zun Zun's hand excitedly. Seeing the little girl's excitement, but Zun Zun can't come play with me, right? He said he'd come soon, but it's been 3 months and he still hasn't. It was force majeure. This time it's different. I don't have to run away. I can come play with you whenever you want. Alice, really? You're not lying to me, really? I'm not lying to you. Alice smiled again after receiving the assurance. After Zun Zun and the others left, she would have to restrain herself again, fulfill her royal obligations and behave like a good girl who wouldn't act capriciously, and continue with her life. And if nothing unexpected happened, Zun Zun was probably her only hope. Speaking of which, Alice, where's the necklace? Zun Zun pointed to her neck. At first, he wrote a letter expressly to explain the dangers of the necklace and prevent Alice from swapping bodies with someone else first. Here, he took the necklace out of his pocket. Did she really carry it with her? As if seeing Zun Zun's concern, Alice said with a smile, I knew Zun Zun would come back for this necklace one day, so I was always prepared, but after waiting for 3 months, sorry, I was wrong. Well, I forgive you. He handed the necklace over with a smile, and she took it. Hey, Zun Zun. We're a band of thieves, right? Since we're thieves, when we find something good, we must steal it with our own hands. Isn't this the rule of the band of thieves you told me? So, the girl put the necklace around her neck. Zun Zun, come take a look. At the same time, Sato Kazuma ran up to the balcony and shouted at her, astonished, Zun Zun, let's catch the thieves. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, The Father is Kind and the Son is Filial, Family. To prolong his stay in the palace, Sato Kazuma had accepted the task of capturing the famous gentleman thief in the capital. He was determined to capture him. If Zun Zun had told him about Zun Zun's membership in the bandit gang, he would likely betray him for his own benefit in the capital, and Aqua might even offer to help. They were hopeless scum. Knowing the true nature of his companions, Zun Zun resolutely shut his mouth. They then headed to the home of the gentleman thief's most likely target, the villa of the evil Lord of Axel, or rather, Eldap. Seeing the plump, greasy face brimming with obscene expressions, Zun Zun curled his lips in disdain. I was busy dealing with the Demon King's army, but I forgot to take care of you. Sato Kazuma's reason for choosing him was simple. Chris had already attacked nobles with a history of bad behavior, so it was no surprise that this man, plagued by negative rumors, was the target. Eldap saw that everyone was not hiding their displeasure, and they were also staring at Darkness's body with excited eyes. The look was disgusting. Darkness trembled slightly. Do you think she was angry and suppressing her anger? No, she loved that look, and was just trying not to look weird. Perhaps noticing the looks, Eldap turned her head. She looked at Zun Zun. You. So, you're Zun Zun, Eldap licked her lips. Her eyes were strange, not angry or annoyed, but with a strange, greedy, and covetous expression, exactly the same one she gave Darkness. Zun Zun shuddered unconsciously. How disgusting. Actually, the anger and annoyance were understandable. After all, Zun Zun had refuted and embarrassed others many times in court, but what was that strange expression? He soon figured it out. The villa gate opened again, and Zun Zun was greeted by a handsome man with a radiant smile. Zun Zun, long time no see, eh, it's you? His disdainful tone was evident. That handsome man was none other than the evil lord's adopted son, Biruta, who had been on a blind date with the darkness, but eventually fell in love with Zun Zun. Lord Biruta, it's you, Biruta. Hello, Biruta. For some reason, his companion seemed to take a liking to him. Yes. It's been a long time. I'm so glad to see you again. My heart is racing. It must be the joy of reunion, so dazzling. Biruta's smile was so bright that even his darkest companions couldn't resist it. Looking from the greasy Lord Evil to the handsome man, how could there be such a vast difference between father and son? How disrespectful your appearance is. Biruta, don't let them slack off. Do your job well. As if to demonstrate his authority as the head of the family, the Lord scolded his son deliberately and unreasonably in front of strangers. Instead, Biruta simply bowed respectfully and said, Yes, father, I will treat you well and live up to the Alexei family's reputation. HMPH, you better. Eldap grumbled, turned around, and left, clearly with no intention of communicating properly. It was understandable, after all. Zun Zun and the others viewed him as an evil lord who would be targeted, so their displeasure was understandable. After Eldap left, Biruta, looking guilty, said, I'm so sorry. Father's attitude must be putting everyone in a difficult situation. Why are you apologizing? That's right, it has nothing to do with you. It's more like this man is to blame. Zun Zun, Aqua, and Darkness accused Sato Kazuma. He wanted to retort aloud, but couldn't find the reason. It's completely impossible to say that Biruta-san is the Lord's son. Hey, Yunyun. Yunyun's unconscious remark unnerved Darkness. It was fine to say it in private, saying it in person was too rude. Yunyun realized her mistake and quickly apologized. Biruta waved his hand indifferently. Actually, everyone in the village says that, but my father isn't a bad person, he's just not good at expressing himself. Was that really the case? Sato Kazuma was skeptical. Eldap often enacted harsh laws, and it wasn't just a matter of poor oratory skills. Everyone, choose your rooms first. With Biruta's help, everyone checked into the villa without a hitch and gathered in the best room Sato Kazuma had reserved. Speaking of which, Sato Kazuma looked at Biruta curiously. Why are you in the capital? Shouldn't you be in Axel? Zun Zun was also curious. After all, Biruta was just a disposable tool to create humor and highlight Kazuma's scoundrel nature. He shouldn't have any role anymore. Because I'm a knight. Biruta's smile was unusually bright. He remembered Darkness having once said that he was the youngest person ever to receive a knighthood, so it was only natural that he would be in the capital. When I learned that Lord Sato Kazuma was going to arrest the night thief, I immediately asked Her Highness for help. I expected to be rejected, but she agreed. It's all thanks to you, Zun Zun. Oh, me. Yes. When I told her we were close friends and wanted to help a friend, Her Highness Alice, for the first time, ignored Sir Claire and instantly agreed. Who's your friend? Stay away from me. And Alice probably didn't want Biruta's help, rather, she wanted Biruta to restrict his actions. After all, she was quite cunning. Speaking of the gentleman thief, let's talk about how to capture him. After all, this is our mission, said Sato Kazuma. To stay, he had to catch the gentleman thief. And Biruta, as an instrument to inform everyone, explained everything about the gentleman thief. The gentleman thief, who had been a hot topic on the streets, seemed to act alone. It was said that he specialized in breaking into the homes of nobles with very bad reputations, stealing items, and distributing the stolen money to orphanages. He was a typical gentleman thief. And according to the witnesses who saw him, the gentleman thief seemed to be quite a handsome man. Handsome man, handsome man. Sato Kazuma and Zun Zun sighed in unison. The former was melancholy at the thought that all thieves were handsome men, while the latter felt compassion for Chris, whom they considered a child. That said, a thief is a thief. I hate attractive men who claim to be allies of the weak and rescue common people in need, Sato Kazuma declared firmly, prompting an exchange of subtle expressions among the others. They had heard of people hating the rich, but never beauty. Shame on you, Kazuma. Your jealous expression only worsens your already ugly appearance. You're so annoying. What's it to you, Sato Kazuma rolled his eyes. Zun Zun's mockery had no effect on him. Biruta, on the other hand, smiled brightly. Don't say that. Lord Sato Kazuma is handsome, isn't he? His attractiveness isn't obvious, but a closer look reveals his innate excellence. Don't you feel guilty for saying that? Despite Biruta's conscience, Sato Kazuma's heart ached. While insults and criticism were tolerated without compunction, the consolation was deep shame. How handsome? How? Not really. Aqua and Darkness's grimaces peeled back Sato Kazuma's dry exterior, revealing his soft but grimy interior. You're joking. I'm not that self-conscious, okay? The appearance is fine, but the personality. Hey, come on, why are you looking at me so sympathetically? Besides, at least my looks are decent, okay? No. Hey, come on, don't be so nice to me. The more Sato Kazuma spoke, the more sympathy he received from the crowd. He loudly scolded his teammates for criticizing his appearance, but a closer look revealed that he was the only one on his team who looked good. Whatever. Perhaps this topic deeply hurt Sato Kazuma, and he angrily chased everyone present away. Really? He's a boy, forget it, let's not push him anymore. Darkness grabbed Aqua, who was so angry at being expelled that she wanted to go back in, and instructed her to call it a day and talk about anything the next day. Zun Zun and the others agreed. After a busy day, Master Zun was eager to return to his room and enjoy the softness of his bed. The beds in Axel's mansion were much better than the straw mats in the stable, but they still didn't compare to the luxurious bed in this villa. Wouldn't it be a shame not to enjoy them? He walked to the door. Before opening it, he paused. He turned to look at the cheerful and handsome man who had been following him for a while now and was now standing beside him. Biruta, what's wrong? Nothing. I just wanted to tell you that I live across the street and that you can always come see me if you need anything. Uh-oh, Zun Zun felt very uncomfortable with Biruta's insinuations. Megumin and Yunyun also sensed that something was wrong. They both held his arm, their eyes full of wariness, as if they were watching a rival in love. Biruta responded with his usual radiant smile. He was a little paranoid, almost frightening. By the way, Biruta, if someone you knew, a relative, committed an unforgivable crime, what would you do? Bring him to justice, of course, even if it was Lord Eldap, even if it was my father. Biruta spoke firmly, without a moment's hesitation because the target was his father. What a decision. Zun Zun had only ever seen it in a certain high school student who discovered that his father, the Prime Minister, had committed a crime, decisively sent him to prison, and then became the new Prime Minister. Chapter 299. We clearly agreed to form a team for life. They spent the next few days living in the mansion. Honestly, it was no different from their time in the palace, and even more so now that they no longer had to worry about offending the royal family. They would either clamor for high-end sparkling wine, or demand rare ingredients and housekeeping, and even cast explosive magic daily around the capital while showing off. Darkness was completely overwhelmed taking care of them. Zun Zun was too. He had Biruta to deal with. If Biruta did anything outrageous, Zun Zun wouldn't have been ruthless enough to teach him a lesson. However, this cheerful and handsome man never acted in a way that offended others, and was even more thoughtful and emotionally intelligent. Whether it was the unreasonable Aqua and Sato Kazuma, or the inexplicably hostile Megumin and Yunyun, he could handle them perfectly. He was undoubtedly the epitome of a British gentleman. But he was also the epitome of a British gentleman. It wasn't that Zun Zun hadn't asked Sato Kazuma and the others for help, but those bastards were just like, hey, you've taken such good care of us, what's the harm in giving in to your little request? Don't they know I'm the one they're sacrificing? If so, why not let Darkness sacrifice herself and satisfy Eldap's fetish? No, wait. It could be reward for that perverted night, so forget it. Unable to stand the noise from his companions, let alone Biruta's pestering, Zun Zun abandoned them all and went outside to get some fresh air. It had been so many days since he'd taken a stroll in the capital. Yunyun had wanted to ask him out, but before his shy fiancée could even open her mouth, Megumin forcibly dragged him away to cast explosive magic, demanding that he not sneak around. Forget it. There was nothing wrong with going shopping alone. The capital might be at the forefront of the battle against the Demon King's army, but it was still the center of the kingdom, and its bustle far surpassed even that of Axel, the novice village. The adventurers he encountered on the streets were all quite capable, almost all around level 30, the kind who wouldn't die easily on the front lines. After asking around with a few vendors, Zun Zun arrived at the materials market. The wide variety of magic tool materials sold there prompted him to go shopping. He also bought some souvenirs for Axel's friends. On his way back, he ran into an accessory vendor. The vendor greeted him warmly, saying, "Sir, would you like to buy some accessories? I've collected the latest trends in the kingdom, and they're popular with adventurers and nobles. Take a look. Since you're so handsome, I can give you a discount. I'm a guy, 50% off, huh? Something's wrong with you." For some reason, the vendor became even more excited. But come to think of it, Zun Zun hadn't bought Yunyun and Megumin anything since they left the village, let alone accessories. Yunyun didn't put them on when she received them, but instead kept them on purpose. Megumin preferred edible food to ugly accessories. In short, Zun Zun had never given them those things. Just as she was about to choose some accessories, a voice with a hint of surprise and joy was heard behind her. "Zun Zun? Isn't it Zun Zun?" Well, she had bumped into the second most handsome and attractive heartthrob she rarely saw, Yujian Xiangai. "Phew, Zun Zun, why are you vomiting? Are you okay? Are you feeling sick?" Zun Zun raised his hand to stop Yujian Xiangai and wiped his mouth. "It's nothing, I've just had too much heartthrob lately. It's exceeded my limit, so I had to vomit a little. Don't worry, how could I not care?" Yujian Xiangai was a little puzzled, as if Zun Zun had vomited at the sight. Only after repeated explanations did he reluctantly let him through. He glanced behind him. He didn't see the two henchmen. As if understanding Zun Zun's confusion, Mr. Ruji Hibiki offered an explanation. "My two companions, Kreeman and Fio, are leveling up in a neighboring country, not in the capital. Zun Zun, you should have come to the front lines because of the Demon King's attack. I knew you wouldn't want to stay in that remote mountain village. No, my companions dragged me here. Come on, join my team and let's fight the Demon King together." "What did you say?" "I said my companions dragged me here." Alice was a member of the bandit group, so calling her a companion was perfectly acceptable. However, her companions had posed a challenge to her, leaving her a little worried. "What are you doing in the capital, Mr. Ruji?" "Ah, because I heard the Demon King's army has been harassing the capital lately. In order to protect the people, I came to the front lines," Mr. Ruji Hibiki said somewhat coldly. Although he was a middle school boy, he was still kind-hearted. He would help anyone in need no matter what, and this time was no exception. "Really? Then I wish you all the best." "Hey, wait, Zun Zun, Zun Zun. You're here." Just as Yuki Hibiki was about to stop him, the handsome man appeared from across the street, walking toward them with a radiant smile. "Phew, Zun Zun." Unable to contain himself, he vomited again. Biruta first asked with concern about Zun Zun's condition, then greeted Yuki Hibiki. "Who is it?" "Hello, I'm Yuki Hibiki." "Hello, I'm Biruta. Please advise me, it was a little strange. One was Lord Axel's adopted son, and the other was his most popular adventurer, and they didn't know each other? Although I know of Lord Yuki's exploits, unfortunately, I wasn't in Axel at the time. That's why I only know of Lord Biruta's good reputation." The two of them congratulated each other. "Oh, it seems like they'll get along well. By the way, what are Zun Zun and Master Yujian doing here? Call me Yujian or just Xiangyi, it's fine. As you can see, Zun Zun and I are choosing jewelry." "Picking jewelry? Really? Picking jewelry? I didn't expect Zun Zun to be interested in such things. Sorry, I was careless. Then I'll buy the right jewelry." No, I'll do it." No, I'll do it." The two of them argued over who should pay for the jewelry, and this went on for quite a while, until many tourists pointed at them and glared. "Wait, Master Yujian, let's stop arguing." "Yes, we should." "Zun Zun, who do you want to buy from, X2 her?" The two of them turned around, but they didn't see Zun Zun. The vendor tossed a coin in his hand and caught it, saying helplessly, "The customer already bought it and left." The two of them looked at each other in confusion. The female tourists also started arguing. "Look, those two are arguing over who's spending money. They must be hoping to give each other jewelry." Yes, I'd give each other jewelry." "You have that kind of relationship? Ugh, what a waste." Girls love this kind of conversation, no matter the world. Hearing the increasingly bold sound from upstairs and downstairs, Biruta and Mr. Ruji Hibiki blushed and walked away in opposite directions. Elsewhere, Zun Zun stopped at a cafe to rest. A handsome boy had already given her a terrible headache, and two handsome boys were trying to kill him, so she escaped decisively. Zun Zun, you've had a terrible time. You must have suffered a lot with those two guys bullying you, yet. What? It's Chris. When did you arrive? By the way, since you saw him, why didn't you help? Didn't you think something fun would happen and head to watch the show? How cruel. Zun Zun, who was lying on the table, raised his head lazily and saw Chris laughing. He replied a little sulkily. Oh, Zun Zun, you don't seem surprised to see me. Surprised by what? A famous and handsome thief, phew. Hearing Zun Zun say this, Chris's smile suddenly disappeared. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, feeling even more aggrieved. Zun Zun laughed out loud. A smile doesn't disappear, it just fades away. Let's not talk about that for now, Chris said seriously. Zun Zun, the organization needs you. Zun Zun, you used to call me assistant, little brother, and now you call me Zun Zun. You're so cruel. Chris's slightly artificial tone and attitude almost broke through Chris's defense. Embarrassed, she punched Zun Zun hard. Would you mind stopping now? I don't want to. He blocked her blow. Zun Zun pursed his lips in dissatisfaction and said, because it's the truth, Chris, you weren't planning on contacting me again, were you? We agreed to form a band of thieves for life, that's... Zun Zun, aren't you very busy? Look, with Water City and Crimson Demon Village, and the continuous encounters with the Demon King's army, you must be exhausted physically and mentally. That's why I didn't contact you. Chris seemed to have found an excuse, and the more she spoke, the more confident she felt. He could only roll his eyes at her brazenness. I actually need your help this time, Zun Zun. A demon summoning artifact has appeared. Chris detested demons, so since such an artifact was out there, he wanted to retrieve it quickly. So, please help me, I'd love to help, but, Zun Zun sighed helplessly and told Chris how Alice, for fun, had purposely worn dangerous magic items and then had him steal them. No way. Really, Alice? Chris was also visibly shocked by this. But recalling Alice's adrenaline-seeking behavior in the royal capital dungeon, she was relieved. Chapter 300. If not, how would the world know me? Then, I really want to help you, but, I understand. Let's steal Alice's necklace first, okay? I can't let my fellow thieves have something so dangerous around. Besides, retrieving artifacts is my job. But after retrieving Alice's, you'll help me retrieve another one, no problem. The two quickly came to an agreement. Just as they were about to discuss how to break into the palace and steal the necklace, Biruta, using his tracking ability, caught up with them. I have no choice but to find you tonight. I believe you're staying at Eldap Villa now, and I plan to visit you tonight. Leave the windows open and put a pot of tulips in your room, okay? But Kazuma will be on patrol tonight. Wait, Chris. Before Biruta could finish, Chris slipped away. His speed was so fast that one wondered if he had the same divine protection as felt. Then he and Biruta returned to the villa. He gave two identical pairs of earrings he had bought to Yunyun and Megumin, both of whom were beaming with joy. I'll treasure them forever, thank you, Zun. No, wear them. Yunyun's eyes filled with tears. Megumin, however, had no desire to treasure them. After putting them on, she showed them to Aqua and Darkness, then ran to her room to present them in a letter to Yaogahu. She couldn't wait to put on a brave face. Zun asked the maid to bring a pot of tulips, but she brought two. No, one will do. He remembered that time in Crimson Devil Village when the rain had caused the tulips to run away, and Zun and the others had to frantically catch them. It was a truly frustrating experience. He urged Aqua to pull herself together and not enter his room. But that idiot said, Zun, can't you resist the temptation to shut up? Before he could finish his words, he received a hard slap on the head. That night, half asleep, Zun Zun heard a commotion outside his room and thought it was Chris. But when Yunyun woke him up and ran into the kitchen, he saw Sato Kazuma, tightly tied up. Hey, Kazuma, did they use an immobilization technique on you? What happened to the thief who broke in? Too bad, I almost escaped, declared Sato Kazuma, tied up with ropes, feigning resentment. He then claimed that the thief was a man with a strange mask and a formidable expert, perhaps even more powerful than the officers in the Demon King's army. Zun Zun realized he was lying. Looking around, he saw tulips on the kitchen balcony. Well, he had a vague idea of what was going on. It must have been another pot of tulips left there by a maid, leading Chris to mistake the kitchen for Zun Zun's room. After sneaking in, Sato Kazuma caught her, and then something else happened. Zun Zun snorted in contempt as Sato Kazuma screamed in pain while darkness straddled him and humiliated him. The next day, Zun Zun and his companions returned to the palace. Claire, furious at having found a thief and let him get away, vowed to punish Sato Kazuma for his exaggerated claims, but eventually, thanks to Alice's pleading, the matter was dropped. Aqua then said she wanted to buy some souvenirs and left with Sato Kazuma. Darkness returned to prepare for their departure from the capital. Megumin wanted to cast a final explosion spell outside the capital, and Yunyun accompanied her. As for Zun Zun, Chris, I've been looking for you for a long time, Zun Zun. She found Chris, drinking alone, in a tavern in the capital. Seeing Zun Zun, Chris's expression changed. Filling with curiosity. How did you find me? With this, Zun Zun hooked his finger. A small ball of green light emerged from his body. It was a trick Julius had used with Natsuki Subaru, allowing someone's spirit to bond with another's. In addition to providing protection, it also served as a tracking tool. Chris gently touched the ball of light with her finger, her curiosity growing. When did you leave this little thing for me? I had no idea. Yesterday afternoon, before we parted ways. Chris hadn't even heard the rest of the conversation, as she had hurriedly left. But surprisingly, she couldn't detect it. Even the idiot goddess Aqua could sense the presence of spirits. Chris, the incarnation of Eris, shouldn't. I understand now. It must be because prosthetics aren't as sensitive as the original body. The ball of light sank back into Zun Zun's body. Let's not talk about it anymore. Chris clenched her fists and said angrily, Zun Zun, I have something to tell you right now. Just to be clear, it's not my fault. Zun Zun quickly told him about the maid who had handed him 2 tulips. Chris, upon learning that he had made a mistake, was filled with doubt. Yes. You know, Chris is the personification of luck. Choosing the wrong option is practically impossible, unless there's someone with the same luck. And there is? That jerk we met last night. It's thanks to you that you made such a scene that we had to leave Eldap village. Hey, don't say that. I wasn't praising you. Seeing Chris's smile, Zun Zun knew that his resentment over last night's incident had almost dissipated. Okay, let's talk about how to infiltrate the palace. The team members were scattered around the capital, and Claire had forcibly recalled Baruta to the knights for his incompetence. Without a doubt, this was a deliberate action by the Grandmaster. Now, with no one to bother us, was a good time. I still suggest sneaking in and stealing that sacred necklace, Chris said decisively. That was her aesthetic. It had been the same when she'd gone to Viscount Schneider's mansion. Even after causing such a commotion in the capital, she wasn't one to barge in like a thief. I don't think so, boss. Don't call me boss. And why not, assistant? Under normal circumstances, of course we could sneak in, but Alice clearly knew we were going to steal the necklace. Would she be prepared? Would she scream when she saw us? Well, it made perfect sense. It was a game of I'm going to steal the necklace, and you know I'm going to steal the necklace. And I know you know I'm going to steal the necklace, a game only between thieves. Exactly. Whether it was Sato Kazuma or Claire, they were all part of the plot between Zun Zun and Alice. Therefore, stalking was unnecessary. Besides, didn't a certain Assassin's Creed involve eliminating everyone and then openly infiltrating the enemy camp? Wait a minute, Zun Zun, you're not. Yes. I've been preparing. Zun Zun, with a flick of his wrist, magically took out a white envelope and threw it to Chris. She opened it, preview letter, after the sword of Damocles falls, celebrating the end of the blue and white moon, I will descend upon the tower of the most romantic castle to visit the noblest smile. This is a date between bodies. Please allow me to steal your heart. Below, Zun Zun drew the logo of the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. It was a perfect sight. Chris couldn't help but shudder upon reading it. Isn't that too arrogant? If I weren't so arrogant, how would anyone know that I dared to break into the palace at night and steal the princess's necklace? Arrogant, so damn arrogant. The place they were about to enter was nothing like the unprotected villas of aristocrats. The palace was heavily guarded. If they sent a warning letter and acted so recklessly, Chris shuddered to think of what they would find there. No, I don't agree. Why? Why else? We're going to the palace, not a nobleman's house. Your Grace, you're being so pretentious. Aren't you making things complicated for yourself? If I weren't so arrogant, how would anyone know I dared to enter the palace at night and steal the princess's necklace? You just said that. The group of thieves was on the verge of disintegrating due to a serious ideological disagreement. Well, it's the only way now, Chris said with some resignation. Did it you, Zun Zun? Set these rules specifically because there might be disagreements. Oh, okay? You asked for it. Don't underestimate me. I'm incredibly lucky. And then, rock, scissors, okay. I win. Zun Zun raised her right fist, a symbol of victory. Chris stared at her in disbelief at her victory gesture, which represented victory but failed to achieve it, muttering things like, impossible, absolutely impossible, and I am the incarnation of the goddess of luck. With a crown, as long as luck is involved, even a god will win. After all, even though Chris is the incarnation of the goddess of luck, there is still a gap between her and the real person. Just look at Sato Kazuma. Having her underwear stolen with the ability to steal is just a sign of bad luck, right? Under the pretext of saying goodbye to Alice, Zun Zun had the elves carry the letter to her room secretly, then left decisively and waited quietly for the situation to develop. Alice should guess that it was a sign from her. I hope you enjoy this event. Back at the hotel, Sato Kazuma immediately ran over upon seeing Zun Zun, shouting as if complaining, "Hey, Zun Zun, that idiot Aqua took Mitsurugi and something. Anyway, the ring he bought you is gone." "Ah. Kazuma, you bastard, you clearly promised to keep it a secret," Aqua yelled furiously. She laughed awkwardly, but Zun Zun said it didn't matter. Who wants a ring from a man? Sato Kazuma pursed his lips. Mitsurugi Hibiki seemed strangely pitiful to him. In every way. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.